Chapter 33-39. He was flattered. Translator. Upon hearing the words of the Temple Master and looking at the token in his hand, Jian Wushuang was not only pleasantly surprised, but also flattered. At this moment, the hearts of the principal's masters were also surging. The Temple Master has personally refined 2 life-saving tokens. As far as I know, the Temple Master has refined 2 of them before. One of them has been used a long time ago, and the other one is left in the Temporal Temple in case anything happens. The Temple Master has also warned us not to use this token unless the Temporal Temple is in a life-or-death situation. It's like this. One of the tokens Lord Temple Master refined was used as one of our trump cards, but now Lord Temple Master has refined one for Heavenly Sword Marquis. Previously, he asked Heavenly Sword Marquis to cultivate by his side for 300 years, and then appointed him as an inspector. Now he has given him a life-saving token. I'm afraid even Lord Temple Master's personal disciple won't be able to get this treatment. Temple Master, aren't you favoring Heavenly Sword Marquis too much? Many principal's masters present thought that Temporal Temple Master was favoring Jian Wushuang too much. That was great. Indeed, Temporal Temple Master had been teaching Jian Wushuang since he returned to the Divine Beginning Realm. Now that he was going to the universe battlefield, he also left some trump cards for Jian Wushuang. Just like, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Temporal Temple Master's return, it was purely for Jian Wushuang's return. Heavenly Sword Marquis, remember, the token I'm giving you now is extremely difficult to refine. I can only give you this one token at most to save your life. If you use it, there won't be a second one. So, unless it's a life-or-death situation, don't use this token easily. Temporal Temple Master specially warned. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded immediately. Oh, one more thing, Temporal Temple Master said. He flipped his palm and a purple-gold command flag, which was emitting dense space-time power, appeared in his hand. When I left the Saha Island, I brought this heavenly golden flag back. It's a top-tier treasure in space-time and has great power. I used it many times when I was adventuring in the universe battlefield. However, I already have a golden sky painting flag, so it's useless now. Now I'll give this golden sky painting flag to you. I hope you can use its power as soon as possible. With that, Temporal Temple Master waved his hand and threw the golden sky painting flag to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it, but his mind was in a daze. He was surprised by Temporal Temple Master's arrangement today. First, he appointed Jian Wushuang as an inspector, gave him a life-saving command talisman, and now he gave him the golden banner that he had gotten from Green Rock Master on Saha Island. It was equivalent to completely spoiling Jian Wushuang. Of course, Jian Wushuang was flattered. The surrounding principal's masters looked at Jian Wushuang with completely changed expressions. Although they had seen Temporal Temple Master's preference for Jian Wushuang, they had only felt a little bit of emotion. Now that Temporal Temple Master had given him the heavenly golden banner, these principal's masters could no longer calm down. They were more or less envious, even jealous. Yes, when a person who was just a little kid in their eyes had suddenly become their equal, or even higher than them, and had obtained all kinds of resources and treasures that drove them crazy, of course, they would be jealous. Jian Wushuang also saw all of this jealousy. He looked at the Temple Master and saw the faint smile on his face. Jian Wushuang immediately understood. The Temple Master has lived for so many years, and he has always been watertight in dealing with things. He should have known that if he gave me the life-saving talisman and the golden banner in front of so many people, it would definitely attract the jealousy of others. It would bring me a lot of trouble in my future position as an inspector, but the Temple Master still did it. Jian Wushuang understood. In fact, Temporal Temple Master could have given him the life-saving command talisman and the golden sky painting flag. After all, he had been cultivating by Temporal Temple Master's side and had had opportunities, but Temporal Temple Master did not give them to him back then, but now, he had given them to him in front of so many people. Jian Wushuang could guess the meaning behind it. Temple Master wants to train me. He doesn't mind giving me more obstacles in the Temporal Temple. If I can't even pass this small obstacle, how can I compete with the 3 saint realms in the future? Not to mention that I might face a ruler-level expert from the outside world in the future. Jian Wushuang murmured, but at the same time, he had questions. Because under normal circumstances, to make things difficult for the younger generation, or even to deliberately arrange some obstacles to temper the other party, this kind of behavior, usually only in the training of their own successors, that's why I did it. Is the temporal master doing this, to train him to be the next temporal master? Maybe it's possible, Jian Wushuang thought. He knew that the divine beginning realm was no longer attractive to the temporal temple master. The reason why the temporal temple master came back every once in a while was because he was worried about the temporal temple. After all, the temporal temple had a deep foundation, however, there were too few experts. Once they lacked a master-level battle strength like him, it would be difficult to guarantee their safety. Take the battle on Saha Island as an example. If Temporal Temple Master had not arrived in time, the outcome of that battle would have been quite tragic. Because of this, Temporal Temple Master had never ventured into the deepest part of the universe battlefield. Actually, with his strength, he could have gone to the central region of the universe. That place was the paradise for experts like him. Under this premise, if he could cultivate an heir with the strength of a ruler who was qualified to intimidate hundreds of millions of experts in the divine beginning realm, he would not have any worries and could go to the depths of the universe directly. He could even go for tens of millions of years without coming back. Because as long as there was a ruler, the temporal temple could ensure his safety. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and felt bitter. Well, I've told you what I need to tell you. I'll leave the temporal temple to you. Ha ha. The laughter of the temporal temple master echoed in the temple. He slowly disappeared from everyone's sight and soon disappeared completely. Chapter 3340, Patrol Squad Translator. Farewell, Temple Master! Many experts in the hall respectfully sent Temple Master off. After Temple Master disappeared completely. All right, everyone, Temple Master has already left for the universe battlefield, and our space-time shrine is still the same as before. Everyone, carry out your duties and leave. Palace Master Bai Xing waved his hand, then he said, Bat Sung, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you two stay here. The experts in the temple left one after another. When they left, they glanced at Jian Wushuang a few more times, with strange emotions in their eyes. Soon, only Jian Wushuang, Temple Master Bai Xing, and Bat Sung were left in the temple. Heavenly Sword Marquis, congratulations on becoming the 6th inspector of our temporal temple. You also received the life-saving token and the golden sky painting flag from Temple Master. Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are really lucky to be valued so much by the Temple Master. He even gave you a life-saving token and a golden sky painting flag. To be honest, even I am envious of these two things. Bat Sing also smiled. You too, don't you see that the Temple Master seems to have other intentions? Jian Wushuang asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Of course. Bat Sing nodded. It's possible that the Temple Master wants to groom you as his successor. Of course, he may have other motives. As for why, I can't figure it out, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Yes, the Temple Master has always been unpredictable. Now that he deliberately gave you the life-saving command talisman and the heavenly golden banner in front of so many people, he must have his own plans. But these plans shouldn't be bad for you, Bat Sung added. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Bat Sung, you are the supervisor of the temporal temple, and Heavenly Sword Marquis is now your direct subordinate. Tell him something about the supervisor first. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Okay. Bat Sung nodded slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang. The inspector has a very high position in the temporal temple and is responsible for external battles. Under normal circumstances, he should be an expert of the Void 4th Realm, or at least the Void 3rd Realm. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis, although you are only an immortal saint, your strength has long reached the Void 3rd Realm. In addition, you have been cultivating with the Temple Master for 300 years. Even the Temple Master himself said that your strength is not a problem, so it's definitely not a problem. In addition to the position of inspector, there is also a patrol team. Patrol team, Jian Wushuang was stunned. The patrol team is directly under the command of the inspector and fights with him. After all, in the divine beginning realm, although our temporal temple is aloof from worldly affairs, we often fight with some big forces and experts. Once a fight breaks out, the inspector alone will not be enough. We need a large number of experts. A patrol squad consists of 10 principals masters from the second to the first realm of the Void Realm and 100 top-notch immortal saints. Batsang said. 10 principals masters and 100 top-notch immortal saints. Jian Wushuang was intrigued. This squad could be considered very powerful in the divine beginning realm. In the divine beginning realm, only first-rate forces could have such a squad of experts. However, for the temporal temple, this squad T was just one of the patrol squads that were usually responsible for battles. One person can lead 10 principals masters and hundreds of immortal saints to battle outside. It's no wonder that the position of the patrol envoy is very high, and that he's very powerful. Jian Wushuang thought. Our temporal temple has only had 5 patrol envoys before, so naturally, we only have 5 patrol squads. Now that you've become the 6th patrol envoy, our temporal temple naturally has to arrange a patrol squad for you. However, this patrol squad needs a lot of experts. Even our temporal temple will need some time to gather them for you, Batsang said. There's no hurry. I'm just curious. Are all the people in the patrol team members of the temporal temple? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course not. Batsang shook his head with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, it's not like you haven't entered the divine hall of the temporal temple before. The divine seats of the experts of the temporal temple are all there. In total, there are only about 1,000 people. How can there be so many experts in the patrol team? After all, a patrol team needs 100 peak saints, not to mention principals masters. 6 patrol teams make up 600 peak saints. Most of the experts in the patrol team are rule masters, but the peak saints are experts recruited by the temporal temple in the divine beginning realm. We pay them and they fight for us. Is that so? Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and asked. Master Batsang, how long will it take to gather the patrol team? Under normal circumstances, we can gather a complete patrol team within 100 years, Batsang said. That's good. I've been improving my understanding of the principles of time and space with the Temple Master for 300 years, but I rarely have the opportunity to go to the temporal temple. Now that the Temple Master has left, I can go to the temporal temple to cultivate during the 100 years that the patrol team has been established, Jian Wushuang said. No problem. You can cultivate by yourself. When the patrol team is established, Illinois send a message to you. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of cultivation. Anyway, we don't have many opportunities to use the patrol team. You can ask them to wait for you as long as they don't wait too long, Batsang said. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. Soon, Jian Wushuang left the temple and went straight to the principal's temple. In the principal's temple, where the 2 principles of space-time and reincarnation had fused, Jian Wushuang sat down alone in the center of the temple. He took a deep breath, looked around, and sensed that the 2 principles of space-time and reincarnation had slowly fused together. The Principal's Temple. I've been here a few times in the past 300 years, and made a lot of progress. However, I've only stepped into the threshold of fusing the principles of space-time and reincarnation. I only know how to fuse them, but I still need a lot of time to fully fuse them. In the Temporal Temple, I'll need a lot less time. If I'm not mistaken, in about 100 years I should be able to perfectly merge the space-time principles and the samsara principles. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang immediately fell silent in the fusion of the 2 principles. Chapter 33-41 Principles Fusion. Endless fantasy. Time flew by, and 128 years had passed. In the Principal's Temple, Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. On the surface of his divine body, the power of space-time and samsara slowly rose. Under Jian Wushuang's guidance, the two powers of principles began to merge. Gradually, they began to merge. Originally, it was extremely difficult to merge the two different principles, which contained different characteristics. But now, with Jian Wushuang's guidance, the two completely different powers of rules gradually began to merge. From the beginning of the merging, the two completely merged into a new whole, without any distinction between them. It's done! Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of surprise and joy. From being inspired by the complete cycle of heavenly Tao in the Blood Wave Temple, he had stepped into the threshold of the integration of the two rules. In the past 300 years, he had made continuous progress, and the integration of the two principles was getting deeper and deeper. He had completely entered the threshold. Now, after 128 years of cultivation in the Principles Temple, he had finally perfectly integrated the space-time principles and the samsara principles. Now that the two principles were perfectly fused, Jian Wushuang could use the "If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Power of the two different principles at the same time. At the same time, he immediately sensed that after the principles were fused, he had gained another complete power of will. He had gained another complete power of will. Power of will. I had already gained one when I mastered the space-time principles. Now, because of the fusion of the two principles, I have gained another power of will. Together with the life divine power, it is equivalent to one power of will. This is equivalent to 3 powers of will. Moreover, when I use the heaven-cleaving skill, it is enough to provide me with 1 power of will. This is equivalent to 4 powers of will. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He was extremely excited in his heart. Grasping 4 portions of the power of will was something that only void 4th-level experts possessed. Although he was only an immortal saint, when he went all out, he could completely erupt with power that was not inferior to the power of the void 4th level. Moreover, this was only the basic power. An expert and a principles master did not completely rely on the power of will to display his true battle strength. He still had many other methods. For example, the use of the power of principles, such as absolute arts, treasures, secret skills, and so on. Jian Wushuang was absolutely confident in these aspects. It's a pity that although I've made great progress over the years, I still haven't crossed the bottleneck in the reincarnation principles. Jian Wushuang frowned. Previously in the Blood Wave Temple, through the complete heavenly Tao cycle, his comprehension of the reincarnation principles had also greatly improved. He had reached the limit of the immortal saint, and was only 1 step away from completely mastering the reincarnation principles. However, after all these years, he had already fused the 2 principles of time and space with the samsara principles. However, he had encountered a bottleneck in the samsara principles and had not been able to take the last step. Otherwise, he would have been able to obtain another portion of the power of the will. Naturally, his strength could also be stronger. Although I have not completely mastered the samsara principles, there is no need to be too anxious. If I am anxious, it will be harder to break through. Everything will be natural. In addition, I previously obtained a samsara bead from the Light King. It is said that with this samsara bead, I can enter the samsara heaven realm to cultivate. I can also take a look at the samsara heaven realm when I have time. Jian Wushuang stood up with a smile. He walked out of the hall. After walking out of the hall, Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token belonged to Ba Tsang. Jian Wushuang was now the 6th inspector of the Temporal Temple, under the command of Ba Tsang. Of course, he had a message token. When he was still in the Principles Temple fusing the 2 rules, Ba Tsang had sent a message to him saying that the patrol team had been set up and was waiting for him to go. However, he was at the critical stage of fusing the 2 principles at that time. He just replied and did not pay attention to it. It had been 30 years since Ba Tsang had sent him a message. In other words, after the patrol guards had been set up, they had been waiting for him to enter the ranks for 30 years. Now that he had fused the 2 rules, he naturally could not delay any longer. After receiving Jian Wushuang's message, Ba Tsang immediately found him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have stayed in the Principal's temple for 130 years. You have even delayed your appointment to the patrol unit. It seems that you have made some progress, right? Ba Tsang looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Yes, I have made some progress. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. Have you made any progress? Have you merged the two principles of space-time and reincarnation? Ba Tsang asked curiously. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Really? Ba Tsang was surprised. Most of the experts in the patrol team were recruited from the Divine Beginning Realm, so the patrol team was not stationed on the Saha Island, but in a hidden place in the Divine Beginning Realm. It was covered by a restriction. After leaving the Saha Island, Ba Tsang and Jian Wushuang teleported all the way to the camp of the patrol team. Master Ba Tsang. An old man with a child's face and white hair stood respectfully in front of Ba Tsang and Jian Wushuang. Jintong, this is the new inspector of the Temporal Temple, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Ba Tsang introduced. Jintong, greetings, Inspector. I've long heard of your name. Everyone in the Divine Beginning Realm now regards you as the #1 genius. In the Battle of the Heavenly Marquis, you single-handedly injured the Flame Sword Master and the Sorcerer God. It's truly shocking. Jintong Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a dazzling light in his eyes. He kept complimenting Jian Wushuang. You're too kind, Jintong Master. Jian Wushuang greeted him with a smile. Jintong Master is a member of the Temporal Temple. He is responsible for many of the recruitment of the patrolling guards. From now on, you can rest assured that he will handle some simple matters in the patrolling guards. Ba Tsang said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. All right, Jintong, I brought your patrol envoy here. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll take my leave first, Ba Tsang said. Yes, sir. Jintong was extremely respectful. Thank you, Lord Ba Tsang. Jian Wushuang also expressed his gratitude. Ba Tsang immediately turned around and left. Jintong stood in front of Jian Wushuang and said, Sir, our patrol team has 10 Principals Masters and 100 Peak Saints in the camp. Would you like to meet them and greet them first? Sure, you can gather them first, Jian Wushuang instructed. Chapter 33-42 Master True Eyes in the huge camp. There were many towering palaces or lofts standing tall. At this moment, in one of the lofts, 3 figures sat upright by the side of a long table, casually eating and drinking. The two of you, it has already been so long since our patrol unit was established. Why hasn't that patrol inspector shown up yet? One of them asked. Who knows? The other middle-aged man curled his lips. I heard that this patrol envoy is the Heavenly Sword Marquis who started that shocking battle over 400 years ago. In that great battle over 400 years ago, although this Heavenly Sword Marquis is only an immortal saint, his strength is no less than that of the 3 void realms. Moreover, his methods are endless and extraordinary. In the end, he even fought a Saint Realm Master head-on, and even heavily injured a Saint Realm Master. It's simply inconceivable. Seriously injuring a Saint Realm Master? You believe that? The old man, whose eyes were slightly glowing with white light, sneered. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is nothing more than a little fellow who got lucky. He's young and full of vigor. Although he has some talent, if one were to say that his strength is really that amazing, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Pure Eye Master, that Heavenly Sword Marquis combat strength was also the one who heavily injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God. Many people saw it with their own eyes, which is why it caused such a commotion. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Since so many people have verified it, there's definitely nothing wrong with it, the middle-aged man said. Even if that Heavenly Sword Marquis really heavily injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God in that battle, he must have used some special trump cards and methods. This can only mean that he had a fortuitous encounter. However, I don't believe that he can use such a trump card a second time. Master True Eyes, whose eyes were glowing with white light, did not think much of it. That's true. The middle-aged man smiled. However, ever since that battle, Heavenly Sword Marquis has made a name for himself. His current position in the Temporal Temple is extraordinary. I've even heard that even the Temple Master holds him in high regard and even favors him. The position of inspector was appointed by the Temple Master himself. No one can say for sure what such a person will achieve in the future. We'd better behave ourselves under him and not offend him. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what, he's just an immortal saint. Do you really take him seriously? Master True Eyes was still disdainful. Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the other principal's master looked at each other. The two could only smile helplessly. At this moment, a peak saint walked in in front of the Master True Eyes and the other two. He said respectfully, "My lords, Lord True Eyes has ordered me to inform the three of you that the patrol envoy has arrived at the camp. He wants you to meet him immediately." OHP The three principals' masters beside the table were moved. We were just talking about him. Who would have thought that he would arrive in the blink of an eye? The middle-aged man said as he stood up. Since the patrol envoy has arrived, the three of us should go and see him first. The other principal's master also stood up. However, Master True Eyes did not make any movements. Master True Eyes, what are you? The middle-aged man looked over in puzzlement. Humph, this Heavenly Sword Marquis made us wait for him for such a long time. Now that he has arrived, we have to go and see him with just a casual sentence? Who does he think he is? Master True Eyes snorted coldly. Master True Eyes, it doesn't matter whether you think highly of Heavenly Sword Marquis or not, he is still an inspector and our superior. If he wants to see us now, if we don't go, we will be disobeying orders. Although we are not at the stage of a great war, it is not a small crime to openly disobey orders in the camp. The middle-aged man said with a frown. That's right, Master True Eyes. No matter what, let's go and see him first. The other principal's master added. If you want to go, go ahead. I don't intend to go anyway. If he asks, just say that I'm drunk. Let's see what he can do to me, Master True Eyes said coldly. The middle-aged man and the other principal's master looked at each other helplessly. They also knew that Master True Eyes was a proud man because he was extremely talented and had grown up to be a principal's master of the three void realms. Moreover, he was very strong among the three void realms. He only believed in strength, and what he saw. In his eyes, Jian Wushuang was just a little guy, and he was just an immortal saint. As a principal's master of the three void realms, he could not kowtow to an immortal saint. Therefore, when he first learned that Jian Wushuang was the patrol inspector, he felt extremely uncomfortable, not to mention that Jian Wushuang had kept them waiting. Now, he was even more dissatisfied with Jian Wushuang. In that case, the two of us will leave first. The middle-aged man and the other principal's master stopped persuading him and immediately went to see Jian Wushuang. In the open space in the center of the camp, the experts of the patrol team had already lined up in an orderly manner. There were 100 peak saints in a row of 20, forming a total of 5 rows. The principal's masters were standing at the front. At this moment, both the immortal saints and the principal's masters were staring at Jian Wushuang, who was standing at the front, with different gazes. At the same time, many peak saints were secretly discussing among themselves. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis? Yes, that's him. He is the undisputed #1 expert on the True Saint list and the strongest immortal saint in the history of the Divine Beginning realm. It is said that in the battle more than 400 years ago, he fought head-on with many principals masters in the Saint realm without being at a disadvantage. In the end, he even fought with the masters of the Saint realm. So many top experts of the 3 Saint realms couldn't do anything to him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, he's my idol. I wish I could be half as powerful as him. Half? I'll be satisfied as long as I have 1/10 of his strength. The immortal saints chatted and did not conceal their admiration for Jian Wushuang at all. Indeed, the principal's masters might feel a little uncomfortable after hearing about Jian Wushuang's battle record, because the principal's masters had always been far above the immortal saints since ancient times. However, Jian Wushuang, the immortal saint, was an exception. Not only could he stand on equal footing with them, but he was even stronger than many principal's masters. However, the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm were not dissatisfied with Jian Wuxuang at all. They even worshipped him more and more, feeling that Jian Wuxuang had helped them, the immortal saint. This made the principal's masters not dare to look down on them in the future. Chapter 3343. Published at 4th of April, 2022, 2:39 and 28 seconds AM. Chapter 3343. 3343. Chapter 3343. Suppressing Jian Wuxuang crossed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the experts in front of him. Suddenly, his expression changed. He asked, Master True Eyes, shouldn't the patrol team be composed of 10 principal's masters and 100 peak saints? They've seen the 100 peak saints, but why do I only see 9 principal's masters and 1 more random guy? Well, Master True Eyes looked at the principal's masters around him and frowned. Inspector, I've asked my men to inform them. Everyone should have arrived by now, but I don't know why he didn't come. I'll send a message to him now. Master True Eyes was about to send a message. The middle-aged man who had been drinking with Master True Eyes stood up and said, Inspector, Master True Eyes is drunk. Oh, drunk? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows and found it funny. Although good wine could make people drunk, in the divine beginning realm, any cultivator who was slightly stronger could freely control their drunkenness, especially when they had reached the level of principal's master. With a thought, they could make their drunkenness disappear completely. The bottle of wine was enough to make a principal's master lose consciousness completely. He did not even know if there was such wine in the divine beginning realm, so how could Master True Eyes be drunk? Even if he was really drunk, it was probably on purpose. Inspector, this Master True Eyes is too presumptuous. I'll bring him here now, said Master True Eyes. No need. Jian Wuxuang waved his hand. Since this Master True Eyes is unwilling to come to see me, I'll go and see him. You're willing to see him, sir? Master True Eyes was stunned. Lead the way, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Master True Eyes said nothing more and led Jian Wuxuang to the attic where Master True Eyes was. As for the principal's masters of the patrol team, they looked at each other and immediately followed. Let's go and take a look. The Master True Eyes doesn't listen to the order of the patrol master. This is going to be a good show. If were the patrol master, I would definitely teach him a good lesson. While discussing among themselves, the Peak Saints also followed suit. Soon, Jian Wuxuang arrived in front of the attic. Patrol Master, this is the residence of the Clear-Eyed Master. He should be in the attic now, Master True Eyes said. Jian Wuxuang glanced at the attic and sensed the aura of Master True Eyes. He immediately said coldly, Master True Eyes, come out. Do you want me to invite you in personally? Who is it? A dissatisfied voice sounded, and then Master True Eyes walked out of the attic with a red face and a smell of alcohol. But on the surface, it seemed that Master True Eyes was really drunk. True Eyes, how dare you ignore the order of the inspector? He stared at Master True Eyes coldly and shouted. Inspector? Who? Him? Master True Eyes looked like a drunkard. He glanced at Jian Wuxuang from the corner of his eyes and then burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? Isn't he just a young boy at the Saint Realm? How dare you call him an inspector? I don't think I'm drunk. You're drunk. How dare you? How dare you disrespect an inspector? Master True Eyes could not help but shout angrily. In front of everyone in the patrol team, he directly told them that Jian Wuxuang was merely an immortal saint. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this Master True Eyes was deliberately pretending to be crazy, but in fact, he was trying to embarrass Jian Wuxuang. Master True Eyes, right? Jian Wuxuang looked at the Master True Eyes with his hands behind his back. It's me, Master True Eyes replied with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you know your identity? Jian Wuxuang asked indifferently. Of course I do. I'm the captain of the 6th patrol team of the Temporal Temple, Master True Eyes said. Then do you know who I am? Jian Wushuang asked again. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. You! Didn't I tell you that you're just a young boy at the Saint Realm? Yes, you're just an immortal saint. How dare you talk to me? Get out of my way! Master True Eyes scolded. Good, you're really brave. Now that you know your identity, it's easy to deal with you. Now, as the sixth inspector of the Temporal Temple, I order you, Master True Eyes, to disobey my orders. Everyone in the camp is publicly disobeying my orders. Immediately suppress and send you to the 8th level of the boundless prison. You'll never be able to get out, Jian Wushuang said coldly. What? Jian Wushuang's words shocked everyone around him. The boundless prison was a place used by the Temporal Temple to lock up experts. It was also very famous in the divine beginning realm. There were 9 levels in the boundless prison. Each level had some unbearable torture that could even make people break down. It was extremely terrifying. The 8th level of the boundless prison was only inferior to the 9th level. This was definitely a place that made many people tremble in fear. Now, Jian Wushuang had given the order to lock the Master True Eyes directly into the 8th level of the boundless prison. However, Jian Wushuang was now an inspector, and the Master True Eyes was his subordinate. Jian Wushuang indeed had the right to do so, and he had a reason for it. The Master True Eyes openly disobeyed orders. Just this alone, even if Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him, it was reasonable. Although the Master True Eyes only wanted to show off to Jian Wushuang, he did not really want to disobey orders. However, he did do so. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what did you just say? You want to suppress me and put me in the boundless prison? The Master True Eyes was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with raging anger. As for his drunkenness, it had all dissipated. What? Are you clear-headed now? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Does no one understand what I said? Take him down! The surrounding principal's masters were at a loss. Even Master True Eyes was stunned, but he did not come forward immediately. Let's see who dares! Master True Eyes looked around. His aura of the 3 void realms swept across the area. In the end, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. Heavenly Sword Marquis, aren't you lucky enough to be favored by the Temple Master? Now that the Temple Master has gone to the universe battlefield, how dare you be so arrogant? And you want to suppress me in the boundless prison? Ha, what a joke! I, Pure Eye, have been in the Temporal Temple for so many years and have made great contributions. Even Temple Master Bai Xing and Lord Ba Tsung have to think twice before suppressing me. Who do you think you are? The voice of Master True Eyes shook the sky, showing no respect for Jian Wushuang. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3344 gives you a chance. Wuxia World. Site copyright, please visit Wuxia World. Site to support our website. Master True Eyes, you think too highly of yourself? Jian Wushuang sneered at Pure Eye Master. It's true that you've made great contributions to the Temporal Temple, but that doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. I'm the 6th Inspector of the Temporal Temple, and you're my subordinate. I'm going to send you to the boundless prison. Even Temple Master Bai Xing and Lord Ba Tsung won't say a word. If you don't believe me, you can send a message to them right now. See if they'll respond to you. Impossible! Master True Eyes was still confident. However, when he sent a message to Temple Master Bai Xing and Ba Tsung, but they did not reply to him, Master True Eyes panicked. He finally realized that he was wrong. He had thought that his position in the Temporal Temple would not be lower than Jian Wushuang, the immortal saint. However, the truth was that Jian Wushuang's status in the Temporal Temple was extraordinary. Even the Temporal Temple Master valued and favored him, and many people could already see that the Temporal Temple Master wanted to groom Jian Wushuang as his successor. Moreover, with Jian Wushuang's talent, it would not take long for him to become the top expert in the divine beginning realm. It was uncertain whether he could become a ruler, but it was definitely not difficult for him to reach the level of the 6 void realms. Such a figure was not someone that he could compare with. Now, he had already sent a message to Temple Master Bai Xing and Bat Sung, but they had ignored him. Obviously, Temple Master Bai Xing and Bat Sung were on Jian Wushuang's side and had acquiesced in Jian Wushuang's punishment of suppressing him in the boundless prison. Master True Eyes, I know you are not convinced by your strength, so I can give you a fair chance to avoid being accused of using my power to suppress others, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. What chance? Master True Eyes immediately looked at him. In the divine beginning realm, strength is always respected. The reason why you are not convinced by me is because I am only an immortal saint. Therefore I am giving you a chance to fight me one-on-one, and I am standing here. If you can make me take a step back, I will lose. If I lose, not only will I not send you to the boundless prison, but I will also never order you to do anything in the patrol team in the future. In other words, you can do whatever you want in the future, Jian Wushuang said. Really? Master True Eyes stared at Jian Wushuang with a bright light in his eyes. The others looked at each other with rich expressions. Of course I meant what I said. But if you lose, you'll have to accept my punishment, Jian Wushuang said. Sure. If you win, I won't hesitate to kill me, not to mention locking me in the boundless prison. Master True Eyes clenched his hands with excitement. He did not think that he would lose. After all, he was a genuine expert of the 3rd realm of the void. He was also an extremely powerful existence among the 3 realms of the void. Even if he fought against the 4 realms of the void, he could barely hold them off. As for Jian Wushuang, although his battle record from the battle 400 years ago was shocking, everyone knew that there were some special factors behind Jian Wushuang's achievements. As for Jian Wushuang's own battle strength, at most, he was only at the threshold of the 3 realms of void. Even if Jian Wushuang's strength had improved over the past 400 years, as long as he did not break through to become an immortal saint, he should not be that strong. The Master True Eyes estimated that Jian Wushuang's current strength was at the peak of the 3 realms of void, and his strength was about the same as his. However, what Jian Wushuang said just now was that as long as Jian Wushuang was pushed back even one step, he would win. He was not confident that he could defeat Jian Wushuang in a head-on fight, but he was very confident that he could push Jian Wushuang back only one step. After Jian Wushuang and Master True Eyes confirmed that they were going to fight, the experts of the patrol team retreated to the surrounding area to make room for Jian Wushuang and Master True Eyes. At the same time, the people of the patrol team began to discuss among themselves. Who do you think will win? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. I'm not sure. Over 400 years ago, the patrol master's battle strength was already very strong. With his talent, it's impossible that he hasn't made any progress over the years. In terms of strength, the patrol master is probably stronger. However, the patrol master said that as long as the clear-eyed master can force him back a step, he will lose. It's hard to say. Yes, in terms of overall strength, the inspector is definitely stronger. After all, it is said that the inspector of the temporal temple is in the 4th realm of the void. Since he is able to become an inspector, even if he does not have the combat strength of the 4th realm of the void, he should be about the same. However, the Master True Eyes does not want to defeat the inspector head-on. He just needs to think of a way to force the inspector to take a step back. It's hard to say who will win this battle. However, it was proposed by the inspector, so he should be confident. The crowd discussed among themselves. Most of the immortal saints thought that Jian Wushuang would win. After all, these immortal saints had almost blindly worshipped Jian Wushuang, not to mention that Jian Wushuang was only facing the Master True Eyes of the 3rd void realm. Even if Jian Wushuang was facing a master in the 4th or even the 5th realm of the void, they still felt that Jian Wushuang could win. As for the principal's masters, they also thought that Jian Wushuang might be stronger, but the result of this battle was still hard to say. In the center of the camp, there was already a huge battlefield. On both sides of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the Master True Eyes were facing each other from a distance. Clear Eye Master, you go first. Jian Wushuang looked at Master True Eyes indifferently without any pressure. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you asked for it. Master True Eyes smiled coldly. His eyes turned cold, and a strong aura swept out from his body. This aura stirred the world, and in an instant, it formed a huge storm. This Heavenly Sword Marquis, to be able to produce such a battle record over 400 years ago, he definitely has some strength. Unfortunately, he is too arrogant. Master True Eyes muttered. I won't tangle with him any longer. I'll directly use my strongest attack. As long as I can force him to retreat, this battle will be my victory. Master True Eyes made up his mind. In an instant, endless divine power surged up and began to gather at an astonishing speed. At the same time, a pair of pitch-black gloves appeared on Master True Eye's hands. Large amounts of space-time principle energy gathered on the gloves. Chapter 3345 Power Suppression Wuxia World. Site copyright, please visit Wuxia World. Site to support our website. There's another principle of space-time, it should be the principles of gold. Jian Wushuang stood where he was and looked at Master True Eyes calmly. He could feel that besides the power of the principles of space-time, there were also the principles of gold in Master True Eyes' hand. Gold was extremely strong and invincible. Under normal circumstances, experts who comprehended the principles of gold were very good at attacking power. And this Master True Eyes had already completely grasped the principles of gold. Although these two principles had yet to completely fuse together, gold and space-time could still achieve the basic superposition of power. Heavenly Sword Marquis, today I'll let you see the strongest move I've created with 1,000,000 years of effort, the gold-splitting palm. Boom! The world suddenly shook. The power of gold and space-time gathered in Master True Eyes' palm instantly exploded out, carrying a total of 3 portions of his willpower. A suffocating power suddenly appeared in the world. It was a huge golden handprint. This golden handprint contained both the power of gold and the power of space-time. The power of gold and the power of space-time complemented each other. Not only was the power of the attack extremely powerful, but its speed was also astonishing. The huge golden handprint pressed down on Jian Wushuang in all directions. Although he had not come close, Jian Wushuang had already felt an extraordinary pressure. The surrounding spectators were all shocked when they saw the golden handprint. In their opinion, the Master True Eyes move could probably be compared to some experts of the Void Fourth Realm in terms of power alone. The inspector is overconfident this time. I'm afraid only experts of the Void Fourth Realm can withstand such a powerful move head-on and not take a step back. This Master True Eyes is really powerful. Many people were secretly amazed. However, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change at all when he saw the golden handprint attacking him. When the golden handprint appeared in front of Jian Wushuang slowly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Blood Mountain sword. In his body, the life divine power was activated instantly, and the 2 parts of the will power that Jian Wushuang had grasped suddenly erupted at this moment. Wushuang Sword Manual, Shi Xiang! Whoosh! The Blood Mountain sword suddenly unsheathed, and a scarlet sword light flashed in the void like blood-red lightning and directly struck the golden handprint. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. A terrifying power burst out from the scarlet sword light, almost instantly splitting the golden handprint into 2 halves. Then the sword light crazily swept in all directions, crushing the golden handprint into pieces. It turned into a vast amount of divine power and disappeared from the world. After the power subsided, Jian Wushuang still stood there and did not take a step back. As for Master True Eyes, he staggered backward. After a long while, Master True Eyes regained his balance. How is this possible? Master True Eyes looked up at Jian Wushuang again, his face full of shock and disbelief. He had never expected that his strongest attack could not force Jian Wushuang to take a step back. After all, he had comprehended the principles of gold, which was very good at attacking. His sword attacked just now. Master True Eyes recalled the sword attack that Jian Wushuang had just performed. In that sword attack, he clearly felt two completely different powers of principles. However, these two powers of principles were perfectly fused together, and they were completely indistinguishable from each other. The fusion of principles? Heavenly Sword Marquis has already fused two principles? Moreover, he has clearly mastered three portions of the power of his will. In terms of basic divine power, he, an immortal saint, is actually stronger than me? The Master True eyes widened, his heart was filled with shock. He did not know that although Jian Wushuang was only an immortal saint, his basic divine power was stronger than that of an ordinary principles master because of his perfect life level. In addition, the secret skills he had cultivated had greatly increased his power. Since both sides had mastered three parts of the power of will, his basic power naturally had a great advantage. In terms of ultimate moves, although the move Pure Eye Master used was the strongest move he had created, Jian Wushuang's first move of Shixian was also the strongest move in the Peerless Sword Manual. Moreover, he had cultivated with Temporal Temple Master for 300 years. His swordsmanship has already stepped into the third level of derivation of all things. In swordsmanship, the 7 sword styles of the Peerless Swordsmanship have all been elevated to the level of Principles Master. In other words, in terms of the power of the absolute art, Jian Wushuang's Shixian move was not much different from the giant golden handprint of the Master True Eyes. However, what really determined the huge gap between the two sides, or is it the fusion of the two principles in Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship? After the two principles were combined, not only would there be an additional power of will, but the power of the fusion of the two different principles would also be much stronger than just superimposing the two principles. For example, in the Bloodwave realm, when Light King fought with Dihao barely superimposed the two principles, while Light King perfectly combined the two principles. As a result, the two sides were on completely different levels. Now that Jian Wushuang had used the power of the fusion of the two principles, of course, he was much stronger than Master True Eyes, who had only superimposed the space-time principles and the gold principles. Therefore, in this collision, Master True Eyes was completely defeated. Because of the huge difference in power between them, Jian Wushuang did not suffer much impact, so he did not take a step back. Master True Eyes, as a principles master in the 3 realms of the void, you can't only have this much strength, right? Show me all your other skills. Jian Wushuang looked at Master True Eyes indifferently. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't be happy too early. Master True Eyes gritted his teeth, but his mind was racing. Heavenly Sword Marquis has also mastered 3 parts of the power of will, and his basic strength is stronger than mine. The key is that he has fused 2 principles. I will definitely be crushed by him in a head-on collision. Therefore, I can only rely on speed and movement skills to catch him off guard and force him to retreat. At the thought of this, Master True Eyes' figure instantly flickered, and dense golden and space-time principles burst out at the same time. When a layer of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the world. This golden light was incomparably dazzling, and for a time, it completely blocked the line of sight of the many experts present. After the golden light dissipated, everyone looked again and discovered that in the center of the battlefield, a total of 8 figures had appeared out of nowhere. These 8 figures were none other than the 8 Master True Eyes whose bodies were covered in a layer of golden light. In addition to the original Pure Eye Master, a total of 9 Master True Eyes had appeared in front of everyone. These 9 Master True Eyes, regardless of whether they were seen with the naked eye or sensed with their soul energy, were all exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Chapter 3346, Defeated. 9 Master True Eyes? Why do they look exactly the same? Is this a space-time illusion body or a clone secret technique? The many experts watching the battle looked at the 9 Master True Eyes who had appeared in the middle of the battlefield in astonishment. The 9 Principles Masters on the battlefield immediately saw through it. This should be a time-space conversion, transforming one area of time-space into 9 areas of time-space at the same time, Master True Eyes said solemnly. In the center of the battlefield, The 9 Master True Eyes maintained the same expression as they stared at Jian Wuxuang with cold eyes. Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed powerful, but he hasn't cultivated for long and hasn't mastered the space-time principles for a long time. His application of the space-time principles must be very crude. Now I've created 8 phantoms with the space-time conversion and my original body. He won't be able to distinguish the 9 phantoms at the same time. As long as he can't distinguish them, he won't be able to resist them. Master True Eyes sneered. The next moment, the 9 Master True Eyes attacked at the same time. Whoosh! 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 The 9 Master True Eyes were incredibly fast. They attacked Jian Wuxuang from all directions at the same time. Their expressions and actions were exactly the same, even the power of the gold and space-time principles in their hands were exactly the same. The 9 Master True Eyes reached out their hands at the same time. The gold and space-time principles in their hands overlapped each other. In an instant, a golden light flashed and rushed toward Jian Wuxuang like a golden sun. The key was that the 9 Master True Eyes attacked at the same time. It was 9 giant golden suns. His aura and attack power are exactly the same. He definitely can't block this attack. The Master True Eyes was very confident. However, Jian Wuxuang turned around and looked at the original body of Master True Eyes with a mocking look. What? Master True Eyes was shocked. Jian Wuxuang had already struck. Whoosh! The swift and fierce strike, which also contained the power of the 2 principles of space-time and reincarnation, instantly struck Master True Eyes' golden palm. In an instant, the golden light dimmed, and Master True Eyes' entire palm was cut off. A majestic power hit Master True Eyes' body, causing him to tremble violently and retreat in a sorry state. Impossible! This is impossible! After Master True Eyes steadied himself, he let out a few roars. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Jian Wuxuang. How can you see through my illusionary body formed by space-time transformation? Unless your application of space-time principles is better than mine. But how is this possible? Master True Eyes did not believe it. He had cultivated for millions of years and had long mastered the space-time principles. He had always been quite skilled in the application of space-time principles. Although he was still at the level of space-time transformation, however, he had already mastered the use of space-time conversion very well. How long had Jian Wuxuang mastered the space-time principles? It had only been a few hundred years. In a few hundred years, Jian Wuxuang's use of the space-time principles had already surpassed his? Of course, he could not believe it. Master True Eyes, I've said that you think too highly of yourself. Similarly, you underestimate me too much. You think that everyone has mastered the space-time principles for hundreds of thousands of years like you, but in the end, your use of the space-time principles is still at this level? Jian Wuxuang sneered, then his figure suddenly froze. Buzz, buzz, the same scene appeared. One after another, illusions formed by space-time conversion appeared on the battlefield. At a glance, there were a total of 9 figures. Master True Eyes, you just used space-time conversion. Now come and see my space-time conversion. I wonder if you can find my original body from these illusions. Jian Wuxuang smiled, then the 9 figures moved directly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The 9 Jian Wuxuang flew rapidly in the battlefield, but they did not intend to attack at once. Master True Eyes stared at the 9 figures around him. He tried his best to find Jian Wuxuang's original body, but he soon found that he could not find any flaws. The 9 Jian Wuxuang were in his perception. They were exactly the same. Is his use of the space-time principles better than mine? Master True Eyes could not help thinking. But suddenly, a chill appeared behind him without any warning. Oh no! Master True Eyes' expression changed drastically, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Buzz! The cold sword tip carried a shocking power, and easily pierced through the surface of Master True Eye's body. However, just as the sword tip was about to enter the divine body of Master True Eyes, it suddenly stopped. Jian Wushuang had appeared behind the Master True Eyes at some point. He held the sword in one hand and said coldly, "Master True Eyes, you've lost!" Lost? Master True Eye's eyes widened in disbelief. However, he quickly calmed down. He turned around and stared at Jian Wushuang. "Shadowless escape art, it's shadowless escape art." "Yes, shadowless escape art." Jian Wushuang smiled. The shadowless escape art of the Blood Blade Master was one of Jian Wushuang's trump cards. More than 400 years ago, his mastery of the shadowless escape art was still in the initial stage, and he could not hide it from the sole perception of the principal's master. However, after years of dedicated cultivation, Jian Wushuang's strength had soared, especially his use of the space-time principles. Naturally, his mastery of the shadowless escape art had also improved. Now, his mastery of shadowless escape art had reached a profound realm. Although he was far from the exceptional realm, which was the peak of the Blood Blade Master, he was still very terrifying. At the very least, he was an ordinary principal's master. He could not sense his existence at all. Even an expert of the three realms of the void like Master True Eyes could not detect him. To understand now. Your use of the principles of space-time is not much better than mine. At most, you are just as good as me. At most, you are slightly better than me. That's why you can see through my illusory body formed by space-time conversion. The reason why I can't see through your illusory body formed by space-time conversion is that the 9 figures are all illusory bodies, and your original body has already used the shadowless escape art to hide in the surroundings. Of course, I can't see through it, Master True Eyes said. You're right. Unfortunately, it's too late, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Master True Eyes was right. Although his use of the space-time principles had improved tremendously over the past 400 years, it was not so far beyond Master True Eyes. The reason why Master True Eyes could not see his original body was because he had already used the shadowless escape art. Chapter 3347 Faith. They've lost this battle. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Lord Inspector, no matter what you do to me, I will accept it. Although Master True Eyes was still holding his hands tightly, his body was still trembling, but there was no anger in his heart. He had indeed lost this battle. He had lost too miserably because he could not force Jian Wushuang to take half a step back. He had used all his skills, whether it was the direct power or the use of the space-time principles, but he had been crushed by Jian Wushuang. Especially the last 9 illusions. He felt that he had been completely fooled by Jian Wushuang. There was nothing to say. Jian Wushuang had completely defeated him with his strength. Master True Eyes had lost his temper. He stood there dispiritedly, waiting for Jian Wushuang to punish him. But at this time, the others came up to plead for Master True Eyes. Inspector, although Master True Eyes offended you, it was only a spur of the moment. Moreover, Master True Eyes has contributed a lot to our temporal temple, so I hope you can be lenient with him, Master True Eyes said first. Yes, although the Master True Eyes has done it before, he didn't deliberately disobey orders. I hope you can show mercy, the middle-aged man who had been drinking with the Master True Eyes said. Inspector. The other principal's masters also pleaded for mercy. It was obvious that although the Master True Eyes was a little arrogant, he had a good reputation and good relationships with other experts of the same level. The reason why he offended Jian Wushuang this time was mainly because he was not convinced that Jian Wushuang was only a Saint Realm expert. In his heart, he had no intention of disobeying orders. Looking at the principal's masters who were pleading with him, Jian Wushuang looked indifferent, but he smiled in his heart. He knew what Master True Eyes was thinking. The reason why he fought with Master True Eyes and even said that he would win as long as Master True Eyes could force him to retreat was to intimidate the experts present. He knew very well that he was only an immortal saint. Although he had an amazing battle record from more than 400 years ago, there were many reasons for that. It did not prove his true strength, so it was difficult to convince the public. Jian Wushuang was well aware of this. He had long guessed that he would encounter some trouble if he took the position of inspector and successfully led the patrol team. Therefore, he was mentally prepared. The appearance of the Master True Eyes was within his expectations. As for the Master True Eyes himself, Jian Wushuang was not too angry. On the contrary, he used the Master True Eyes to intimidate everyone in the patrol team. He believed that after today's battle, no one in the patrol team would dare to disobey his orders. After all, strength was the most important thing in this world, and he had proved it to everyone with his strength. He was qualified to be an inspector. As for the final punishment of Master True Eyes, Jian Wushuang had already made a decision in his heart. Master True Eyes, because it's my first time in the camp and I haven't really taken up the position of an inspector, your disobedience is not considered as much. However, there is no doubt that you have offended me. I originally planned to send you to the 8th level of the boundless prison for hundreds of thousands of years to appease my hatred. However, since Shintong and the others have pleaded on your behalf, I can spare your life. Men, send Master True Eyes to the 5th level of the boundless prison and imprison him for 100 years. Jian Wushuang ordered. Hearing Jian Wushuang's punishment, the surrounding principal's masters heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Although Jian Wushuang still punished Master True Eyes in the end, the punishment was obviously much lighter than what he had previously said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Previously, Jian Wushuang had planned to lock Master True Eyes up in the 8th level of the boundless prison. The 8th level was a place that made many principal's masters tremble in fear, and it had been more than 100,000 years. But now, it was only the 5th level of the boundless prison. The torture of the 5th level was already tolerable for ordinary principal's masters, not to mention that only 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye for Master True Eyes. Jian Wushuang's punishment was only 1 or 2 punishments for Master True Eyes, which was already very generous. True Eyes, why don't you hurry up and thank the patrol master for his mercy? Shintong said. Master True Eyes also reacted. He looked at Jian Wushuang with a complicated expression, and then bowed respectfully. Clear Eye, thank you, Inspector. Get up, Master True Eyes. I hope you can reflect on yourself in the boundless prison. Think carefully and come back to me in 100 years, Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Master True Eyes was no longer arrogant. He was only respectful. Soon Master True Eyes left. Jian Wushuang had met with many experts of the patrol team. The key was that he had shocked everyone with his absolute strength. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied with the result. Then, Jian Wushuang ordered everyone to leave. The immortal saints of the patrol team were still talking about the battle when they left. Our inspector is too strong. Yes, I heard that the Master True Eyes is a very strong principal's master. But in front of the inspector, he can't fight back at all. The gap is too big. Don't forget that the inspector is just an immortal saint, who is at the same realm as us. Tut tut, the immortal saint is so powerful. It's incredible. Everyone was amazed. After this meeting, the experts of the patrol team, from the principal's masters to the immortal saints, were completely convinced by Jian Wushuang. In the future, Jian Wushuang would not be hindered in leading this patrol team. In the center of the camp, there was a towering palace, which was where Jian Wushuang lived. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was sitting in front of a table, holding a token in his hand. He was communicating with Ba Tsang. Lord Ba Tsang, don't worry. I'd only imprisoned the Master True Eyes in the 5th level of the boundless prison for 100 years, Jian Wushuang said. Well, I knew you could handle it properly. I didn't pay attention to him when he sent me a message, Ba Tsang said with a smile. By the way, since True Eyes has been sent to the boundless prison, your patrol team will lose a principal's master. They'll get someone to replace him immediately. Chapter 33-48 Mission. Immediately? Jian Wushuang frowned. Lord Ba Tsang, the Master True Eyes will only be imprisoned in the boundless prison for 100 years. There's no need for another Principal's Master to come, right? If your patrol team is fine, there's no need to be anxious. But now, Heavenly Sword Marquis, your patrol team will have a mission soon. Since there's a mission, it's natural to ensure the integrity of the patrol team, Ba Sung said. There is a mission so soon? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. As far as he knew, the patrol team was responsible for fighting for the Temporal Temple. However, because the Temporal Temple was one of the 3 freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning Realm, it was an absolute overlord, and few people dared to provoke it. Naturally, there was less competition. Usually, the patrol team did not have too many things to do, and they would only go on missions occasionally. Now that he had just taken over as the patrol inspector, he immediately had a mission. It could only be said that he was very lucky. Yes, there is a mission. Moreover, this mission is probably not easy, so I have asked the Sword Dragon Master to rush over as quickly as possible. He should be able to reach you in less than half a day. You can gather the patrol guards now and set off as soon as the Sword Dragon Master arrives, Ba Sung said. Where is the mission location? Jian Wushuang asked. It's in the second heaven. As for the details of the mission, I'll explain it to you later. You can gather the guards now, Ba Sung instructed. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. As soon as Jian Wushuang gave the order, the experts of the patrol team gathered again. The 100 superior saints and the 9 principals masters soon arrived. Sword Dragon Master was an ancient and powerful principals master. In terms of strength, he was considered very strong among the 3 void realms. He could take over the position of Master True Eyes. The combat strength of the patrol team did not weaken at all. After Sword Dragon Master arrived, Jian Wushuang ordered everyone to head to the second heaven. On the way to the second heaven, Ba Sung also told Jian Wushuang the details of the mission. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are going to the Amethyst Fog Sea of the second heaven. Long ago, the Amethyst Fog Sea was the base of the Amethyst Demon Sect, the overlord of the second heaven. At its peak, the Amethyst Demon Sect was comparable to the Octagonal Heaven Sect of the third heaven, or even stronger. However, for some unknown reason, the Amethyst Demon Sect provoked the Flame Saint Realm, one of the 3 great Saint Realms. Under the leadership of the Flame Saint Master, the Amethyst Demon Sect was completely annihilated, and the entire sect was reduced to a wasteland. Almost all of the experts of the Amethyst Demon Sect were killed. However, although the Amethyst Demon Sect was annihilated, the various resources and treasures that the Amethyst Demon Sect had accumulated over the years were not obtained by the Flame Saint Realm. Instead, they completely disappeared with the destruction of the Amethyst Demon Sect. Pausing for a while, Ba Sung continued. There are rumors that the Amethyst Demon Sect's many treasures were taken away by the surviving experts of the Amethyst Demon Sect. However, there are also rumors that the treasure of the Amethyst Demon Sect is hidden in the Amethyst Fog Sea. It's just that it's too secretive, and no one has found it yet. Because of this rumor, experts often venture into the Amethyst Fog Sea in the Divine Beginning Realm to try their luck. However, they haven't found much. But not long ago, a few immortal saints from the Temporal Temple obtained a special token by chance. They recognized that it was related to the destroyed Amethyst Demon Sect, so they took it to the Amethyst Fog Sea. Unexpectedly, they found a secret realm hidden in the Amethyst Fog Sea. Mystic realm of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The resources and wealth accumulated by the Amethyst Demon's doctrine over a long period of time have never been found, and now the several immortal saints of the Temporal Temple have found a secret realm of heaven and earth in the Amethyst Fog Sea through the keepsake. This secret realm of heaven and earth. It's probably where the treasure is. What happened after that? Did the immortal saints from the Temporal Temple enter the secret land of heaven and earth to investigate? Jian Wushuang asked. Not yet, Ba Sung said. Although they found the secret realm, it would take at least 2 or 3 principals masters to open it. They are just immortal saints, so how could they do that? So they sent a message to the Temporal Temple at once. But when the temple was about to send principals masters to open the secret realm, the major force around the Amethyst Fog Sea, Xiaoyao Mansion, got the news from God knows where. They sent a large number of experts and occupied the secret realm. They also chased away the little guys from the temporal temple. Xiaoyao Mansion? That name sounds familiar. Jian Wushuang murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed. I remember. It's Master Xiaoyao. He came from Xiaoyao Mansion, and I heard from Temple Master Bai Xing that Xiaoyao Mansion is a powerful overlord in the second heaven. Yes, Xiaoyao Mansion is a top force in the entire divine beginning realm. Since the Amethyst Demon sect was destroyed, the territory around the Amethyst Fog Sea has been under its control. No one from the sects in the second heaven dares to provoke Xiaoyao Mansion, so it's considered a great overlord. However, Xiaoyao Mansion has offended the temporal temple this time. It's not tactful, Batsang said coldly. Jian Wushuang also nodded secretly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Although the Carefree Mansion was an overlord in the second heaven, it was nothing compared to the temporal temple. Usually, the temporal temple kept a low profile and would not take the initiative to provoke other sections. However, it was not something that ordinary sects in the divine beginning realm could easily provoke. For example, this time, the Carefree Mansion took the initiative to provoke the temporal temple. It was indeed overestimating itself. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the immortal saints of the temporal temple are waiting around the Amethyst Fog Sea. You will lead the patrol team to take back the secret realm of heaven and earth. If the people of the Carefree Mansion know what's good for them, then let's teach them a lesson. The temporal temple is not a place that they can provoke. Batsang said in a deep voice. See. Jian Wushuang understood. The temporal temple did not seek hegemony, but it did not mean that it was easy to bully. On the contrary, the temporal temple was never at a disadvantage. In the Bloodwave realm, when Temple Master Bai Xing learned that the three saint realms had attacked Jian Wushuang, he immediately thought of ways to kill the principal masters of the three saint realms in the universe battlefield. This time, the Carefree Mansion had become the target of the temporal temple. Chapter 3349 Amethyst Fog Sea. Under Jian Wushuang's personal leadership, the 6th patrol team arrived at the second heaven in the shortest time. When they arrived at the border of the Amethyst Fog Sea, the temporal temple was the first to discover that several immortal saints from the mystic realm of heaven and earth were already waiting for them. The person in the lead happened to be an acquaintance of Jian Wushuang. "Ha, brother Heavenly Marquis!" A hearty laughter rang out as a burly man in red armor walked up to Jian Wushuang. "You, long time no see." Jian Wushuang also revealed a smile. You have to call me Inspector now." Another person walked over. "Duan Lang, you're here too?" Jian Wushuang looked at him. Duan Lang and Yu had gone to the Bloodwave world with him before, so they had a good relationship, especially Duan Lang. When Jian Wushuang had just received the quota to go to the Bloodwave realm, Duan Lang had fought with Jian Wushuang because he was not convinced. Originally, both Duan Lang and Yu were not far from Jian Wushuang. However, after the trip to the Bloodwave realm, Jian Wushuang had become a top expert in the divine beginning realm. He was well known throughout the world and was extremely famous. Soon after arriving at the Space-Time Temple, he was appointed as an inspector. Yu and Duan Lang were also aware of this news. "Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, and Fei Xue, where are they?" Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. "Among the 6 people who went to the Bloodwave Temple with us, Di Hao has become a principal's master. Although you haven't made a breakthrough, your battle strength is stronger than Di Hao's. You're not on the same level as us. As for Qian Hongzi and Fei Xue, Qian Hongzi has been in closed-door cultivation since he came back from the Bloodwave realm. He hasn't come out until now. Fei Xue has gone out alone. Yu and one are fine. We just happened to get a token from the Amethyst Demon sect, so we came here to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing," Duan Lang said. "As for the people of the Carefree Mansion, although they have occupied the secret realm, it is very stable. If I'm not wrong, to open the secret realm, not only do they need the help of several principal's masters, but they also need the help of the token. Although there are enough principal's masters in the Carefree Mansion, they cannot enter the secret realm without the token. That is to say, no one has been able to enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth until now. Even if it's really the resources and wealth accumulated by the Amethyst Demon sect over a long period of time, no one has been able to get into it? Jian Wuxuang's eyes lit up. That's right. Duan Lang nodded. Haha, that's great. The Carefree Mansion thought that they would chase you away and then immediately enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth to search for treasures. By then, even if the experts of the Temporal Temple arrived, they would have already looted all the treasures in the mystic realm of heaven and earth, so they could completely deny it. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, without the token, they can't enter the mystic realm of heaven and earth. They are doomed to fail. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Duan Lang, do you remember how to get to the mystic realm of heaven and earth? Jian Wuxuang looked at Duan Lang. Of course I do. Duan Lang nodded. Well, you and Yi lead the way. Let's go and meet the people of the Carefree Mansion, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Okay. Duan Lang and Yu were very excited. They were reluctant when they were chased away by the people of the Carefree Mansion. They were also very angry and aggrieved. Now, when Jian Wuxuang's patrol team finally arrived, they naturally wanted to go to the mystic realm of heaven and earth to get back at them. Under the guidance of Duan Lang and Yu, the group directly entered the Amethyst Fog Sea and quickly flew toward the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Before long, they had arrived at the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Jian Wuxuang had also sensed the existence of the experts of Carefree Mansion. Chapter 3350 Acquaintances. The Amethyst Fog Sea, which had calmed down a long time ago, became restless again because of the appearance of the secret realm of heaven and earth. A large amount of hazy purple fog filled every corner of the world. In the center of the Amethyst Fog Sea, a complete secret realm of heaven and earth had appeared in front of the world. At this moment, around this secret realm of heaven and earth, many experts from the Xiaoyao Mansion were gathered there, with 2 people in the lead. Damn it, what's going on with this secret realm of heaven and earth? The 6 principals masters of the Xiaoyao Mansion attacked at the same time, but they were actually unable to open this secret realm of heaven and earth? A handsome young man wearing a luxurious silver robe secretly gritted his teeth. His expression was also quite unsightly. This secret realm is different from ordinary secret realms. Not only does it have secret realm defensive methods, but most importantly, it is also covered with a layer of special restriction. The level of this restriction is extremely high. Unless there is an expert of the 5th or 6th level of the void, it would be too difficult for us to break this restriction by ourselves. The long-browed elder with narrowed eyes said. Have you asked the person who sent us the message? The handsome young man asked. Yes, I have. According to him, he was only invited by the Peak Saints to lead the way here because he was familiar with the Amethyst Fog Sea. As for the purpose of the Peak Saints, he didn't know. Later, when the secret realm of heaven and earth was born, he thought that the Peak Saints were just lucky, so he sent us the message without thinking too much. The long-browed old man explained in a deep voice. From the looks of it, those Peak Saints shouldn't be that simple. They might have come to the Amethyst Fog Sea to look for opportunities, and they might even have a special token to open this heaven and earth secret realm. Bastard, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let those people go. The handsome man cursed. Young master, no matter what, those people are from the Temporal Temple. They have already told us their identities. The Temporal Temple knows that they are here. Now that we have forcefully occupied this secret realm, we have already offended the Temporal Temple. If we force those Peak Saints to stay in force or kill them, we will have completely offended the Temporal Temple. There is nothing we can do to let them go, the long-browed elder said. The Temporal Temple. The handsome man's eyes were cold. However, when he thought about the difference in strength between the Xiaoyao Mansion and the Temporal Temple, he felt helpless. Without the token, we won't be able to open this heaven and earth secret realm. Doesn't that mean that not only did we come all the way here for nothing, but we've also offended the Temporal Temple? The handsome man said. That's right. But it's still too early to say that. After all, the heaven and earth secret realm is still in our hands. Before the experts of the Temporal Temple arrive, we can think of ways to open the heaven and earth's secret realm. For example, we can invite experts above the 5th level of the void realm to open the heaven and earth's secret realm by force. Or we can invite master-level experts who are good at restraining arrays. It's also possible to open the heaven and earth's secret realm, the long-browed elder said. Many people were still talking about the astonishing achievements of Heavenly Sword Marquis on the Saha Island. He was a super figure who had fought head-on against the Flames Saint Master and the Sorcerer God and severely injured them. A man's life was like the shadow of a tree. Even the Principal's master could not calm down after hearing the name of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Young Master Xiaoyao, long time no see. Jian Wushuang looked at the handsome man with a teasing smile. That's right, the handsome man was young Master Xiaoyao, the #1 genius of Xiaoyao Mansion and the personal disciple of the Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion. However, hundreds of years had passed, and young Master Xiaoyao was still a saint. He was no longer comparable to Jian Wushuang. Jian, Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you doing here? Master Xiaoyao asked, suppressing the fear in his heart. What? Jian Wushuang smiled. Am now the 6th Inspector of the Temporal Temple. Am leading the 6th Patrol Team to fight for the Temporal Temple. Don't you know why I'm leading the patrol team to the Amethyst Fog Sea? Master Xiaoweo's face was gloomy. Of course, he knew why Jian Wushuang came, but he could not say it right away. Master Xiaoyao, the secret realm behind you was found by the people of the Temporal Temple. After finding it, your Xiaoyao Mansion immediately sent experts to chase away our people and take the secret realm for yourself. Isn't that a bit too overbearing? Or do you think my Temporal Temple is easy to bully? Jian Wushuang shouted coldly. Master Xiaoweo's body trembled. Before he could speak, the long-browed elder beside him immediately said, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. How dare my Xiaoyao Mansion disrespect the Temporal Temple? Chapter 3351, Attack. You are Shirin Master of Xiaoyao Mansion, right? Jian Wushuang glanced at the long-browed elder. I heard that you are the strongest person in Xiaoyao Mansion besides Marquis Xiaoyao. Your words should be able to represent Xiaoyao Mansion. However, you just said that it was a misunderstanding. Hope you can explain it clearly. What kind of misunderstanding? Jian Wushuang had already obtained information about many experts of the Xiaoyao Mansion on his way here because he knew that he was facing the Xiaoyao Mansion. Of course, he also knew about the long-browed elder, Master Shirin. Master Shirin was a very strong expert of the 3rd realm of the void. It was said that his battle strength had reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the void. In the Xiaoyao Mansion, his strength was only slightly weaker than Marquis Xiaoyao. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, at first, our Xiaoyao Mansion didn't know that those little guys were from your Temporal Temple. Later, although they revealed their identities, they only revealed their movement skills and didn't show anything to prove it. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, you also know that in the Divine Beginning realm, especially in times of crisis, it's common for people to pretend to be disciples of big sections. Our Xiaoyao Mansion has encountered this many times before, Master Shirin said, before he could finish his words. So, you just chased away the people of the Temporal Temple? Jian Wushuang looked over. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, the Amethyst Fog Sea is the territory of our Xiaoyao Mansion. Before we can confirm the identities of these little guys, we have to ensure that the secret realm of heaven and earth is not occupied in advance, Master Shirin said. Master Shirin, there is indeed a misunderstanding. Now that I have personally shown up and proved that the immortal saints are from our Temporal Temple, you should be able to return the secret realm to us, right? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Return? Master Shirin was stunned. Jian Wushuang used the word return to express his position. It meant that the secret realm was first discovered by the Temporal Temple, which meant that it belonged to the Temporal Temple. The Xiaoyao Mansion was only temporarily in charge of the Temporal Temple. Now that the Temporal Temple had sent people, the Xiaoyao Mansion had to leave immediately? Although this was reasonable, if they were to leave just like that, they would be too unwilling. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, no matter what, the Amethyst Fog Sea is the territory of our Xiaoyao Mansion. This is our territory, And our Xiaoyao mansion is one of the top overlords in the second heaven. It's a top force even in the divine beginning realm. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, aren't you going too far by not giving our Xiaoyao mansion face? Master Shireen said. Too much? Haha, so what if I'm too much for a mere Xiaoyao mansion? Do you really think that the temporal temple is easy to bully by snatching our things and chasing our people away? Jian Wushuang gave a hearty smile, then he gave a direct order. Sergeants, listen up. Kill them and take back the secret realm of heaven and earth. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Kin! Haha, brothers, kill them! How dare a mere Xiaoyao mansion steal from the temporal temple? They are courting death. The 6th patrol team, 10 principals masters, 100 peak saints Yiyu, Duan Lang, and a few others swarmed out after hearing Jian Wushuang's order. They did not give the Xiaoyao mansion any chance at all. Seeing Jian Wushuang's order to attack and the many experts charging at the same time, the people of the Xiaoyao mansion were shocked. Oh no! Master Shireen's expression also changed drastically. He looked at Master Xiaoyao and said, Master, step back first. The others, stop them. Chapter 3352, Marquis Xiaoyao arrives. Boom. As powerful auras rose, the patrol team of the Temporal Temple and the experts of Xiaoyao Mansion immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Sword Heaven Marquis, you are too much. This is the territory of our Xiaoyao Mansion. You are not allowed to be presumptuous. Master Shireen shouted. As soon as he finished his words, a thick aura rose from his body. It carried the pressure of the peak of the third realm of the void and directly pressed toward Jian Wushuang. Master Shireen also rushed toward Jian Wushuang at the first moment. Too far? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. When he saw Master Shireen coming toward him, his aura suddenly soared, and he activated his life divine power. At the same time, he also used the heaven-cleaving skill. Jian Wushuang, who had mastered 2 parts of the will, could rival the 3 realms of the void after using his life divine power. Once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, he could reach the level of the 4 realms of the void. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. Whoosh! A scarlet sword light with extreme violence swept out in an instant. Like a blood-red thunderbolt, it directly crushed toward Master Shireen, who was rushing toward him. Master Shireen took out a huge hammer. The 2 principles of earth and lightning pervaded this huge hammer. Even though they had yet to fuse together, its power was still exceptionally shocking. Hong Long Long, this huge hammer instantly magnified under Master Shireen's control. For a moment, it blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. In an instant, it collided head-on with that blood-red bolt of lightning. Pung! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At this moment, the entire void trembled. At the same time, numerous spatial cracks that spread over 10 meters spread out crazily like a spiderweb. So terrifying! The spatial cracks spread over 10 meters. It's too powerful. We have to be careful. We must not be dragged into it. The principal's masters and many immortal saints on the battlefield were all pale and shocked when they saw the crazed space crack. In the center of the space crack, puff! Master Shireen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his aura instantly became weak. He was forced back in a sorry state. It took him a long time to regain his balance. Void, the 4th realm of the void? After regaining his balance, Master Shireen looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. His heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? The strength that Heavenly Sword Marquis displayed in the battle 400 years ago was not only at the 3rd realm of the void. Although he fought against the Master of the Saint Realm, everyone knew that he used a very powerful trump card. But now, he hasn't used any trump cards, and his battle strength has already reached the 4th realm of the void realm? Master Shireen did not expect that Jian Wushuang's battle strength had already reached such a level. He had thought that if Jian Wushuang was at the 3rd realm of the void realm, he would be able to fight Jian Wushuang head-on or even suppress him, then he could wait for their mansion master to come, but now… Master Shireen, get lost. Otherwise, even if you are an expert in the 3rd realm of the void realm, you will die here today. Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed in the world, making Master Shirin's face even uglier. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. As a principal's master, he also had an immortal body, so his life-saving ability was stronger than that of the immortal saint. With Master Shirin's life-saving ability, it was almost impossible for an ordinary expert in the fourth realm of the Void Realm to kill him. However, Master Shirin did not have any confidence in facing Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang was famous for having many trump cards and means. In the battle more than 400 years ago, he had revealed countless trump cards. Now, Jian Wushuang could easily crush him without using his trump cards. Once Jian Wushuang used his trump cards, he might really be able to kill him here. However, if he left just like that, he would not be able to give up the heaven and earth's secret realm. And just when Master Shirin was in a dilemma. Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Although you are an inspector of the Temporal Temple, what you have done today is too disrespectful to our Xiaoyao mansion, right? A deep voice suddenly came from the void not far away. Upon hearing this voice, young Master Xiaoyao, who was standing at the back of the battlefield, was immediately overjoyed. Master Shirin also heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Whoosh! A 2-meter-tall figure, who seemed to be strolling leisurely in the void, rushed over from the surrounding void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in an instant. This person was dressed in a silver tight suit. His long hair was flowing with a hint of silver gray, making him look rather ancient. He carried a 2-meter-long heavy sword on his back. Standing there, he gave off an extremely peculiar feeling. Lord Mansion Master! Master! Upon seeing the man, Master Shirin and Master Xiaoyao immediately bowed. Is he Marquis Xiaoyao? Jian Wushuang also looked at the long-haired man. Although the long-haired man was standing there, he gave Jian Wushuang an invisible pressure. It is said that Marquis Xiaoyao, the mansion master of Xiaoyao Mansion, became a rule master 20 million years ago. He went to the universe battlefield for a long time and got some opportunities. When he came back, he had the battle strength of the Void Fourth Realm. From then on, he took over the position of Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion. In terms of strength, he is not the strongest among the experts of the Void Fourth Realm, but he is quite strong. Jian Wushuang recalled the information about Marquis Xiaoyao. They've to say, this Xiaoyao Marquis is indeed a strong. He rose from now to become an overlord, is completely from the edge of life and death climbed up, not a trace of luck. With the appearance of Marquis Xiaoyao, the battle between the two sides stopped temporarily. The experts on both sides separated and retreated to the side. Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao were still standing in the middle. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Didn't expect that you would be alarmed and come to the Amethyst Fog Sea, Marquis Xiaoyao. Jian Wushuang stood in the void with a sword in one hand and looked at Marquis Xiaoyao with interest. It can't be helped. The inspector of the Temporal Temple and Heavenly Sword Marquis, who is so famous in the Divine Beginning Realm, have come to the Amethyst Fog Sea. As the mansion master of Xiaoyao Mansion, I have to welcome them personally. Marquis Xiaoyao said calmly. There's no need to welcome them. Ensure you know about this matter, Marquis Xiaoyao. The secret realm in the Amethyst Fog Sea was discovered by the people of the Temporal Temple first, so it naturally belongs to us. I hope that the people of Mansion Xiaoyao can give up this secret realm, Jian Wushuang said directly. Chapter 3353, Negotiations. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the Amethyst Fog Sea has been under the control of our Xiaoyao Mansion all these years. Since this secret realm was born in the Amethyst Fog Sea, it should belong to our Xiaoyao Mansion. The one who should leave and give up this secret realm should be your Temporal Temple, said Marquis Xiaoyao. What a joke! The territory controlled by your Xiaoyao Mansion is so vast. If you say so, all the cultivators in this vast territory belong to your Xiaoyao Mansion, and all the opportunities are yours. But will the cultivators in this territory agree to it? Jian Wushuang sneered. Marquis Xiaoyao, it takes incredible luck to find a secret realm of heaven and earth hidden in the Amethyst Fog Sea. Your Xiaoyao mansion has occupied the Amethyst Fog Sea for so many years, but you still couldn't find it. This means that your Xiaoyao mansion is not fated with the secret realm of heaven and earth. So how can you ask for it? You are right. Marquis Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Our Xiaoyao mansion has occupied this Amethyst Fog Sea for so many years, but we haven't been able to find this secret realm. Indeed, we should enforce it. However, even if your temporal temple finds this secret realm first, you might not be able to say that this secret realm belongs to your temporal temple. Don't forget, this secret realm was left behind by the former Amethyst Demon sect. The Amethyst Demon sect was a peak overlord of the second sky a long time ago. Back then, the one who destroyed the Amethyst Demon sect and turned the Amethyst Fog Sea into ruins was one of the three great saint realms, the Flame Saint Realm. After the Flame Saint Realm destroyed the Amethyst Demon sect, shouldn't the things left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect belong to the Flame Saint Lord? Marquis Xiaoyao laughed coldly. How about I send a message to the Flame Saint Realm and ask them to send experts over to discuss who will get the secret area? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Only his own camp and the Xiaoyao mansion were involved in the fight for the secret area. The temporal temple had the absolute advantage against the Xiaoyao mansion, but if the Flame Saint Realm got involved, it would be completely different. Just as Marquis Xiaoyao had said, it was the Flame Saint Realm that destroyed the Amethyst Demon sect. In the end, the ownership of the mystic realm of heaven and earth belonged to the Saint Realm of Flame. Marquis Xiaoyao also saw the change in Jian Wushuang's expression. He immediately smiled and said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, in my opinion, let's sit down and have a good talk. The Xiaoyao mansion doesn't expect to get all the treasures in the mystic realm of heaven and earth, but it's impossible for the temporal temple to monopolize them. You're right. In that case, tell me what you want. Jian Wushuang looked at Marquis Xiaoyao calmly. It's simple. No one has entered the secret realm. No one knows what's in it, but it might be the treasure left by the Amethyst Demon sect. No matter what's in it, our Xiaoyao mansion and your temporal temple will share half of it. Marquis Xiaoyao said. 50 to 502. Marquis Xiaoyao, what do you think? If your Xiaoyao mansion was in the Flame Saint Realm, we would be in the same situation since the Amethyst Demon sect was destroyed. But your Xiaoyao mansion, how can you say that we are 50 to 50? Jian Wushuang mocked him. Marquis Zaiweo's eyes darkened. Of course, he knew that it was almost impossible for Xiaoyao mansion to share half of the treasures equally with the temporal temple. He was just hoping to get lucky. He could ask for a sky-high price at the beginning. How do you want to distribute the treasures in the secret realm? Marquis Xiaoyao looked at him. It's simple. The temporal temple will take 90% of the treasures in the secret realm, and your Xiaoyao mansion will take 10%. Jian Wushuang said. 10%? Impossible, that's too little. My Xiaoyao mansion will take at least 30%. Marquis Xiaoyao shouted. 30%? Jian Wushuang glanced at Marquis Xiaoyao. He could see that 30% was close to Marquis Zaiweo's bottom line, but it was not the bottom line. 30% is too much. They'll give you 20% at most. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Marquis Zaiweo's expression was uncertain, obviously hesitant. Jian Wushuang spoke again. Marquis Xiaoyao, 20% of the opportunity treasures is already a lot. If you don't want to, then there's no way to negotiate. We can only have a falling out. But before we fall out, you have to think carefully about how much power your Xiaoyao mansion has. You don't have any confidence against my temporal temple alone. If you really do as you say and let the Flame Saint Realm come and interfere, then what will happen to your Xiaoyao mansion? I'm afraid you won't be able to get anything out of it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang's words made Marquis Xiaoyao frown. He was obviously talking about his weakness. He knew very well that Jian Wushuang was willing to talk to him and give him 20% of the opportunity treasures on behalf of the temporal temple. It was not because he was worried about the Xiaoyao mansion, but because he was worried about the Flame Saint Realm. He did not want the Flame Saint Realm to be involved in it. However, the Xiaoyao mansion was nothing in front of the temporal temple, not to mention the Flames Saint realm. If he were to lose all decorum with Jian Wushuang and let the Flames Saint realm get involved, then the mystic realm of heaven and earth would really have nothing to do with the Xiaoyao mansion. Jian Wushuang could see that Marquis Xiaoyao's heart was wavering, so he immediately spoke again. Marquis Xiaoyao, I know that you're very famous in the divine beginning realm and that you've grown up to be quite a legend. I admire you very much. I can make the decision on my own to give you 30% of the opportunities and treasures. Huh! Xiaoyao Mansion immediately looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. What do you mean? It's simple. I've been cultivating in the Saha Island for more than 400 years and my strength has improved greatly. Now I'm in need of experts to practice with. I'm looking forward to your strength, so I want to fight you head-on. Jian Wushuang smiled. If you can defeat me in this battle, you'll get 30% of the opportunities and treasures for your Xiaoyao mansion. But if you lose, your Xiaoyao mansion will only get 20%. Moreover, after opening the secret realm of heaven and earth, the experts of your Xiaoyao mansion will have to obey the arrangement of my temporal temple. How about it? Are you serious? Can you really get 30% of the opportunities and treasures for my Xiaoyao mansion? Marquis Xiaoyao stared at Jian Wushuang with bright eyes. Of course, I won't go back on my words. As for whether I can do it or not, you don't have to doubt it. Don't forget that I'm a Saint Realm Inspector of the Temporal Temple. My words carry some weight in the temple, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Chapter 3354, Battle Marquis Xiaoyao. Okay, I'll bet with you. Marquis Xiaoyao agreed directly. In fact, when Jian Wushuang gave him 20% of the opportunity treasure, Marquis Xiaoyao had already wavered. Now, Jian Wushuang gave him a very promising opportunity to fight for 30% of the opportunity treasure. If Marquis Xiaoyao did not agree, it would be too tactless of him. Seeing Marquis Xiaoyao agree, Jian Wushuang immediately smiled. He did not lie. In the past 400 years, his strength had improved a lot, and he really wanted to fight with some real experts. In the camp, although he had defeated Master True Eyes and Master Shireen, both of them were only in the third realm of the void. It was difficult for him to put pressure on them now. He easily defeated them and did not have a chance to use his full strength, let alone some tricks or trump cards. However, Marquis Xiaoyao was a genuine expert in the fourth realm of the void. He was also a very strong expert in the fourth realm of the void. At the same time, he used a heavy sword as a weapon and specialized in sword principle. Such an expert was what Jian Wushuang yearned to fight. Therefore, he used 10% more treasures as a bet to let Marquis Xiaoyao fight with him. Marquis Xiaoyao, I hope your strength won't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang licked his lips and said with a faint smile. I'll also want to see how powerful you are, as a Saint Realm expert who has made such a great name in the Divine Beginning Realm and is even known as the #1 genius in the history of the Divine Beginning Realm. Marquis Xiaoyao's face was cold. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said, I'm standing right here. Bring it on. As you wish. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He moved his body and made his move. The surrounding experts, whether they were the patrol guards or the experts of Xiaoyao Mansion, had already retreated to the side and made way for the huge battlefield. When they saw Jian Wushuang make his move, the experts were also looking forward to it. Who will win the battle between the Inspector and Marquis Xiaoyao? Of course, the Inspector will win. It is said that Marquis Xiaoyao has reached the fourth void realm a long time ago and has been famous in the Divine Beginning Realm. Although the Inspector hasn't been famous for a long time, he is more famous than Marquis Xiaoyao and is very strong. It will be interesting for them to fight. The experts of the patrol team were extremely excited as they watched the battle. Of course, as a member of the patrol team, they thought that Jian Wushuang would win, especially the Immortal Saints. They worshipped Jian Wushuang blindly. No matter who the opponent was, they all thought that Jian Wushuang would win. As for the experts of the Xiaoyao Mansion, their eyes were also burning with passion. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is he going to fight with the Mansion Master? Master Shireen had a strange look on his face. Humph! Heavenly Sword Marquis only had the battle strength of a superior saint in the Bloodwave world 400 years ago. Where did he get the courage to challenge Master? Master Xiaoyao snorted in his heart. Obviously, he did not think that Jian Wushuang had the strength to challenge Marquis Xiaoyao. However, no matter what the people around him thought, Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao were already fighting head-on in the center of the battlefield. Previously, Jian Wushuang had been very relaxed when he faced the Master True Eyes and Master Shirin, and he had kept his strength. But now that he was facing Marquis Xiaoyao, Jian Wushuang did not hold back from the beginning. Once he activated his life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill, coupled with the power of his two wills, his battle strength reached its peak in an instant. Peerless sword technique, Shixiang! The Blood Mountain sword turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and instantly rushed out. That shocking violent aura rushed into the sky. Wherever the sword light went, space cracked inch by inch. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Humph! However, Marquis Xiaoyao only snorted lightly. When the blood-red lightning bolt arrived, the 2-meter-long heavy sword that he had been carrying on his back instantly appeared in his hand. He held the heavy sword with one hand. An endless amount of power surged into the sword. Following that, the broadsword simply swept across. It seemed simple, but the broadsword contained two incomparably violent principles of destruction and lightning. These two laws of power were perfectly fused together, complementing each other, allowing this casual sweep of the sword. Its power was earth-shattering. Hualala, the air was directly swept away. In the middle, it was like a long meteor, colliding head-on with the blood-colored lightning. Bang! With a loud bang, the blood-colored lightning suddenly dimmed, and two extremely violent powers wildly collided. Voila! The surrounding space exploded one after another, and one after another. Spatial cracks that were dozens of meters long spread out continuously in the battlefield. It was as if the world was splitting apart from the middle. The commotion was incredible. The surrounding experts who were watching the battle could not help but click their tongues when they saw the scene in the middle of the battlefield. They knew very well that the power displayed by Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao far exceeded that of everyone present. This level of power was not something that the people present were qualified to participate in. Finally, with a low rumble, the two powers in the middle of the battlefield finally retreated with the defeat of one of them. The two figures also retreated. Jian Wushuang only staggered back a few steps, while Marquis Xiaoyao retreated a long distance before stopping again. At first glance, it seemed that Jian Wushuang had the upper hand, but in fact... Ha, Marquis Xiaoyao, it is said that you have mastered the two brutal principles of thunder and destruction at the same time, and they are fused together. This makes your attack extremely terrifying and violent. Your casual attack has the power to destroy the world. Now it seems that it is true. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly. It echoed in the world. Jian Wushuang was quite surprised. After all, he had just used his most powerful attack, Shixiang, with all his strength. However, Marquis Xiaoyao had only casually swept his sword and was still in a stalemate with him for so long before he was forced to retreat. If Marquis Xiaoyao also used an offensive sword skill, its power would probably be stronger than his. You're not weak either. Marquis Xiaoyao also stared at Jian Wushuang. It's hard to imagine that an immortal saint could have the power equivalent to the four void realms. I was careless and suffered a small loss, but it won't happen again. Haha, let's do it again. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily and moved forward again. At the same time, the Blood Mountain sword in his hand turned into arcs of light. Chapter 3355, Heart Penetration Endless Fantasy. Hua! 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 One after another, extremely fast sword shadows rushed out. Wushuang's Sword Manual. 9th Heaven of Illusionary Sword. Although Marquis Xiaoyao used a heavy sword, his speed was not slow at all. The heavy sword seemed to weigh hundreds of millions of pounds, but it seemed to be weightless in his hand. He waved the heavy sword again and again. He easily blocked all of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship has completely exploded. Shi Xiang! Star Dream! Setting Sun! Emperor Blood Kill! Life and Death Moment! Jian Wushuang used the peerless sword manual he had created to its fullest. The violent, swift, and strange sword shadows attacked Jian Wushuang crazily. Not only did he use Jian Wushuang to his fullest, at the same time, he also used his body's speed and his understanding of sword principle to its fullest. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's battle strength had reached its peak, leaving aside some of his trump cards and tricks. Each sword skill had its own characteristics. If it were an ordinary expert, it would be difficult to resist it, but against Marquis Xiaoyao. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. According to the information that Jian Wushuang had obtained, the most terrifying thing about Marquis Xiaoyao was his close combat ability. His close combat ability was too strong. With the combination of offense and defense, coupled with his extremely violent offensive, he could easily defeat the enemy. But now, in the face of Jian Wushuang's endless attacks of swordsmanship, Marquis Xiaoyao was calm and easy to deal with. No matter how tricky Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was, or how strange it was, Marquis Xiaoyao was able to withstand it. After a fierce battle, although Jian Wushuang had been attacking crazily, he did not gain any advantage from Marquis Xiaoyao. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is this your strongest strength? Marquis Xiaoyao suddenly stopped what he was doing. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Although your swordsmanship is indeed very powerful and strange, and in terms of real combat strength, it is indeed difficult for an ordinary expert of the Void Four Realms to defeat you, it is still too early for you to challenge me with such strength. As soon as he finished his words, Marquis Xiaoyao's body suddenly shook. A shocking destructive aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a large amount of dark purple thunderbolt power surged out from his body. These dark purple thunderbolts even spread directly to the heavy sword in his hand. Kill, Thunderbolt! Swish! A flash of lightning suddenly shot out. It was so fast that even Jian Wushuang could barely see a trace of it. Marquis Xiaoyao was already in front of him, and at the same time, the 2-meter-long heavy sword had been raised high above the heavy sword. The two extremely violent rules of destruction and thunder were perfectly fused together. In an instant he slashed down with a bang. This sword, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly darkened. The moment he saw Marquis Xiaoyao's sword, he moved at the same time. Buzz, buzz, a sword light suddenly swung out. In an instant, it stirred up the surrounding space and time, causing the surrounding void to completely turn blood red. The sky was blood red, the ground was blood red, and even the air was filled with a large amount of blood mist. This sword light was also extremely overbearing, easily cutting through space. At the same time, the majestic power of space and time suddenly covered the void in front of them. The Peerless Sword Manual, Blood Azure, the strongest move of the 7 sword moves of the Peerless Sword Manual, was now displayed in Jian Wushuang's hands. The effect of the space-time stagnation was instantly produced. Marquis Xiaoyao and his extremely violent sword, both of them were affected by the space-time stagnation, although they managed to break free in the blink of an eye. However, because of this slight impression, the speed and power of Marquis Xiaoyao's violent sword were greatly weakened, giving Jian Wushuang a chance to resist. Bang! The two sword lights finally collided head-on. As soon as they came into contact, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a violent force transmitted from the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. This force shook his divine body, causing him to let out a muffled groan. His body also ire-treated in a sorry state at the first moment. Whoosh! The sword light dissipated and mercilessly shattered the surrounding void, forming a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Jian Wushuang had already steadied himself. He tightened the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and frowned slightly. Marquis Xiaoyao is indeed at the peak of the Void Fourth Realm. He is also a top expert who specializes in close combat. The power of his move just now was too strong. It was not something I could withstand in a head-on collision. Even though I had used Blood Azure at the first moment, and slowed down the speed and power of this move still crushed me. Jian Wushuang sighed quietly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are very strong, but you are still weaker than me. Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang. Isn't it too early to say that? I haven't lost yet. Jian Wushuang smiled. Why? Aren't you going to admit defeat? Marquis Xiaoyao's eyes darkened. It's just that you are stronger than me in a head-on fight. In a real fight, victory and defeat are not determined by the power of a head-on fight. Jian Wushuang smiled, but then his body swayed slightly. He disappeared directly in front of Marquis Xiaoyao. This scene caused Marquis Xiaoyao's pupils to constrict. The surrounding experts who were watching the fight looked around blankly. What's going on? Where did the inspector go? I can't find him. I can't even sense his soul? Shadowless escape art. It's the inspector's shadowless escape art. The principal's masters and the patrol team immediately reacted. The shadowless escape art of the Bloodblade Master? Marquis Xiaoyao remained calm. Humph, I knew you had mastered the shadowless escape art, but unfortunately, your shadowless escape art can't be compared to the Bloodblade Master's. It may be no problem to hide it from an ordinary principal's master, but it's a joke to hide it from me. Marquis Xiaoyao's soul power spread out directly. In just a moment, he had already sensed Jian Wushuang's location. Over here. Marquis Xiaoyao transformed into a thunderbolt, and immediately appeared in the void where Jian Wushuang was. At the same time, he swung his hand violently. Your sensing ability is not bad. Jian Wushuang's figure also appeared in the void. At the same time, he also swung his Blood Mountain sword. The two collided again, but this time, Marquis Xiaoyao's heavy sword easily passed through the body of the Blood Mountain sword and Jian Wushuang's divine body without any obstruction. What? Marquis Xiaoyao was stunned. Oh no, it's time-space conversion! Marquis Xiaoyao was the first to react. At the same time, he sensed that Jian Wushuang had appeared behind him. Jian Wushuang smiled. He looked at Marquis Xiaoyao, who had his back to him, and gently threw out his Blood Mountain sword. The second move of the Bloody Blade swordsmanship, the first move of heart penetration. Chapter 3356 was defeated. So fast. So fast. A trace of shock flashed across Marquis Xiaoyao's eyes. He had already realized that what he had encountered before was just an illusion formed by the space-time conversion, and he had also sensed Jian Wushuang's real location. Logically speaking, with his strength, since he had reacted at the first moment, even if he was in a passive position, he should have been able to barely defend himself. But now, Jian Wushuang's thrust made Marquis Xiaoyao lose the thought of defending. What could he do? This sword move was too fast. The Bloodblade sword art was the strongest assassination sword art created by the Bloodblade Master. It was used together with the shadowless escape art. Jian Wushuang had mastered the shadowless escape skill to the initial level. He had also mastered the second move of the bloody sword skill, which was called penetrating heart form. It was faster and faster than the first move of the blood drop skill. Most importantly, the piercing force of the sword skill was even more terrifying. If Jian Wushuang had only used the first move of the blood drop skill, he might have been blocked by Marquis Xiaoyao even at such a good time. However, once he used the second move, even Marquis Xiaoyao would not be able to block it. He could only watch as the sword with a terrifying piercing force struck his divine body. Boom! The void shook, and the layer of thunder covering Marquis Xiaoyao's body was instantly penetrated. The defense on his body was also instantly shattered. However, Marquis Xiaoyao was wearing protective armor, which was an extremely high-level supreme treasure. Jian Wushuang's sword attack, it was unable to penetrate the protective armor directly, but a terrifying penetrating power still passed through the armor and into Marquis Xiaoyao's divine body. Humph! Marquis Xiaoyao snorted and his face suddenly darkened. Under the influence of that power, he retreated crazily and only regained his balance after a long time. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you're really good! Marquis Xiaoyao stared at Jian Wuxuang with a solemn face and then sighed. I lost this battle. Haha, thank you for letting me win. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The surrounding experts who were watching the battle instantly burst into an uproar. As expected, the patrol inspector won. The patrol inspector is so powerful. It is said that Marquis Xiaoyao is a principal's master with amazing strength and has a great battle record. However, the patrol ambassador still defeated him head-on. Humph, see, I told you that you would win. The sergeants of the patrol team were very happy, but it was the opposite in Xiaoyao Mansion. What happened? Although Master was pushed back just now, it doesn't mean that he has lost. Wasn't Heavenly Sword Marquis also pushed back by Master? Young Master Xiaoyao did not understand. To be exact, he did not believe that his master would be defeated by Jian Wuxuang. Master Shirin, who was beside him, secretly shook his head. The Lord Mansion Master has indeed lost this battle. Great Elder. Young Master Xiaoyao looked at him with a frown. Young Master, although the Lord Mansion Master and Jian Wuxuang were both pushed back once, the outcome of the battle hasn't been determined yet. However, the Lord Mansion Master has actually done his best in this battle. Under the Lord Mansion Master's best efforts, he could only fight with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Don't forget that the reason why Heavenly Sword Marquis has such an incredible reputation in the Divine Beginning realm is not only because of his own strength, but also his trump cards and means. He has many trump cards and techniques. For example, he has a universe true treasure with shocking power. Once it is used, his power can reach a whole new level. Also, during the battle over 400 years ago, he summoned a terrifying Yimo and forced the Flame Saint Master into a difficult situation. He has too many trump cards and techniques, but now, he hasn't used them. Just by relying on his own power, he is already on par with the Palace Master. What do you think will happen if he uses those trump cards and techniques? Master Shirin looked at young Master Xiaoyao. Are you saying that once this Heavenly Sword Marquis uses his trump card, Master will be no match for him? Young Master Xiaoyao was startled. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Yes, not only is he no match for him, I'm afraid Lord Mansion Master will have to worry about his own life in the hands of this Heavenly Sword Marquis. Master Shirin said seriously. What? This Heavenly Sword Marquis can threaten Master's life? Young Master Xiaoyao was completely stunned. Don't doubt it. If I'm not wrong, Lord Mansion Master also knows this. That's why he voluntarily admitted defeat and didn't continue fighting with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Once he forces Heavenly Sword Marquis to use his trump card, the outcome would be unimaginable even to Lord Mansion Master. Master Shirin said. It's like this. Young Master Xiaoyao finally understood. But when he knew the cause and effect, he felt even more upset. Because more than 400 years ago in the Blood Wave realm, Jian Wuxuang was on the same level as him, and they even fought face to face. But in the blink of an eye, in less than 400 years, his opponent had reached the point where even his master feared him and dared not force him to use his trump card. The gap between them was too big. Jian Wuxuang knew why Marquis Xiaoyao had admitted defeat. However, he had already fought with Marquis Xiaoyao and forced him to use all of his strength. The battle was enjoyable, he did not have any regrets, so he did not want to continue fighting. Marquis Xiaoyao, since you have lost this battle, then according to what I said before, no matter what opportunities or treasures there are in the mystic realm of heaven and earth, my temporal temple will take 80% of them, while your Xiaoyao mansion will only take 20%. Moreover, in the secret land of heaven and earth, the experts of your Xiaoyao mansion will have to listen to the arrangement of my temporal temple. Jian Wuxuang said seriously. Sure. Marquis Xiaoyao was very straightforward and did not care about anything else. All right, let your people move aside first. Let our people open the secret realm first. Then we will each send a group of experts to enter the secret realm together. Jian Wuxuang said. Okay. Marquis Xiaoyao nodded. But at this time, Master Shirin walked up. Mansion Master, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, this secret realm is very unique. We've already tried it, and even asked several principals masters to join hands, but they can't really open it. I wonder if you have any ideas, Mr. Heavenly Marquis? Humph, do you think this secret realm can be opened as long as a few principals masters join hands? Jian Wuxuang sneered and then glanced behind him. Duan Lang, take out the token. Chapter 3357. Entering the secret realm of heaven and earth. Duan Lang immediately stepped forward and handed the token to Jian Wuxuang. There really is a token. Master Shireen glanced at the token and sighed. He had guessed that to enter the secret realm of heaven and earth, there should be a token to guide them. Moreover, the token should have been found by the immortal saints who had discovered the secret realm of heaven and earth, but unfortunately, he knew too late. If they had known that Duan Lang and the others had tokens, they would not have let them go so easily. They would have found a way to get the tokens and immediately opened the secret realm to enter. By the time Jian Wuxuang and the patrol team arrived, the opportunity treasures in the secret realm would have fallen into their hands, and the initiative would be in their hands. Unfortunately, because of the difference of one step, they could only enter the secret land of heaven and earth with the experts of the temporal temple. Even if there were a mountain of treasures and opportunities inside, they could only get 20%. They had to listen to Jian Wuxuang's arrangements. The secret realm of heaven and earth is not big. You and I don't need so many experts to enter. Each of us can choose a few people to enter, Jian Wuxuang said. That's fine. Besides you, Shireen, and I, there are 4 other principals masters in the Xiaoyao mansion. A total of 6 people will enter, Marquis Xiaoyao said. As for the temporal temple, Jian Wuxuang hesitated for a moment, then he ordered. Jintong, you and Master Si will lead the soldiers to hold back. The other principals masters will follow me into the secret realm of heaven and earth. Yes. Jintong and Master Si immediately nodded respectfully. They asked Jintong and Master Si to hold back in order to prevent any unnecessary changes. As for the secret realm, there might be some dangers, but they should be able to deal with it with their current strength. Duan Lang Yiyu? Jian Wuxuang looked at them again. You guys found the secret realm of heaven and earth first, so you should be the first to explore it. But for some reasons you can't go in now. But you can rest assured that if we find the treasures left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret realm of heaven and earth, or if we get a lot of opportunities and treasures, we will give you a portion according to a certain ratio. Okay. Duan Lang nodded. Haha, I hope there really are treasures left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret realm of heaven and earth. Then we will make a fortune. Yu also smiled. They had no objection to Jian Wuxuang's decision, and they had long been mentally prepared. This was the way the temporal temple operated. If the experts under them obtained opportunities or treasures with their own power, they would naturally own them. However, if they did not get them by themselves, if they had borrowed the temporal temple's power, then these treasures and fortuitous encounters would definitely belong to the temporal temple. After that, the temporal temple would share a portion of the treasures and fortuitous encounters with these experts according to what they had done. This time, although Duan Lang Yiyu and the others had found this secret realm of heaven and earth, they had carelessly allowed the Xiaoyao mansion to intervene. Thus, they could only let the temporal temple step in. As for the temporal temple, they could only get some opportunities or treasures based on their contributions. As for whether they could enter the heaven and earth secret realm, they did not care too much. As long as they could get a part of it, they would not have to make a wasted trip. After deciding on the experts to enter, Jian Wuxuang immediately ordered people to open the heaven and earth secret realm. Previously, without the token, several principals masters of the Xiaoyao mansion could not do anything to the heaven and earth secret realm. But now, because of the token, the temporal temple only sent 3 principals masters. They easily opened the secret realm, and a space passage that could allow several people to enter at the same time appeared in front of them. As soon as the space passage appeared, an extremely ancient aura spread out from it. However, judging from the aura, the secret realm had existed for a long time. It was obviously left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. Let's go in! Jian Wuxuang led his 8 principals masters, including Sword Dragon Master, and the 6 principal masters led by Marquis Xiaoyao to enter the secret realm almost at the same time. The secret realm had existed since the Amethyst Demon sect dominated the second heaven. Even though the Amethyst Demon sect was later destroyed by the Flame Saint realm, the secret realm was still preserved. It had been quiet for a long time, but today, the tranquility of the secret realm was finally broken. Buzz! A burst of light flashed, and more than 10 figures stepped out of the spatial tunnel and appeared in the secret realm of heaven and earth. As soon as they came to the secret realm of heaven and earth, Jian Wushuang and the others immediately looked around. What an ancient aura! Such an ancient aura can only be found when the Amethyst Demon sect is still in the second heaven, Sword Dragon Master said. Everyone in the Temporal Temple, have you noticed the difference between the secret realm and the Amethyst Fog Sea? Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Yes, I have. The Amethyst Fog Sea used to be the lair of the Amethyst Demon sect. When the Flame Saint realm attacked the Amethyst Fog Sea, it turned into ruins. It's still a horrible scene. However, there's no trace of a battle in the heaven and earth secret realm. On the contrary, it's very peaceful. The ground and the surrounding mountains are intact. Obviously, the battle didn't affect the heaven and earth secret realm, Jian Wushuang said. Not only was it left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect, but it was not affected by the war at all. This secret realm might be the place where the Amethyst Demon sect has been hiding the treasures and opportunities. Master Xian's eyes became extremely hot. It might be the place where the treasures and opportunities are hidden, but the problem now is how to find them. Marquis Xiaoyao smiled faintly and looked at Jian Wushuang again. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how do you think we should find them? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This secret realm is not very big. Even if the Amethyst Demon sect hides the treasures and opportunities in a deep place, we should be able to find them. At most, it will take us a little more time. Marquis Xiaoyao, according to the previous agreement, the experts of your Xiaoyao mansion must always listen to me in this secret realm. Now, I have decided that we should explore this secret realm together, and find them slowly. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Chapter 3358. Searching in the secret realm of heaven and earth, a group of 15 people from the Temporal Temple and the Xiaoyao mansion were wandering around. The secret realm of heaven and earth was not big. Soon, Jian Wushuang and the others arrived at its core. There were many palaces and pavilions standing there. These palaces and pavilions were quite majestic. Obviously, they were not something that ordinary small sects could have. The treasures left by the Amethyst Demon sect are probably hidden in these palaces and pavilions. Let's take our time to find them. Jian Wushuang smiled and the group immediately began to search carefully in the palaces and pavilions. Time passed, and more than half a day passed in a flash. They had searched all the palaces and pavilions in the secret realm, but they did not find any treasures. How could it be? Jian Wushuang frowned. Is the treasure not hidden in the palaces and pavilions, but somewhere else in the secret realm? Or is there no treasure opportunity left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret realm? Sword Dragon Master said. No, it's too early to tell. Maybe the treasure is hidden here, but it's hidden so well that we didn't find it. Let's search again, Jian Wushuang said. The people of the Xiaoyao mansion, including Marquis Xiaoyao, did not have any objections. Soon, they searched the palace again. This time, they searched more carefully. It could be said that they searched the entire palace, but they still found nothing. It seems that even if there is treasure left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret land, it must be hidden very well. If we continue to search like this, it's probably useless. Why don't we spread out and search? Marquis Xiaoyao suggested. Spread out? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. Yes, but there's no need to spread out too much. How about this? The experts of the Temporal Temple and your Marquis Xiaoyao each send a team of 2 to search. That way, even if we find the treasure, we can share it fairly, right? Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Marquis Xiaoyao's expression did not change, but his heart jumped. He actually hoped that the experts from both sides could split up to search for the treasure. In this way, if his people were lucky enough to get the treasure, they could say that they did not get it, and Jian Wushuang would not be able to explore it. They had a chance to take the treasure for themselves. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had already seen through his plan, so he said that they would move in pairs. Moreover, both sides would send one person each. In terms of the number of people on both sides, the Temporal Temple would have a few more people. In this way, the Temporal Temple would have a chance to secretly occupy the treasures they found. After Jian Wushuang made his decision, the experts from both sides quickly began to work in pairs to search the secret land of heaven and earth. As the leader, Jian Wushuang, of course, was with Marquis Xiaoyao. The two of them also searched the secret land of heaven and earth. However, even though the group had been divided into several groups and the efficiency of the search was much higher than before, they still could not find anything after searching. Time passed, and soon, Jian Wushuang and the others had entered the secret land of heaven and earth for a day. In a magnificent palace, two rule masters stood in the middle and carefully observed the surroundings. One of the two principal masters was Master Tianfu from the Temporal Temple, and the other was Master Shui from the Xiaoyao Mansion. "We've been to this palace several times, but we didn't find anything before. It seems that we can't find anything this time," Master Shui said. "Don't be anxious. Keep looking carefully. We can't tell if there are any special mechanisms or formations hidden in this palace. It's just that we haven't activated them yet," Master Tianfu said. Master Shui shrugged and could only continue searching. The two of them also kept trying to move the decorative equipment in the palace to see if there were any mechanisms, but unfortunately, there was nothing. The two of them could only sigh softly and leave the palace. Just as they walked out of the palace, a gray stream of light suddenly flashed around them. "Huh!" Master Tianfu narrowed his eyes. "Master Shui, did you see a gray light just now?" "Gray light? What gray light?" Master Shui glanced at Master Tianfu. He and Master Tianfu had walked out of the palace at the same time, but he had indeed not seen any gray light just now. "That's not right. I clearly saw a gray light flash just now. Although it disappeared very quickly, there was definitely one." Master Tianfu was incomparably certain. "You really saw it?" Master Shui's expression also moved. Master Tianfu was a dignified principal's master. Of course, there was no way he could have seen anything wrong. Since he had seen the gray light just now, there was an 80% chance that he was right. And just as the two of them were extremely puzzled, the gray light lit up once again, and this time, it came directly in front of them. "What is this?" Master Shui's expression immediately changed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Be careful! Master Tianfu immediately shouted out. "Xiao!" That gray light carried an incomparable speed and impact force, instantly enveloping Master Tianfu and Master Shui. The two of them had not even seen clearly what this gray light was, however, a terrifying might had already swept over. Boom! The peaceful heaven and earth secret realm suddenly let out a roar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on flat ground, instantly exploding. This terrifying roar was accompanied by a shocking might that spread wildly in all directions. At the first moment, it crushed some of the surrounding palaces and pavilions into powder. Even the entire heaven and earth secret realm was on the verge of collapsing under this terrifying might. It's all falling apart. What's wrong? What's going on? What a terrible power! Who is it? Many experts, including Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao, who were searching for treasures and opportunities in the secret land of heaven and earth, were shocked by this terrifying power. One by one, they soared into the sky, appear in the void, all eyes, all looked to the source of that power. However, when they took a look, they could only see the shocking might and energy that was crazily attacking, as well as the large waves of air that were stirred up by the might. They could not see anything else clearly. After a while, the might gradually depleted. Only then did they see the void clearly. They could see that the void, including the land, had already become a piece of trash. A huge pit appeared in everyone's line of sight, and under the pit, one of Master Tianfu and Master Shui stood there trembling, the other had already half knelt down. Both of their faces were pale, and their auras were completely dispirited. There was still blood spewing from their mouths under their feet. This scene caused everyone's pupils to constrict. Chapter 3359, Gray's Shadow. Master Tianfu. Shui! The experts of the Temporal Temple and Xiaoyao Mansion immediately rushed toward the pit at their fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of Master Tianfu and Master Shui. Shui, what's going on? Marquis Xiaoyao asked with a frown. One don't know. Master Shui said with a trace of fear. You don't know? Marquis Xiaoyao could not help being stunned. Comet Asa Principal's master, he was injured to such an extent, but Master Shui did not know what had happened. Master Tianfu. Jian Wushuang looked at Master Tianfu. In terms of strength, Master Tianfu had already reached the peak of the Void Second Realm, which was slightly stronger than Master Shui. It's a gray streamer, Master Tianfu said in a low voice. A gray streamer? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Master Shui and I were searching in a palace, but we didn't find any trace of it. When we walked out of the palace, I immediately saw a gray streamer flash around us. I was already alert at that time, but then the gray streamer appeared again and directly rushed toward us. You've all seen what happened next, Master Tianfu said. Jian Wushuang's expression immediately turned grave when he heard Master Tianfu's words. And in other words, you didn't see clearly what the gray light was? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Master Tianfu nodded. I could barely see that the flowing light was a light shadow, but I couldn't see clearly what the time was. How could an expert at the peak of the second void realm be injured so badly before he could even see his opponent? Marquis Zaiweo's face darkened, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. It seems that the secret realm is not as simple as we thought. Well, I thought that the secret realm was just a place for the Amethyst Demon sect to hide treasures. But now it seems that there is a high chance that it is a place for treasures. However, there must be a lot of dangers in this place. For example, the gray shadow just now might be a method left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect to guard the treasure. It might be a special puppet fighter or a sect guarding exotic beasts, Jian Wushuang said. The first thing Jian Wushuang thought of when he heard about the gray shadow was puppet fighters or exotic beasts, but he did not think of human cultivators. After all, the secret realm of heaven and earth had existed for a long time. The secret realm of heaven and earth had not been opened for a long time. If a human cultivator was really in the secret realm of heaven and earth, he would not have been alone for so many years. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what should we do next? Do we continue to search? Marquis Xiaoyao asked. Yes, of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. We didn't find any trace of treasure after searching. I almost thought that this secret realm might not be the treasure place of the Amethyst Demon sect, but just an ordinary secret realm. But because of the appearance of this gray shadow, I think this secret realm is not simple. Right now, I am almost certain that the secret realm of heaven and earth has something left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. Since there is a treasure, of course, we have to continue searching. Just like before, we will continue searching in pairs. However, when we are searching, we have to be careful. We have to be wary of the gray figure's attack. Also, Marquis Xiaoyao, there is no need for us to continue searching. We will stay in the central area of this building complex and observe the surrounding movements. Once we see the gray figure appear again, we will immediately take action. Okay. Marquis Xiaoyao nodded heavily. He was now certain that the secret realm of heaven and earth was the treasure place of the Amethyst Demon sect. Jian Wushuang's arrangement was very reasonable. He asked the others to continue searching for the treasure in the complex. As the strongest, the two of them stood in the center of the complex to deal with the possible changes. Once the gray figure appeared again, they would be able to detect it immediately. Immediately, the principals masters of both sides continued to search carefully in the surrounding buildings. Because of their serious injuries and the sharp decline in their strength, Master Tianfu and Master Shui did not continue searching. Instead, they stayed with Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao and kept an eye on the situation around them. An hour later, in the void not far away from Jian Wushuang, the gray streamer appeared again without any warning. Although the gray streamer appeared very suddenly, Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao noticed it immediately. "It's there!" Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he instantly locked onto the gray streamer. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. However, the gray flowing light under his gaze was too fast. It was so fast that Jian Wushuang did not even have time to give any warning. The gray flowing light was no longer hindered in the slightest as it directly charged toward the two principal's masters who were searching around. The strength of the two principal's masters was relatively average, even though the two of them had been on guard against the gray flowing light because of the lessons they had learned from Master Tianfu and Master Shui. They still did not manage to block it in time. Boom! Another earth-shaking, terrifying boom swept across the area. When Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao entered the area, the gray flowing light had already disappeared, and the two principal's masters who had been hit by the flowing light had also been severely injured. Damn it! Looking at the two principal's masters who seemed to be even more miserable than Master Tianfu and Master Shui, Jian Wushuang's face turned very ugly. It's too fast. The gray flowing light just now was too fast. It was so fast that even you and I didn't have time to react. What's more, we still couldn't see clearly what it was. Marquis Xiaoyao also said in a low voice. Yes, although the two of them had noticed the appearance of the gray flowing light and looked over immediately, they still could not figure out what it was. They still did not know what the gray light shadow was. The gray light is hidden too well. It's hiding right beside us, but we can't find it at all. Even the principal's masters, who are best at soul perception, can't seem to catch the existence of the gray light. Marquis Xiaoyao said seriously. It's really troublesome. If we want to continue searching for the treasure, we must find a way to find the gray light first. Otherwise, if we let it be around us, our principal's masters will be too dangerous. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Chapter 3360. Space-Time Prison. Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao were not afraid of the gray light shadow. After all, they were powerful, so the gray light shadow should not be able to threaten them. However, most of the principal's masters under them were only in the second realm of the void. They could not face the gray light shadow. For principal's masters had been seriously injured. If they let the gray light shadow continue, more principal's masters would be injured. The gray light shadow was too fast and did not have any aura or power. We could not sense its existence. It was just like the shadowless escape art you mastered, Marquis Xiaoyao said. Shadowless escape skill? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he nodded secretly. Indeed, his shadowless escape skill was hidden in the surrounding void and could hide from the soul detection of the cultivators. But because his mastery of the shadowless escape skill was only in the profound realm, therefore, he couldn't hide it from Marquis Xiaoyao, who had already reached the peak of the fourth realm of the void. But the gray shadow could even hide from Marquis Xiaoyao. It was hidden in the secret realm of heaven and earth, but no one knew where it was. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have mastered the shadowless escape technique, so you should know more about this concealment method. Do you have a way to find the gray light shadow now? Marquis Xiaoyao asked. I'm not sure, but I can try. Jian Wushuang focused his eyes, and a large amount of the power of space-time principles had gathered in his body. In the blink of an eye, the power of space-time principles gathered in his body had reached an astonishing level. Space-time principles? Marquis Xiaoyao looked at him in surprise. To find the gray figure, you should find a way to improve your soul perception. What use can you use the space-time principles now? Just watch. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Then he stretched out his right hand and made a strange cut in the void in front of him. One finger drawing the sky, space-time prison. Buzz! With that simple stroke, the power of the space-time principles gathered in Jian Wushuang's body suddenly surged up and swept out in all directions like a wave. In just a moment, it covered the entire secret realm of heaven and earth. This is... When Marquis Xiaoyao saw the power of the space-time principles around him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Space-time imprisonment, this is space-time imprisonment. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have mastered space-time imprisonment? How is that possible? When I fought with you, your application of space-time principles clearly did not reach this level? Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Haha, Marquis Xiaoyao, there are many things you don't know. Jian Wushuang smiled. His application of space-time principles indeed did not reach the level of space-time imprisonment. It was still at the level of space-time conversion. Under normal circumstances, he could not use space-time imprisonment. However, Jian Wushuang could use the power of the treasure even though he could not use it by himself. For example, he was using the golden sky painting flag given to him by the Temporal Temple Master. The golden sky painting flag was a top-notch treasure in space-time. It could be very useful in the hands of experts who were proficient in space-time principles. For example, back on Saha Island, Green Rock Master had used the golden sky painting flag to cast time and space imprisonment, which prevented many powerful principles masters in the Temporal Temple from breaking it. Although Jian Wushuang could not use the principles of time and space as well as Green Rock Master, he could still use the golden sky painting flag to perform some tricks, especially since the golden sky painting flag had some secret skills. Jian Wushuang had mastered the simplest of them, the space-time prison, and he had already performed it. Although I don't know why you can use the space-time imprisonment, what we need to do now is to find the gray shadow. If you completely imprison the space-time, you can only trap it in this space-time, but you still can't find it? Marquis Xiaoyao frowned and said. If it's just an ordinary space-time lock, it can only trap people. However, my space-time prison is different. Not only does it have the effect of space-time lock, but it also has a great space-time domain. In other words, this space-time will definitely be under my control. My space-time power can sweep through every space-time wantonly. No matter how deep it is hidden, I can find it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Wait a moment, I'm already looking for him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Marquis Xiaoyao's heart was in turmoil. This heavenly sword Marquis really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Marquis Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang with a meaningful look. He knew that Jian Wushuang had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so he chose not to continue fighting with Jian Wushuang. Instead, he chose to admit defeat. He had made a wise choice at that time. After all, Jian Wushuang did not show any tricks in that battle, like in the space-time prison. I found it. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. You really hit it well. Unfortunately, no matter how well you hit it, you can't escape from this space-time. Marquis Xiaoyao, follow me. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, but his figure instantly shot out. Naturally, Marquis Xiaoyao immediately followed Jian Wushuang. Swish! Swish! Two figures flashed at the same time, but in an instant, they appeared in front of an empty void. Here! Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The Blood Mountain sword behind him had already been drawn, and a brutal sword essence, with shocking power, instantly slashed toward the empty void. As for Marquis Xiaoyao, although he did not see anything strange in the void in front of him, he followed Jian Wushuang and also pressed forward with his heavy sword. The two sword shadows slashed toward the empty void almost at the same time. At first, there was indeed nothing in the void, but just as the two sword shadows were about to fall, a strange gray light suddenly appeared, then the gray light flashed and instantly collided with the two sword shadows. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao retreated almost at the same time. They pushed me and Marquis Xiaoyao back at the same time? Jian Wushuang was quite surprised as he retreated. After a while, he and Marquis Xiaoyao regained their balance, and their eyes immediately looked at the void in front of them. Jian Wushuang had also sensed that after fighting with him and Marquis Xiaoyao, the gray shadow did not choose to hide again. Instead, it stood in the void. Chapter 3361 The Legacy. When the power completely dissipated, Jian Wushuang finally saw the other party clearly. It was a disheveled old man with silver hair and tattered clothes, who looked like a beggar. Although the disheveled old man did not emit any aura, when he stood there and appeared in everyone's sight, they could still sense an extremely rich life aura from him. In other words, this sloppy old man was not a puppet fighter, but a real life. He was actually a human cultivator. He is a cultivator? Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao looked at each other in shock. At the beginning, when they knew about the existence of the gray light shadow, the first thing they thought of was the helmet, or some special exotic beasts, but they did not expect that the other party was a human cultivator. Because the secret realm of heaven and earth had existed for a long time, and it had been sealed all year round. If there were human cultivators, they would have left long ago. Why would they stay here? But now, they had miscalculated. The sloppy old man who appeared in front of them was definitely a real human cultivator. Who are you? Jian Wushuang stared at the sloppy old man in front of him and asked in a solemn voice. Who am I? It's been a long time since anyone asked me this question. I've even forgotten who I am. The sloppy old man said. His voice was extremely hoarse and a little stiff. It was obvious that he had not spoken for a long time. Have you forgotten who you are? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he immediately understood that the sloppy old man must be an extremely ancient existence. It was very likely that he had been left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. It had been at least hundreds of millions of years since then. He had been alone in the secret land of heaven and earth for such a long time. He had been lonely for so many years. The sloppy old man had not lost his mind, let alone forgotten who he was. It had already been very impressive. Lord Batsang. Jian Wushuang sent a message to Batsang immediately. If the secret land of heaven and earth was closed, he could not communicate with the outside world. But now that the secret land of heaven and earth had been opened, his communication with the outside world was not restricted. The reason why Jian Wushuang looked for Batsang, in order to get information on the Amethyst Demon sect. Although the sloppy old man had forgotten who he was, Jian Wushuang guessed that he must be from the Amethyst Demon sect. It was very likely that he was an expert in the Amethyst Demon sect. He had survived the destruction of the Amethyst Demon sect in the Flame Saint realm, and had stayed in the secret realm of heaven and earth. As long as he got information about the experts of the Amethyst Demon sect, he should be able to know the identity of the sloppy old man. As one of the three freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning realm, the Temporal Temple was the most ancient existence. It was much older than the Amethyst Demon sect. When the Amethyst Demon sect dominated the second heaven, the Temporal Temple had always been the overlord of the Divine Beginning realm. Naturally, the Temporal Temple had information about the experts of the Amethyst Demon sect, but it would take some time to find all of them. You're very good. The sloppy elder suddenly glanced at Jian Wushuang. It's rare for a saint to find me, but unfortunately, you can't come to this place. Leave. The sloppy elder's voice was cold, as if he was asking them to leave. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, while Marquis Xiaoyao, who was standing beside him, said in a low voice, Your Excellency, although I don't know your true identity, I think you must be someone left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. If I'm not wrong, you're here to protect the treasure left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect, right? It's been almost 200 million years since the Amethyst Demon sect was destroyed. The experts left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect have all died except for you. There's no possibility of them rising again. And this treasure is useless to you, who has become a lone wolf. Why don't you help us and give us the treasure? Hearing this, the sloppy old man's eyes darkened. He had indeed forgotten his name and identity, but he still remembered his mission. His mission was to stay here and guard this place, to protect the final hope of the Amethyst Demon sect's rise. Marquis Xiaoyao was right. The many treasures and opportunities left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect were indeed hidden in this secret realm. He was the guardian of these treasures and opportunities. He had waited for so many years. He had waited for the experts left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect to come with the tokens. Then, he would use these treasures and opportunities to rise again in the divine beginning realm. Unfortunately, after waiting for nearly 200 million years, not a single person had come to this secret realm of heaven and earth. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks! Until now, someone had finally used the tokens to open the secret realm of heaven and earth. However, under the observation of these principal's masters, this sloppy old man had long known that the other party had nothing to do with the Amethyst Demon sect. That was why he did not immediately show himself. But now, are all the seeds left in the sect dead? The sloppy old man looked up at the void and muttered to himself. Of course they are dead. Otherwise, why would no one come here to look for you? How could that token fall into our hands? Marquis Xiaoyao sneered. Your Excellency, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your Amethyst Demon sect has already lost the possibility of rising again. Moreover, with the Flame Saint realm around, even if your Amethyst Demon sect still has some experts left behind, it is impossible for you to re-establish the Amethyst Demon sect. Therefore, it is better for you to hand over that treasure. This way, we will forget about the matter of you seriously injuring the four of us principal's masters. Otherwise, Marquis Zaiweo's eyes were filled with annoyance and coldness. So what if you don't? I didn't blame you for barging in here, and I was even willing to let you leave. What a joke that you still dare to threaten me. You're really courting death. The sloppy old man's gaze turned cold. Since you're not willing to leave, then you can stay here forever to accompany me. As soon as the sloppy old man finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura instantly appeared. It was as if a giant dragon that had been slumbering for billions of years had suddenly awakened. This aura was earth-shaking and immediately swept out and suppressed the entire area. In the secret realm of heaven and earth, there were more than a dozen principal's masters from both the Temporal Temple and the Xiaoyao Mansion, including Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao, who were experts in the Void Realm. But at this moment, under the pressure of this sudden burst of aura, almost everyone felt a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. Chapter 3362, Demon Master Chenhua. Something's wrong, be careful! Jian Wushuang's expression changed when he felt the overwhelming aura from the sloppy old man. Marquis Zaiweo's eyes darkened, but then a monstrous aura rose from his body. At the same time, a large amount of destructive and thunder principles power rose. At this moment, Marquis Xiaoyao, at a glance, he appeared just like a terrifying destructive thunder god. He is just an old fellow that has been left behind from the era of the Amethyst Demon sect. Moreover, he has been trapped in this secret realm. Marquis Xiaoyao did not have the slightest fear towards the sloppy old man. He knew, during the battle when the Amethyst Demon sect was destroyed, the top principal's masters under the Amethyst Demon sect had already been killed by the Flame Saint realm. Even if there were some who remained, their strength would definitely not be that great. Although nearly 200 million years had passed since the battle, the sloppy old man had stayed in the secret realm, and did not go out. He did not have the chance to gain experience or opportunities. Even if his strength had increased, it definitely would not have been much. Furthermore, he had just met the sloppy old man. Although the sloppy old man had given him a lot of pressure, Marquis Xiaoyao did not think that his strength would be weaker than the sloppy old man. Kill, Thunderbolt! Swoosh! Following Marquis Zaiweo's shout, a flash of lightning suddenly shot out. It was so fast that people could not see clearly. Most people could only see a flash of lightning across the sky. However, Marquis Xiaoyao had already arrived in front of the sloppy old man. At the same time, he had raised a 2-meter-long heavy sword high up. On the heavy sword, two extremely violent rules, destruction and thunder, perfectly merged together, he slashed down with a bang. The power of this sword could be said to be world-shaking. Jian Wushuang was extremely familiar with this sword. Previously, when he was fighting with Marquis Xiaoyao had used this sword to completely crush him in terms of power. This was Marquis Xiaoweo's strongest sword, and its power had almost reached the limit of an expert of the Void Fourth Realm. However, in the face of such a powerful sword strike, a mocking expression appeared on the sloppy old man's face. He did not make much of a move and merely waved his tattered sleeve, causing a thin and weak arm. Like a blade, it directly hacked at the heavy sword. "Get lost!" the sloppy old man also shouted. The heavy sword collided with the arm, and following a metallic sound, the heavy sword in Marquis Xiaoweo's hand was instantly sent flying. However, that arm still carried a shocking might. It directly struck Marquis Xiaoweo's divine body. Marquis Xiaoweo's body shook, and the defense on the surface of his body immediately collapsed. His divine body also suffered an unprecedented impact at this moment. His divine body actually directly collapsed at this moment. This was not the end. At the same time that Marquis Xiaoweo's divine body collapsed, a terrifying devouring power was wantonly devouring Marquis Xiaoweo's divine power. In just an instant, more than 60% of Marquis Xiaoweo's divine power was devoured. 1. Marquis Xiaoweo's immortal body was activated immediately. By using up the remaining divine power, his body was finally reassembled. However, after reassembling, his aura was extremely weak. His divine power was only left with less than 20%. Run! After reassembling his divine body, Marquis Xiaoyao did not hesitate at all. He frantically fled to the side, pulling away from the sloppy old man. As he fled, his face was also filled with unprecedented horror. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. One move. In just one move, he had defeated his most powerful ultimate skill and destroyed his divine body, causing him to lose more than 80% of his divine power in an instant. Such strength was too terrifying. The numerous principals masters from the Temporal Temple and Xiaoyao Mansion, who were also in the secret realm of heaven and earth, was completely stunned by the scene before them. Who was Marquis Xiaoyao? He was the mansion master of the Xiaoyao Mansion. Although there were more than 10 principals masters present, Marquis Xiaoyao was definitely the most powerful one apart from Jian Wushuang. Moreover, the Xiaoyao Mansion was good at fighting head-on. He had mastered the two violent principles' powers of destruction and thunder at the same time. Moreover, he had perfectly combined them together with an absolute art to unleash the most powerful attack. Even Jian Wushuang felt inferior to him. But now, his most powerful attack was so weak in front of the sloppy old man. How is this possible? The mansion master's divine body was destroyed in one move, and he lost so much divine power. Does this mean that he can kill the mansion master if he attacks again? This man's strength is so terrifying. Terrifying. These two words appeared in everyone's hearts. And the many principals masters present looked at the sloppy old man with eyes filled with terror. At the same time, they all understood that this sloppy old man probably did not have any intention of killing them, so he only attacked to teach them a lesson, give them a warning, and let them leave. Otherwise, the 4 principals masters who had been severely injured by him would not have survived. But now, the sloppy old man had shown up, and because of what Marquis Xiaoyao had said, he had clearly intended to kill them. On the other side, while he was shocked by the sloppy old man's strength, Jian Wushuang finally recognized him from the information provided by the Temporal Temple. Chen Hua! You are the genius elder of the Amethyst Demon Sect, Demon Master Chen Hua! Jian Wushuang's voice echoed in the secret realm. Hearing the name of Demon Master Chen Hua, the Rule Masters felt that he was a stranger. The Amethyst Demon Sect was too far away from the current era, and the Principal's Master was no longer active in the Divine Beginning realm. They had long been forgotten by the world. Of course, they did not know who the Demon Master Chen Hua was. However, as the Mansion Master of Xiaoyao Mansion, Marquis Xiaoyao, who had also lived for a relatively long time, had heard of the Demon Master Chen Hua. Demon Master Chen Hua? Is he that genius elder from the Amethyst Demon sect who broke through to the Principal's Master realm in less than 100,000 years and reached the 4th level of the Void realm in 300,000 years? Marquis Zioweo's eyes were also filled with shock. How is this possible? Shouldn't this Demon Master Chenhua have been killed by the experts of the Flame Saint realm during that battle? Marquis Xiaoyao did not know. During the battle that destroyed the Amethyst Demon sect, many of the top experts of the Amethyst Demon sect were killed, including more than 90% of the Principal's masters. However, there were also some who were lucky enough to survive. For example, this Demon Master Chenhua, because of some reasons, he had been staying in the secret realm of heaven and earth and had not participated in the battle. Of course, the Flame Saint realm had not been able to kill him. However, the Flame Saint realm had not announced it to the public, so everyone thought that this genius elder had also died in that battle. However, that was not the case. Chapter 3363, Genius Elder. Demon Master Chenhua? After Jian Wushuang said the name of the sloppy old man, the sloppy old man fell into deep thought. Demon Master Chenhua? It's so familiar, so familiar. Yes, that's my name, Demon Master Chenhua. The sloppy old man's eyes flashed with a fierce light. After thinking of his name, a large amount of memories and thoughts flooded in. After all, Demon Master Chenhua was a powerful Principal's master. It was only because he had waited for so long in the secret realm of heaven and earth that he gradually forgot himself and began to forget everything. However, these things that he forgot would form memories that would remain in his mind. As long as he was reminded, these memories would be recalled one by one. Tam the Amethyst Demon Sect's Demon Master Chenhua. That is my root. When I was young, Master had led me into the demon sect and taught me with great care. I did well. In less than 100,000 years, I broke through to become the Principal's Master and became the #1 genius of the Amethyst Demon sect. In the following 200,000 years, I made a name for myself in the Divine Beginning realm, letting everyone in the Divine Beginning realm know my name, Demon Master Chenhua. My master is also very pleased with my achievements. The elders in the sect master, are also full of expectations for me. As long as I improve my strength, the overall strength of the Amethyst Demon sect will be able to completely surpass those great sects in third heaven. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. However, one day, a disaster arrived. The Flame Saint realm is the Flame Saint realm. They attacked our Amethyst Demon sect and massacred our experts. My master, the sect master, and many top experts of our Purple Star Demon sect were annihilated in that battle. Among the many elders, I was the only one who brought the final hope of the Amethyst Demon sect's rise to power. I lay dormant in this secret realm of heaven and earth, Flame Saint realm. Damned Flame Saint realm. A bunch of trash, they all deserve to die. The sloppy old man, who was the Demon Master Chenhua, had a look of delight on his face when he spoke at the beginning. However, as he spoke, his voice became more and more impassioned, and his face became redder and redder. In the end, his eyes turned scarlet, he became completely crazed. Kill! People from the Flame Saint realm deserve to die! Boom! A world-shaking killing intent crazily burst out of Demon Master Chenhua. The aura emitted by Demon Master Chenhua reached a new level at this moment. This level was enough to make experts like Marquis Xiaoyao and Jian Wushuang tremble in fear. Oh no! This Demon Master is completely crazy! He has been alone in the secret land of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. It's fine if he forgot his memory before, but now that he remembered it with a towering hatred, it's no wonder he's crazy. Jian Wushuang's face was unsightly. At this moment, he saw the crazy Demon Master suddenly let out a roar. The roar shook the sky and tore the void in an instant, forming a terrifying shock wave. It swept wildly in all directions. Just a roar, and it tore through space. Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he immediately shouted, "Be careful, retreat quickly!" In fact, Without Jian Wushuang's reminder, the experts from both the Temporal Temple and the Xiaoyao Mansion had already retreated far away when they saw Demon Master sunk into madness and recalled his terrifying strength. They stood in the distance and watched in horror as the shock wave created by Demon Master Chenhua's roar shattered many palaces and pavilions in the secret realm of heaven and earth, and razed the entire building complex to the ground. "What's wrong with Demon Master Chenhua? It's fine that he's mad, but how could he be so powerful?" Marquis Xiaoyao was the most terrified among them. He had fled to the edge of the secret realm of heaven and earth. He looked at the Demon Master from afar. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. As for Jian Wushuang, he was not far away from Marquis Xiaoyao, and his face was very solemn. According to the information, when the Flame Saint Realm destroyed the Amethyst Demon Sect, Demon Master Chenhua was only a rule master of the Void Four Realms. At most, he was at the peak of the Void Four Realms. But now, the strength he displayed. He had injured Marquis Xiaoyao in one move and almost killed him. With a roar, he shattered the void. Even experts at the peak of the 5 Void Realms, or even the 5 Void Realms, could not achieve such terrifying strength. Obviously, the strength of this Demon Master was at least at the level of the 6 Void Realms. As for what level he was at among the 6 Void Realms, it was unknown. However, Jian Wushuang guessed that the Demon Master must be very strong among the 6 realms of the void. It was quite normal for him to advance from the peak of the 4th realm of the void to the 6th realm of the void in nearly 200 million years. However, don't forget the environment that Demon Master was in. He had been staying in this secret realm of heaven and earth, and was completely isolated from the outside world. There were no opportunities, no experiences, and he could not even interact with anyone. There was only boredom and loneliness. In such an environment, ordinary people would have long gone mad, not to mention trying to find ways to improve their strength. Moreover, even if he could stabilize his mind and cultivate, he could still improve his strength very slowly by immersing himself in cultivation and not having any contact with the outside world. Once he encountered a bottleneck, he might be trapped there and could not improve at all. For example, although Jian Wushuang occasionally went into closed-door cultivation, he would not stay in it for too long because he knew that blindly cultivating in closed-door cultivation was far from being comparable to his adventures outside. And this Demon Master Chenhua had stayed in such a crazy environment for nearly 200 million years, yet his strength could still increase so much. It was indeed impressive. "A genius elder is indeed a genius!" Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. In the era when the Amethyst Demon Sect was still in existence, the Demon Master Chenhua's talent could not be compared with his perfect life, but it was still very impressive. He became a Principal's Master in less than 100,000 years, he reached the 4th Void Realm in less than 300,000 years. Such a speed of improvement could make countless top geniuses in the Divine Beginning Realm look up to him. However, this genius elder is a bit tricky now. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the crazy Demon Master in the void in front of him. The eyes of the Demon Master were scarlet and filled with shocking killing intent. It seemed that he wanted to kill everyone here, and he really had such strength. Seems that I have to find a way to calm him down first. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 3364 Persuasion, Part 1. All of you should die! Demon Master Chenhua was completely mad. At this moment, he was like a peerless, ferocious beast from ancient times. His body suddenly flashed, and no one had the time to react. He had already appeared in front of the nearest Principal's Master from Xiaoyao Mansion. Then, his right hand struck out like lightning, directly piercing through the god body of that Principal's Master, and the strange power contained in that palm. Almost instantly, all the divine power of the Principal's Master in the 2nd realm of the Void Realm was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the Principal's Master of the Xiaoyao Mansion had died. The other Principal's Masters around were shocked when they saw this scene. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, immediately made his move. Paint the ground as a prison, space-time binding. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the vast power of space-time principles that covered the surrounding area instantly covered Demon Master Chenhua. Space-time binding was also a move in the space-time prison. It was used to restrict the opponent's movements while completely confining the surrounding space-time. However, when the space-time binding was applied to Demon Master, he only shook his body slightly and then broke free. As expected, my space-time binding, even with the help of the golden sky painting flag, can only restrict an ordinary expert of the fifth void realm. It's impossible to restrict an expert of the sixth void realm like Demon Master. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had to find a way to stop Demon Master Chenhua. Otherwise, if he continued to kill like this, there would be no one in the secret realm who could escape. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He shouted at Demon Master Chenhua. Demon Master Chenhua, your Amethyst Demon sect has been destroyed. As a genius elder of the Amethyst Demon sect, don't you want to avenge the Amethyst Demon sect? Jian Wushuang's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the secret realm of heaven and earth. Of course, Demon Master Chenhua heard it clearly, and his body suddenly stopped in the void. His scarlet eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. He suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "What did you say?" Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Demon Master Chenhua, since you can control your body, it seems that you still have your rationality. I'm telling you now, if you still have the slightest intention of avenging the Amethyst Demon sect, then stop. But if you don't have the intention of avenging the Amethyst Demon sect, then you can continue to kill." Demon Master Chenhua was already standing there. His killing intent was still soaring, but the scarlet in his eyes slowly faded away. His earth-shaking aura also slowly faded away. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang also heaved a sigh of relief. Has he finally stopped? Jian Wushuang was also very nervous. He did not know whether his words could make Demon Master Chenhua stop. However, he could see that although Demon Master Chenhua looked crazy, as a principal's master of the six void realms, no matter how crazy he was, he should be able to maintain a trace of rationality. Moreover, he valued the Amethyst Demon sect so much, so his words should make Demon Master Chenhua somewhat worried. As expected, when Demon Master Chenhua heard his words, although his killing intent did not weaken, he stopped killing for the time being. "Boy, what do you mean by what you said just now?" Demon Master Chenhua stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then he said, "Demon Master Chenhua, I've made myself clear. If you kill all of us here, I guarantee you'll lose your only chance to avenge your Amethyst Demon sect." Huh! Demon Master Chenhua's pupils constricted slightly. He did not speak but listened to Jian Wushuang's story. "Demon Master Chenhua, you should have already noticed that I'm not an expert under the command of the Flame Saint Realm. I'm from the Temporal Temple," Jian Wushuang said. "Temporal Temple?" Demon Master Chenhua's memories of the Temporal Temple immediately appeared in his mind, but his expression remained calm. The Temporal Temple is indeed an ancient overlord. Even when the Amethyst Demon sect was at its peak, we didn't dare to provoke it. However, now that the Amethyst Demon sect has been destroyed, I'm the only one left. I'm not afraid of your Temporal Temple. Even if I kill all of your people here, what can the Temporal Temple do to me?" The Demon Master Chenhua was not conceited, but he did indeed have the ability to do so. One had to know that he was now a super expert of the 6 states of the void. In the divine beginning realm, unless the 3 great Saint Realm Masters or those few rulers personally took action, no one could do anything to him. Although the Temporal Temple had a deep foundation and was powerful, under the circumstance that the Temporal Temple Master did not personally take action, they probably could not do anything to the Demon Master Chenhua. After all, the Demon Master Chenhua was not only terrifyingly powerful, the Amethyst Demon sect had long been destroyed, so there was nothing that could restrain or restrict him. As the saying went, a barefooted person was not afraid of wearing shoes. It was true that the Demon Master did not care about the Temporal Temple at the moment. "Demon Master, with your current strength, the Temporal Temple is indeed unable to do anything to you. However, you have lived from the Amethyst Demon sect's era until now. You should know the position of the temporal temple. The temporal temple and the flame holy region have always been on opposite sides. They have even been fighting for a long time. Although this kind of fight will not affect the status of the Flame Saint realm, it will often cause pain to the Flame Saint realm. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Besides, the person standing in front of you has the same hatred with the Flame Saint realm as you do. He will not rest until one of us is dead, Jian Wushuang said. The person standing in front of me? Are you talking about yourself? Demon Master Chen Hua looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Not only do I have a hatred with the Flame Saint realm, but I also have a hatred with the other two Saint realms. The three Saint realms have risked their lives to kill me more than once or twice. It can be said that they and I are absolutely dead. There is no turning back. Humph, kid, why didn't you look in the mirror before you lied? Who do you think you are? However, for a mere immortal saint, if you were to say that you have a feud with the three great saint realms, this old man would believe you. However, you actually said that the three great saint realms had risked everything to kill you multiple times. Hee, if the three great saint realms really risked everything to kill you, would you still be alive? Who do you think you are? Demon Master Chen Hua sneered. Demon Master Chen Hua, I'm not lying to you. The feud between me and the three Saint Realms, and the three Saint Realms have risked their lives to kill me many times, is known by everyone in the Divine Beginning Realm. You can go out and ask anyone, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Chapter 3365, Persuasion, Part 2. Is this kid really as he said? The three Saint Realms are willing to do anything to kill him? Demon Master Chen Hua frowned. At this moment, Marquis Xiaoyao, who had already escaped to the edge of the secret realm, hurriedly spoke. Demon Master Chen Hua, what Heavenly Sword Marquis said is true. I have a mirror image of him fighting with the three Saint Realms. You can take a look. After saying that, Marquis Xiaoyao waved his hand and threw a mirror token at Demon Master Chen Hua. Demon Master Chen Hua took the mirror token and began to read it. The mirror token was the scene of Jian Wushuang fighting with the three Saint Realms on the Saha Island more than 400 years ago. The battle was earth-shaking and there were many experts watching the battle. Naturally, someone recorded the scene with the mirror token. The mirror image had long been spread in the Divine Beginning Realm. Marquis Xiaoyao happened to have one in his hands. Demon Master Chen Hua looked at the scene in the mirror token. At first, he was only surprised, but later, it completely turned into shock. In the end, even he was shocked. Boy, you are an immortal saint! How could you fight with the three Saint Realms and severely injure Saint Master Yan and Sorcerer God? Demon Master Chen Hua looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Demon Master Chen Hua, you should believe me now, Jian Wushuang said seriously. As I said, I have been fighting with the three Saint Realms for a long time, including the Saint Realm of Fire, which was responsible for the destruction of the Amethyst Demon sect. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend. Demon Master Chen Hua, we should stand on the same side. If we fight, the Saint Realm of Fire will be secretly happy. You're right. Demon Master Chen Hua nodded slightly, and the killing intent in his body began to weaken. Since you're fighting with the Flame Saint Realm so fiercely, and you even heavily injured the Flame Saint Master, I won't hold you responsible for breaking into the Heaven and Earth secret realm and offending me. You can leave now. It was obvious that Demon Master Chen Hua had no intention to attack Jian Wushuang and the others. In fact, he did not intend to kill Jian Wushuang and the others because he had held back before. It was only because Marquis Xiaoyao had angered him, and he had just remembered the destruction of the Amethyst Demon sect that he began to kill them. But now, when he saw the mirror image of Jian Wushuang severely injuring Saint Master Yan, the anger in his heart had disappeared, and he even had a good impression of Jian Wushuang. After all, he hated Saint Master Yan to the bone. Jian Wushuang had severely injured Saint Master Yan, and he had already vented his anger on him. Demon Master Chen Hua, don't dismiss me yet. I think the two of us can have a good talk, Jian Wushuang said. Talk about what? Demon Master Chenhua looked over. About what I said before, do you still have any thoughts of avenging the Amethyst Demon sect? Jian Wushuang asked. A fierce light flashed in Demon Master's eyes. Jian Wushuang smiled and glanced at the principal's masters around him. I've asked the outsiders to reopen the secret realm. Leave and let me talk to Demon Master. Yes. The principal's masters obeyed Jian Wushuang's order. As for Marquis Xiaoyao, he had come to the secret land of heaven and earth to obtain the treasures left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. However, he did not obtain the treasures and opportunities. Instead, he was severely injured. Moreover, a principal's master of his Xiaoyao mansion had been killed by Demon Master Chenhua. This made him extremely aggrieved and unwilling. However, no matter how aggrieved and unwilling he was, once he thought of the terrifying strength of Demon Master Chenhua, he could not think of anything else. Shaking his head, Marquis Xiaoyao could only leave with the rest of the people from Xiaoyao Mansion. In the blink of an eye, all the principal's masters had left, leaving Jian Wushuang alone in the secret land of heaven and earth to look at Demon Master Chenhua. Boy, you're an immortal saint, but you can make so many principal's masters obey you. You're really capable. Demon Master Chenhua praised. Jian Wushuang only smiled faintly. All right, what do you want to say? Speak, Demon Master Chenhua said. Demon Master Chenhua, you should have noticed that although I'm only an immortal saint, I'm very special, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I can make principal's masters obey me and be respectful to me. I can also kill ordinary principal's masters. In the Great War 400 years ago, I was able to fight the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God at the same time and severely injure them. Yes. Yes, you are special, or rather, heaven-defying. When I was young, I was also called a peerless genius. But compared to you, I am nothing. But no matter how special you are or how talented you are, what does it have to do with me? Demon Master Chenhua said in a deep voice. Of course I care. Demon Master Chenhua, as I said before, the 3 Saint Realms will do anything to kill me. This is no joke. More than 400 years ago, they set up an inescapable net to kill me. They even sent the 3 Saint Realm Masters and the Sorcerer God, who has the battle strength of a Saint Realm Master, to kill me. It shows how much the 3 Saint Realms value me, Jian Wushuang said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Indeed. This is the first time I've heard of the 3 Saint Realms going all out to kill an immortal saint. Even a top principal's master, or even some of the top sects in the Divine Beginning Realm, shouldn't be able to make the 3 Saint Realms go through so much trouble, let alone an immortal saint. Then do you know why the 3 Saint Realms are so desperate to kill me? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Demon Master Chenhua was stunned. Many thoughts appeared in his mind, but he quickly thought of the most likely possibility. As far as I know, the 3 Saint Realms have never been so desperate to deal with someone, but now they are dealing with you. Do the 3 Saint Realms think you can threaten their status? Demon Master Chenhua said with a serious expression. As he said this, he found it hard to believe. How ancient were the 3 Saint Realms in the Divine Beginning Realm? And how powerful were they? They had the power of the will of the heavenly Tao. They were the true rulers of the Divine Beginning Realm. For a long time, no one had been able to subvert the notice of the 3 Saint Realms, even if it was the 3 Freedom Alliances. Although the 3 Freedom Alliances were so powerful that even the 3 Saint Realms feared them, no matter how powerful the 3 Saint Realms were, they could not threaten the status of the 3 Saint Realms. Yet, a single cultivator, and he was just an immortal saint, was able to pose such a great threat to the 3 great Saint Realms? Was this possible? Chapter 3366, Persuasion, Part 3. You're right. The reason why the 3 Saint Realms are so desperate to kill me is because I can threaten their position. To be more precise, am a great threat to the will of heaven behind them. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. Demon Master Chenhua, you should know that the will of the heavenly Tao is behind the 3 Saint Realms. With the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, it's almost impossible to shake the position of the three saint realms. Even if you're extremely talented and will break through to the ruler level in the future, as long as the will of the heavenly Tao exists, you'll never be able to pose a real threat to the three saint realms. But I can. Jian Wushuang spoke with absolute confidence. What he said was the truth. In the divine beginning realm, with the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, almost no one could threaten the three saint realms. Not even a master-level expert. For example, the three Freedom Alliances had a master-level expert behind them, but they had been helpless against the three saint realms. Demon Master Chenhua, am the only one in the divine beginning realm who can pose a threat to the will of the heavenly Tao. Although I'm still weak, given a certain amount of time, I can destroy the will of the heavenly Tao and destroy the three saint realms at the same time. Your enemy happens to be the flame saint realm of the three saint realms, so we can join forces, Jian Wushuang said. Join hands? How? Demon Master Chenhua asked. As I said, what I need now is time, but the three saint realms will not let me grow like this. They will certainly try to hinder my growth and even fight to the death with some special means to kill me. At this time, of course, I need some help, Jian Wushuang said. Demon Master Chenhua had clearly understood Jian Wushuang's intention. Boy, don't tell me you want me to be your bodyguard? I can be considered a bodyguard, but to be exact, you and I are equal. You protect me so that I can continue to grow. When my strength reaches a certain level, I will destroy the Flame Saint realm and avenge your Amethyst demon sect. How about it? Jian Wushuang said. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Chenhua sneered. Boy, do you want me to be by your side and be your guard? Putting aside whether you can really pose such a great threat to the will of the heavenly Tao and the three saint realms, even if you can, who knows how long it will take? If you need tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, wouldn't I have to guard you for so many years? You want me to be your guard with just a few words? You're dreaming. Demon Master Chenhua, you should already have an answer to whether I can threaten the will of heaven and the three saint realms in the future. As for the time required, it's not as long as you think. I can guarantee that within 100,000 years, I will destroy the Flame Saint realm. If I can't do it, or if you don't see my progress in these 100,000 years and feel that there's no hope, you can leave at any time. 100,000 years, Jian Wushuang said. 100,000 years? Demon Master Chenhua looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. You're just an immortal saint now. How can you reach that level in just 100,000 years? I'm confident. Jian Wushuang smiled. In fact, Jian Wushuang was not very confident. Although 100,000 years was not a short time, it was very, very difficult for him to reach the point where he could threaten the will of the heavenly Tao and shake the three saint realms. As for why Jian Wushuang was so confident, it was because he had learned from the Temporal Temple Master that the three saint realms could invite outside help at the Overlord level. According to his guess, if the three saint realms really invited outside help, then 100,000 years would have passed. At that time, if he had not reached the stage where he could threaten the will of the heavenly Tao and shake the three saint realms, then it would be the same with or without the protection of Demon Master Chenhua. Seeing the confidence on Jian Wushuang's face, Demon Master Chenhua began to ponder. With this thought, Jian Wushuang saw that there was hope. He immediately continued. Demon Master Chenhua, if you are willing to join hands with me and follow me, I will find a way to make you a consecrator of my temporal temple. This consecrator is a special existence in the temporal temple. He can disobey the orders of my temporal temple, but he can enjoy many of the benefits of my temporal temple, such as the Amethyst Demon Sect. Although the Amethyst Demon Sect has been destroyed for so many years, there were still quite a number of people who survived that battle. Most of these experts who survived have probably died, but it's not certain that no one left behind. Perhaps there are still experts left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect hiding in the Divine Beginning Realm. And if you become a consecrator of my temporal temple, you can ask my temporal temple to help find the traces of these people. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks. Although the intelligence ability of the temporal temple is not the best in the divine beginning realm, it is still very good. As long as you give the order, the intelligence department can secretly find the people left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect without the Flame Saint realm noticing it in advance. After saying that, Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Chenhua again. At this moment, Demon Master Chenhua was already moved. Indeed, just as Jian Wushuang said, he valued the Amethyst Demon sect very much. Because of that, after the destruction of the Amethyst Demon sect, he hated the Flame Saint realm to the extreme. He wanted to avenge the Amethyst Demon sect, he wanted to completely destroy the Flame Saint realm, and he wanted to kill the Flame Saint Master. However, with his ability, it was very difficult for him to pose a threat to the Flame Saint realm, let alone completely destroy it. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the ruler level in the future, he was only qualified to be on equal footing with the Flame Saint realm. With the power of the will of heaven, it was still impossible for him to destroy the Flame Saint realm. But now, Jian Wushuang's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. Although this hope seemed very small and strange, it was indeed the only chance for him to avenge the Amethyst Demon sect. Of course, he wanted to seize the last chance. In addition, Jian Wushuang also said that he only needed to protect them for 100,000 years. If there was no hope within 100,000 years, he could leave at any time. 100,000 years was insignificant to him, who had stayed in the secret land of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. Moreover, the authority Jian Wushuang mentioned in the end made Demon Master Chenhua even more tempted. After hesitating for a long time, Demon Master Chenhua finally nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." Chapter 3367. Guard Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he saw Demon Master Chenhua agree. Demon Master Chenhua was a super expert of the 6 realms of the void, and he was once a genius elder with great talent. He was completely alone in the secret realm of heaven and earth without any experience. His strength had improved so much. One could imagine how fast he would improve if he left the secret realm of heaven and earth and went to the divine beginning realm to fight with experts. Without a doubt, Demon Master Chenhua was qualified to strive for the master level. However, such a super expert would stay by his side and be his guard for the next 100,000 years. How could Jian Wushuang not be surprised? "Boy, your name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, right?" Demon Master Chenhua looked at Jian Wushuang again. "Don't be happy too early. Let me be clear. Although I promise to stay by your side and be your guard for the next 100,000 years, all I have to do is to protect you. I may not help you with other things. Moreover, you are now highly valued by the 3 Saint Realms. The 3 Saint Realms will certainly try to kill you again. If I can handle it, I will help you. But if I can't handle it, and even my life is in danger, don't blame me for running away. Of course. Although you are my guard, you have an equal relationship with me. If I want you to do something for me, I will ask for your opinion in advance. If you don't want to, I will not force you," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He did not feel regretful. He knew that it was impossible for him to command Demon Master Chenhua like an ordinary guard. However, as long as Demon Master Chenhua agreed to protect him with all his strength, it was enough. Not to mention anything else, a super expert of the 6th realm of the void was enough to intimidate his opponent. Demon Master Chenhua, now that it's settled, we're on the same side. Can you tell me what level your strength has been in all these years? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. He was indeed quite curious about the strength of Demon Master Chenhua. Through his previous attacks, although he knew that Demon Master Chenhua had the battle strength of the 6th realm of the void, he did not know how powerful Demon Master Chenhua was among the 6 realms of the void. He also had control over the specific power of his will. Jian Wushuang wanted to have a certain understanding of the rules he comprehended. My strength should be at the peak of the 6 void realms. Demon Master Chenhua said. The peak of the 6 void realms? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Although the 6 void realms were at the same level, there was a huge gap in strength. Temple Master Bai Xing and Star River Master could only be considered normal, or average among the 6 void realms. As for the 4 ancient immortals who had followed the temporal temple master to sweep through the 6 realms, these 4 ancient existences were considered extremely powerful existences among the 6 realms of the void. They should be considered at the peak level. As for those above the 4 ancient immortals, they were at the level of Elder Darkbone. Elder Darkbone was someone who could fight against a Saint Realm Master. His strength could be said to have reached the peak among the 6 realms of the void. As a peak existence among the 6 void realms, Demon Master Chenhua was no weaker than Old Monster Abyssal Bone. However, he was no weaker than the 4 ancient immortals. Demon Master Chenhua, since you are at the peak of the 6 void realms, your comprehension of the principles. Jian Wushuang looked over. They've mastered the 3 principles of darkness, wind, and slaughter at the same time, and the 3 principles have been completely merged together. In addition, I have opened the secret realm of heaven and earth, so I naturally have mastered 6 portions of the power of the will. Now I am still focused on studying the principles of the earth, and I have already comprehended most of them. I should be able to master the 7th portion of the power of the will in a short time. By then, I will be able to improve my strength and reach the peak of the 6 void realms. Demon Master Chenhua said. Demon Master Chenhua said. Jian Wushuang could not help but raise his eyebrows. The level of Principles Master was usually determined by the power of the will. However, because Principles Master was only in the 6 realms of the void, even if you had mastered 7 parts of the power of the will, you could only be in the 6 realms of the void. However, it had already reached the peak. Because if you integrated 4 principles at the same time, you would be at the ruler level. For example, Elder Darkbone had mastered 7 parts of the power of will. The gap between Demon Master Darkbone and Master of the Earth principles was very small. This meant that he was very close to Elder Darkbone. Was such a powerful Principles Master as a guard, I really made a lot of money. Jian Wushuang laughed in his heart, then he asked. Demon Master Chenhua, I entered the secret realm of heaven and earth for the opportunity treasures left by the Amethyst Demon sect. You should know where they are, right? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Of course I do. Those resources and treasures were accumulated by the Amethyst Demon sect over a long period of time. They are in my hands. Do you want them? Demon Master Chenhua's eyes were sharp. He stared at Jian Wushuang. You have them. Jian Wushuang smiled, then he continued. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in this batch of treasures. I came here under orders. As for whether I can get this batch of treasures in the end, I don't care too much. But if possible, I hope you can find a few things that the immortal saint can use or opportunities that can help him. An opportunity or treasure that can help the immortal saint. The Demon Master Chenhua's expression changed. You're also an immortal saint. Why do you want to use it for yourself? Of course not. With my strength, I can't use treasures or opportunities at the immortal saint realm. However, I have a few Saint Realm friends outside the secret realm. They were the first to find the secret realm. I promised them that I would give them some opportunities, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Demon Master Chenhua nodded slightly. It's just a few opportunities or treasures that the immortal saints can use. It doesn't matter much. I can give you some so that you can share it with them. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. In fact, with his current status and the fact that he had killed many Principles Masters in the battle more than 400 years ago, he had a lot of resources and treasures, but the immortal saints could use very few of them, therefore, he could only ask the Demon Master Chenhua for some. After the 2 of them reached an agreement, they did not continue to stay in the secret realm. Instead, they left directly. Chapter 3368. Looking for someone in the Amethyst Fog Sea, around the secret realm of heaven and earth, many sergeants of the patrol team and experts of the Xiaoyao mansion were waiting quietly. Suddenly, the void rippled, and a space passage appeared out of thin air. Then 2 figures stepped out of the space passage one after another. Jian Wushuang was fine when he saw the 2 figures, But when the people around him saw Demon Master Chenhua, they were all shocked, especially the principal's masters who had entered the secret realm of heaven and earth. Previously in the secret realm of heaven and earth, they were completely shocked by the monstrous strength displayed by Demon Master Chenhua. They were all filled with fear towards him. Now, seeing that Demon Master Chenhua had actually walked out of the secret realm of heaven and earth, they naturally could not calm down. Jian Wushuang saw the gazes of the surrounding people and immediately smiled. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Demon Master Chenhua is now one of us. One of us? Everyone was stunned. Jian Wushuang did not explain too much. Instead, he looked directly at Marquis Xiaoyao who was beside him. Marquis Xiaoyao, we were wrong. There are no opportunities or treasures in the secret land of heaven and earth, and our temporal temple did not get anything. Naturally, your trip to the Xiaoyao mansion will be in vain. Marquis Xiaoyao's expression changed. He took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, and then looked at Demon Master Chenhua. Although he knew it was not that simple, he did not intend to pursue the matter any further. Let's go! Marquis Xiaoyao waved his hand and left with the people of Xiaoyao Mansion. After the people of Xiaoyao Mansion left, Duan Lang Yu, this is for you. Take it and divide it among yourselves. Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Duan Lang, and Yu looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother Heavenly Marquis, didn't you say that you didn't get the opportunity treasure left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret realm? Duan Lang asked. No, but I did get something else. It's not a small gain. As the people who discovered the secret realm, you deserve it, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. It was true that he did not get the opportunity treasure left by the Amethyst Demon sect in the secret realm, but he did get a helper at the peak of the 6 void realms, which was more than enough for him. It was much more valuable than obtaining a lot of resources and treasures. Xintong! Jian Wushuang looked at Xintong Master who was beside him. Now that I know what happened in the Amethyst Fog Sea, I'll let you lead the patrol team back to the camp. As for me, I still have some private matters to deal with in the second heaven. I'll come back when I'm done. Yes. Xintong Master nodded respectfully. Although the patrol ambassadors were the leaders of the patrol teams, they were usually quite relaxed because they rarely went out on missions. Now, Jian Wushuang had to deal with some private matters in the second heaven. He was allowed to do so, as long as he could come back in time when the mission was given. Just like that, after leaving the Amethyst Fog Sea, they parted ways. Xintong Master led the patrol team back to the camp, while Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua stayed in the second heaven. Above the vast void, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua flew slowly. Demon Master Chenhua, I have reported your matter to Temple Master Bai Xing of the Temporal Temple. Temple Master Bai Xing has promised you a position of worship. In addition, Temple Master Bai Xing has also instructed the intelligence department of the Temporal Temple to look for the experts left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. However, we can't be sure how long it will take to find them, Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Demon Master Chenhua nodded slightly, then said, From today on, I'm your guard. You don't have to call me Demon Master Chenhua anymore. Just call me Chenhua. Chenhua? Sure. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, where do you want to go now? Demon Master Chenhua asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. You'll know when we get there. Jian Wushuang kept him guessing. Demon Master Chenhua did not ask further. He followed Jian Wushuang forward. During this time, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua teleported several times and arrived at an even faster speed. Just a day later, they arrived at their destination. It was a grand canyon surrounded by mountains. There were towering peaks around it. At a glance, there seemed to be no less than dozens of them. However, these peaks were arranged in a unique way. The surrounding canyon was completely covered. The peaks in the canyon were connected to the magic array in a special way, making it look like a whole. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua stood in the void near the canyon. They looked down at the canyon, but because of the restrictive magic array, Even they could not see the inside of the canyon. If I remember correctly, this place should be the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, right? Demon Master Chenhua looked at Jian Wushuang. Chenhua, you've been alone in the secret land of heaven and earth for nearly 200 million years. You almost forgot your own name, but you can still recognize this sect's lair. It's rare, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Nonsense. I was an elder of the Amethyst Demon Sect, and the Amethyst Demon Sect is one of the overlords of the second heaven. Of course, I pay attention to the other overlords and some top forces in the second heaven, especially the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. It's the only existence in the second heaven that even the Amethyst Demon Sect fears. Moreover, when I was young, I had dealings with the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. I've been to the mountain gate of the valley a few times, so of course, I remember it. Demon Master Chenhua said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. But I'd been in the secret land of heaven and earth for too long. I wonder what has happened to the valley. Who is the current valley master? Demon Master Chenhua asked. The current valley master of the valley is called Lung Yu, Jian Wushuang said. He had already gotten some information about the valley from the temporal temple. He knew about the valley master and some experts of the valley. He had a good understanding of them. Lung Yu? It's this overbearing woman? Demon Master Chenhua raised his eyebrows. Apparently, he knew the current valley master of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. By the way, Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you doing in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? Demon Master Chenhua asked. Looking for someone, Jian Wushuang said. Looking for someone? Who? Demon Master Chenhua asked. My wife, Lung Wushuang, Jian Wushuang said. Wife? Demon Master Chenhua was stunned. Jian Wushuang did not hide anything and simply told Demon Master Chenhua about his wife. Chapter 3369 was finally here. Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you saying that your wife was brought here many years ago by the people of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley because she is suitable to cultivate the supreme divine skill of the valley? Demon Master Chenhua looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. That's not right, is it? Demon Master Chenhua frowned. Most of the secret skills in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley require one to abandon emotion. As for the supreme skill, it is said that only those who are absolutely pure in heart and have not been touched by the secular world are qualified to cultivate it. If the person you are looking for is really your wife, how could she not be touched by the secular world and have no emotion at all? She is indeed my wife, but she is from my previous life. When we entered the reincarnation passage at the same time, my memory of my previous life was not affected at all. However, her memory seems to have disappeared, so she doesn't know who I am in this life, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Demon Master Chenhua raised his eyebrows and then said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, if we do as you say, this matter will be troublesome. First of all, your wife has lost her memory of her previous life, so she can't recognize you at all. Moreover, since she has already come to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to cultivate the divine skill, it's fine if she hasn't made any progress or achievements in the divine skill, but once she has cultivated the divine skill to a certain level, she won't have any feelings at all. At this point, even if she has restored her memory of her previous life, I'm afraid it won't be of any use. No. That's why I cultivated to this level as soon as possible and came here to ask for her right after I had a certain level of strength, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. He had been very worried. He was worried that if his wife cultivated the divine skill to a certain level and completely abandoned all emotions, her memories from her previous life would never be found again, and even if they were found, they would be immediately discarded. That was why he had seized every opportunity to increase his strength. He wanted to reach the point where he could face the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley head-on as soon as possible. But now, he had already reached this step. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you plan to do? Demon Master Chenhua looked over. First of all, I have to remind you that although the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley is only an overlord of the second heaven, it is different from other sects of the second heaven. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley has a very deep foundation, and there has always been an extremely terrifying old monster hiding there. It is very difficult to provoke. Of course, Jian Wushuang knew who the old monster was. It was the old Valley Master in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley who had mastered the Supreme Divine Skill. Jian Wushuang now knew more about the old Valley Master. Moreover, he had heard from Temple Master Bai Xing that once the old Valley Master went crazy, even experts at the level of the 3 Saint Realm Masters and Temporal Temple Master would have a headache. Don't worry, I know my own strength. I won't be so stupid as to go to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley and take my wife away. However, with my current strength and status, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley won't dare to look down on me. I can pay a visit to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley first, and see if there are any other ways for me to take my wife away. No matter what they offer, I can agree to it. But if Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley doesn't give me any chance to negotiate, then it's not my fault. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining with a fierce light. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Chen Hui narrowed his eyes slightly but did not say anything more. Let's go down. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chen Hui descended directly toward the entrance of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. As soon as Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chen Hui landed on the open space at the entrance of the valley, several disciples of the valley immediately went up to greet them. Most of the disciples of the valley were women. The female disciple in the lead asked, "Who are you and why are you here? Please go in and inform them that the 6th Inspector of the Temporal Temple, Heavenly Sword Marquis, is here to pay a visit," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The female disciple immediately raised her head and looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang was too famous now. From the high and mighty principles masters to the ordinary cultivators in the divine beginning realm, most of them had heard of his name. As for the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, they naturally knew of Jian Wushuang. When they learned that the immortal saint was the famous Heavenly Sword Marquis, the disciples were shocked, but the female disciple quickly calmed down. "Please wait a moment, Illinois, go in and report immediately." The female disciple rushed into the valley as fast as she could. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chen Hui were not in a hurry. They waited quietly at the entrance of the valley. In a quiet attic in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, Long Yu, the Valley Master of the Valley, was living there. At this moment, Heavenly Sword Marquis? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Dressed in a plain robe, Long Yu stood up with a cold expression. Did you really see him? Is he really here to visit? I didn't see him myself. I came to see you as soon as I received the report. But now, Heavenly Sword Marquis is very famous in the divine beginning realm. Besides, almost all the sects and forces have seen the mirror image of the collision between Heavenly Sword Marquis and the 3 Saint Realms. They all know what he looks like. Therefore, there should be no one pretending to be him. Standing in front of Long Yu was a black-clothed woman. The black-clothed woman was an elder of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and she was also a principal's master. What should have come has come. Long Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. Valley Master, which one is Heavenly Sword Marquis coming for? The black-clothed woman asked. Who else can it be for? Long Yu glanced at the black-clothed woman and sighed inwardly. She had long known that Jian Wushuang would come to her one day. Jian Wushuang had saved the genius disciple Han Xian in the Blood Wave realm. Later he asked her about Ling Rushuang, which alerted her. When she returned to the valley, Han Xian reported the matter to Long Yu, who immediately ordered people to investigate. As the mirror image of Jian Wushuang fighting with the 3 Saint Realms spread in the divine beginning realm, the principal's master who had taken Ling Rushuang away in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley recognized Jian Wushuang at a glance. Back in the Golden Crow 9 Realms, Jian Wushuang had revealed his life-level pressure and summoned the power of the will of heaven to suppress Ling Rushuang in order to prevent the people of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley from taking her away. Immediately after, countless experts from the 3 Saint Realms descended. The Rule Master had witnessed all of this, and he had always remembered Jian Wuxuang. Therefore, when he saw the mirror image of Jian Wuxuang again, he immediately confirmed Jian Wuxuang's identity. Chapter 3370 Closed the door and disappeared. When our supreme emotion-forgetting valley brought that person back, we were stopped by this heavenly sword Marquis. However, at that time, he was too weak and was not even a saint. He was not even in our eyes. Who would have thought that in less than 1,000 years, this heavenly sword Marquis' strength had improved to the point that even our supreme emotion-forgetting valley had to pay attention to him. Also, he has an extraordinary status in the Temporal Temple. I heard that even the Temporal Temple Master thinks highly of him. Valley Master Longyu narrowed her eyes slightly. Jian Wuxuang's growth speed was indeed beyond their imagination. But now that Jian Wuxuang had come to visit her, it was a headache for her. Valley Master, Heavenly Sword Marquis is outside the valley, and he came to visit openly. Are we going to meet him or not? The black-clothed woman asked. No. Longyu waved her hand. We know his purpose, so we can't let him in. Otherwise, with his character and strength, if he goes crazy in our valley won't be able to bear the consequences. You tell him that we have some internal affairs to deal with, and we have to close our doors and refuse visitors. Later Longyu will visit him personally. Understood. The black-clothed woman nodded and rushed out of the valley. Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chen Ho were still waiting in the open space at the entrance of the valley. Finally, the black-clothed woman walked out. Elder Ling Yi of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley greets Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. May I know who this is? The black-clothed woman bowed to Jian Wuxuang humbly, and then looked at Demon Master Chen Ho. The black-clothed woman was also a principal's master. Although she was not strong, she could still feel the invisible pressure brought by Demon Master Chen Ho. She could tell that Demon Master Chen Ho was not weak. This is my guard. As for his name, I won't mention it, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Guard? The black-clothed woman was shocked, and her mind was full of thoughts. Although the old man beside Heavenly Sword Marquis did not emit any aura, from the pressure he gave me, he must be at least an expert of the third or fourth realm of the void. How could such an expert be willing to be his guard? It seems that the Temporal Temple places more importance on him than I expected. Elder Ling Yi, we came here specially to visit. May we go in now? Jian Wuxuang asked. TM sorry, but I have to deal with some matters in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. I'm in the middle of meeting with the guests, so I can only thank you for your kindness. But don't worry, my Valley Master said that after some time, he will come to apologize to you personally. The black-clothed woman Ling Yi said. Hearing this, Jian Wuxuang frowned. He wanted to enter the valley first and discuss with the Valley Master and the other high-level officials to see if there was any room for negotiation. Even if the valley offered some harsh conditions, he could accept it. But he did not expect that he would be refused entry. The higher-ups of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley did not see him at all. They only sent Elder Ling Yi to get rid of him. Elder Ling Yi, I am now the 6th Inspector of the Temporal Temple. I represent not only myself, but also the Temporal Temple behind me. This time, I specially came to visit the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, but I did not even enter the door. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Jian Wuxuang's eyes were cold. Humph, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is still so arrogant. Even the inspector of the Temporal Temple was denied entry. Demon Master Chen Ho snorted coldly. TM sorry. It's not that I don't know my limits. If there are some private matters in the valley, it's not convenient for outsiders to enter. Elder Ling Yi insisted. Oh? Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes slightly. How long will it take for the valley to finish the matters? I don't know. It may take at least a few years, at most a few hundred years or even 1,000 years. In short, before the matters in the valley are settled, the valley will not see outsiders. Moreover, the Valley Master has ordered that the mountain gate will be completely sealed immediately, Elder Ling Yi said. Jian Wuxuang's expression changed, but then he smiled and said, In that case, I'll pay you a visit after you've dealt with the internal affairs of your supreme emotion-forgetting valley. After saying that, Jian Wushuang glanced at Demon Master Chenhua and said, "Let's go." The two immediately left. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Seeing them leave, Elder Lingyi revealed a strange smile and returned to the valley. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua did not walk far in the void around the valley, but they stopped. "Chenhua, do you think that there are some private matters in the valley that are inconvenient for outsiders to enter?" Jian Wushuang looked at Chenhua. "Of course, it must be fake." Demon Master Chenhua smiled. "Think it's fake too?" Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "If something really happened in the valley, the disciples at the gate would not look so relaxed. Moreover, if the valley really closed the door to visit me, the disciples at the gate would have told me. But when they didn't, the disciple immediately went in to report it. Apparently, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley did not close their doors to me, at least not before I came. But after I came to visit, the people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley deliberately said that because they did not want me to enter the valley. It's like this." Demon Master Chenhua smiled and said, "The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley obviously knows your purpose of coming here, so they deliberately refuse to let you in. But you can't even enter the valley, so how can you take your wife away?" "Humph, they won't let me in. Can't I think of another way?" Jian Wushuang snorted. "What way?" Demon Master Chenhua glanced at Jian Wushuang. He immediately said, "Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have to warn you first. Don't think of barging into the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley and taking your wife away by force. The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I'm afraid that you can't break the sect-protecting formation of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. No. It's a bad idea to break into the valley by force. But since they don't want me to enter the valley, can I find a way to make them come to see me outside the valley?" Jian Wushuang smiled strangely. Chapter 3371. Force them to come out. "You mean, force them to come out?" Demon Master Chenhua asked with a strange look on his face. "This is the sect of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. There should be many experts or disciples of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley around the sect. As long as we capture a group of them, there's no need to worry about Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley being in a hurry," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "That's a good idea, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to attract the attention of the highest level of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley just by capturing a few disciples. At the very least, you'll have to capture 1 or 2 principals masters," Demon Master Chenhua said. "As long as you capture disciples, are you afraid that you won't attract big fish?" Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Let's go." Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua left. As one of the overlords of the second heaven, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was superior to the previous Xiaoyao Mansion in terms of both strength and foundation. The territory controlled by the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was also very vast. In one of the restaurants in a bustling city around the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua were sitting by the window. They were looking at a team in the market not far away. The team was made up of women. Judging from their attire, it was obvious that they were from Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. "Chenhua, it's up to you," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "There are 8 people in total. The strongest one is only a rank 5 true saint. I'm not in the mood to fight such a little guy." Demon Master Chenhua refused directly. This was normal. Demon Master Chenhua was a super expert at the peak of the 6th Void Realm. Such super experts would more or less pay attention to their status. For them, even if they were asked to fight a peak saint or an invincible saint. But now, he was asked to fight 8 true saints who were only at the 5th rank. Of course, he did not want to. "If you don't fight, do you want me to go?" Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes at Demon Master Chenhua. He said, "I'm now too famous in the Divine Beginning Realm. If I fight, it's hard to guarantee that I won't be recognized. Once the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley knows that I'm the one who's arresting people, let alone sending experts, they might immediately recall all their disciples. Then our plan will not work. It's your plan. It has nothing to do with me. Demon Master Chenhua curled his lips. Forget it. Let it do it. Demon Master Chenhua waved his hand, and a burly figure immediately appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This is puppet fighter? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. This is a puppet fighter left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect. Although it's not very strong and is only at the level of an ordinary invincible saint, it's more than enough to capture these little guys from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Demon Master Chenhua said. A puppet fighter at the level of an invincible saint? A smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. At the same time, he praised. As expected of the Amethyst Demon sect. Its foundation is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that in its heyday, the Amethyst Demon sect should have even a puppet fighter at the level of a principal's master, right? Demon Master Chenhua snorted and did not answer. He just gave an order to the puppet fighter. Go and capture the 8 of you who are wearing the same clothes. Remember, only capture and suppress them alive. Don't kill them. This is a top-tier holy treasure for suppression. Just suppress them inside. Demon Master Chenhua also gave a mini-palace to the puppet fighter. Under the order of Demon Master Chenhua, the puppet fighter immediately set off. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua watched quietly in the restaurant. When they saw the puppet fighter appear in front of the 8 disciples of Forgetlove Valley, they immediately attacked without saying anything. They attacked the disciples of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley directly in the city near the gate of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. The 8 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley were also shocked. They did not expect to be attacked here. They immediately reported to the sect and fought with the puppet fighter. However, in this fight, the invincible saint puppet fighter swept the 8 disciples away. The 8 disciples wanted to escape, but the invincible saint puppet fighter took out the mini-palace and used its suppressive power. In an instant, all 8 of them were suppressed. After doing all this, the puppet fighter at the level of the invincible saint returned to Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. Let's go, we'll go to the next place to catch them, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Immediately, he and Demon Master Chenhua wandered around the cities around the mountain gate of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Every time they came to a city, they would look for the disciples or experts of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. As soon as they found one, they would immediately have the saint-level puppet fighter take action and suppress it. It had to be said that the strength of the puppet fighter that the Deep Fire Demon Master took out was indeed not bad. It was not inferior to human cultivators at the Invincible Saint realm. In addition, with the help of the top-tier Holy Treasure level suppression type treasure, it was very easy to suppress the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Even if it encountered a peak saint, it could not escape from this puppet fighter. In just half a day, that Saint Realm puppet fighter had suppressed nearly 40 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Among them, there were 1 peak saint, 3 rank 7 true saints, and the rest were all ordinary disciples below rank 7. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. And this puppet fighter had suppressed the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley so brazenly in front of everyone, and it was in the vicinity of the mountain gate of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. This naturally caused the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to be furious. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley immediately sent experts over to kill them. It was still in a city near the mountain gate of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. That invincible Saint Realm puppet fighter had just suppressed 4 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. In the end, just as he was about to return to the side of the Demon Master Chenhua, a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in the void of the city. Following that, no less than 10 figures stepped out of the spatial tunnel at the same time. Each of these figures had a strong aura. The weakest one was an expert above the peak Saint Realm, and the 2 principals masters were in the lead. When they arrived, they immediately surrounded the invincible Saint puppet fighter. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua hid their auras in a corner of the city. When they saw the 10 odd figures from Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, they smiled. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the big fish you've been waiting for is finally here. The two principals masters, together with so many peak saints and invincible saints, it seems that Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley is also very cautious. They know that this matter might not be so simple, so they sent so many experts at once. Demon Master Chenhua said with a smile. It's big fish, and the two principals masters in the lead happen to be two acquaintances of mine, Jian Wushuang said. Acquaintances? Demon Master Chenhua was surprised. Jian Wushuang's eyes were extremely sharp as he looked at the two figures in the center of the void who were emitting the aura of principals masters. Chapter 3372 Acquaintances. The first of the two was Han Xian, whom he had saved in the Blood Wave realm. Han Xian was a genius disciple of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. When she was in the Blood Wave realm, she had obtained another Blood Wave token and had broken through to become a Principal's Master. However, because she had just broken through not long ago, she had not had the time to open her own secret realm, so she was only a Principal's Master in the Void realm. She only had one part of the power of the will. As for the other person, it was a long time ago. It was the first time Jian Wushuang met someone from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Golden Crow 9 Realms. In order to prevent them from taking his wife, Leng Rushuang, away, they fought. When he used the heaven-cleaving skill to sweep the surroundings, it was the Principal's Master who stopped him. At that time, the Principal's Master only sent his consciousness doppelganger. But even so, he could still easily crush Jian Wushuang. It was because of the appearance of the Principal's Master's consciousness doppelganger that the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley was able to take his wife away in front of Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang did not expect that it would be such a coincidence. The expert sent by the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley was the Principal's Master who had sent the consciousness clone. This Principal's Master should be the Zhu Xian Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Jian Wushuang had long known the identity of this Principal's Master. Among the Principal's Masters of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, Zhu Xian Master could only be considered as an ordinary Principal's Master. Her strength had been stuck at the level of the two Void Realms, and her methods were not too excessive. Han Xian, together with Zhu Xian Master, they are indeed two big fish. As long as we can suppress them, Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley will not be nervous. As for their Valley Master, no matter how unwilling she is, she has to come and see us. Jian Wushuang sneered. Let's go. If we want to suppress these two Principal's Masters, we have to do it ourselves. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua immediately dashed toward the void in front of them. In the void, many experts of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, led by Han Xian and Zhu Xian, had surrounded the invincible Saint Puppet Fighter in the center, but they were not in a hurry to attack. Is this the person who is unscrupulously suppressing the disciples of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? Zhu Xian stared at the puppet fighter with a cold gaze. Martial uncle, something isn't right. Although this person's aura is quite extraordinary, there isn't the slightest bit of life aura on his body, Han Xian said. No. If nothing unexpected happens, the person in front of us should only be a puppet fighter. He is only obeying the orders of his master. As for the person who is truly against our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, there is someone else, and he must be nearby. Zhu Xian Master said coldly. She had just finished speaking. Haha, Zhu Xian Master, you're really smart. A hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua had already appeared in the void beside them. When they saw who it was, Zhu Xian Master and Han Xin's expressions instantly changed. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Han Xian looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. It's you? Is him? Zhu Xian Master's body shook violently. She knew about Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was famous throughout the Divine Beginning realm more than 400 years ago. She had recognized him as the little guy who had stopped her from leaving with Leng Rushuang in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At that time, Jian Wushuang was indeed just a little guy. Although he had shown extraordinary abilities, she had not taken him seriously. But now, that little guy had grown to a level that even she was extremely afraid of. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is this puppet fighter yours? Han Xian stared at Jian Wuxuang. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Sort of. Jian Wuxuang nodded with a smile. Did you order this puppet fighter to suppress the disciples of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley in the surrounding territory? Han Xian asked again. Yes, Jian Wuxuang admitted directly. Why? Why did you do that? Han Xian frowned. Because Jian Wuxuang had saved her life in the Blood Wave realm, Han Xian subconsciously thought that Jian Wuxuang and the Great Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley should be friends but not enemies. Therefore, she did not understand why Jian Wuxuang did this now. My purpose is actually very simple. Although you don't know it, the top experts of your Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, such as Valley Master Long Yu, must know it. And the Zhu Xian Master, who is beside you, might also be able to guess it, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you deliberately let your puppet fighters suppress the disciples of our valley. Your purpose should be to lure Han Xian and me out, right? We are your real targets, Master Zhu Xian said in a cold voice. You're half right. I did use this puppet fighter to lure the principal masters of our valley out. As for my real purpose, it's not you. But as long as I suppress you too, my purpose will be achieved, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. You want to suppress the two of us? With just you? Zhu Xian Master's eyes turned cold, her face was also filled with anger. She waved her sleeve, and a large amount of divine power swept out, turning into a huge divine power storm that swept toward Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chenhua. However, after Zhu Xian Master had done all this, she did not wait for the divine power storm to reach Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chenhua. She turned her head and shouted at the same time. Han Xian, run! She did not hesitate at all. The moment she saw Jian Wuxuang, she knew his real purpose. At the same time, she also knew his strength and means. Jian Wuxuang alone was not enough for her and Han Xian to fight him, not to mention that Jian Wuxuang had an unfathomable principal's master by his side. Therefore, Zhu Xian did not intend to fight Jian Wuxuang in the first place. She was just pretending to be angry to pave the way for her and Han Xian to escape. Now, as the divine storm swept toward Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chenhua, she and Han Xian immediately fled backward. As for the Peak Saints, they also fled in all directions. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Jian Wuxuang smiled coldly. A large amount of space-time principle power rose from his body. Then, he reached out his right hand and made a strange cut in the void in front of him. One finger painting the sky, space-time prison! Buzz! With that simple cut, the space-time principle's power condensed in Jian Wuxuang's body instantly surged up and swept out in all directions like waves. In just a moment, it covered the entire secret realm of heaven and earth. Chapter 3373, Suppression. Is this space-time imprisonment? Zhu Xian Master, who was fleeing frantically, sensed the changes in the surrounding space-time immediately and was shocked. How is this possible? How did you master space-time imprisonment so quickly after cultivating for so long? There are many things you don't know. Jian Wuxuang smiled and appeared in front of Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian in the blink of an eye. Then, he waved his hand and an ancient blood-red tower appeared out of thin air. It expanded rapidly, and a majestic aura spread out from the bottom of the tower. A true treasure, a suppression-type true treasure! Zhu Xian Master and Han Xian were immediately terrified. They were principal's masters after all. Although they knew that their strength was inferior to Jian Wuxuang, they thought that it would be very difficult for Jian Wuxuang to kill or suppress them. However, with the help of a suppression-type true treasure, it was completely different. Suppression-type true treasures were used to suppress experts. Under normal circumstances, as long as the difference in strength between the two sides was huge, the stronger side could completely rely on the suppression-type true treasure to suppress the weaker side. So what if you have a suppression-type true treasure? Although you're stronger than me, you're not much stronger. As long as I have enough divine power, how can you suppress me? Zhu Xian Master said coldly. Haha, Zhu Xian Master, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Although I'm the one who took out this suppression-type true treasure, I'm not the one who uses it. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly. What? Zhu Xian Master was stunned. The next moment, she saw the person controlling the blood tower. The person controlling the blood tower was the sloppy old man who had previously made her feel unfathomable. This sloppy old man was naturally the demon master Chenhua. He was in existence at the peak of the 6th level of the void. Now that he was in control of the blood-colored tower, a world-shaking might burst forth from it. In almost an instant, the blood-colored tower had already covered both Zhu Xian Master and Han Xian. No, impossible! How can this be? Zhu Xian Master and Han Xian struggled madly under the blood-colored tower. However, no matter how hard they struggled, they were unable to break free of the blood-colored tower. In the end, the blood tower opened its bloody mouth like a beast and swallowed them. The two principals masters could not resist at all and were suppressed in an instant. As for the peak saints, Jian Wushuang did not let them go. He also suppressed them with the suppression-type holy treasure in the hands of the invincible saint-level helmet. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua gathered again. Heavenly Sword Marquis, your suppression-type holy treasure is quite powerful. It should have reached the level of an advanced supreme treasure. Its value is extraordinary. How did you get such a precious treasure? Demon Master Chenhua returned the blood-red tower to Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he asked. Got this blood-red tower from a rule master I killed, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was telling the truth. More than 400 years ago, the battle on Saha Island had been earth-shaking. Many principals masters had died in that battle, and Jian Wushuang had killed some of them with his own hands. For example, the 4 flame divine guards around the Flame Saint Master and the Tianyu Master, who had reached the peak of the 5th Void Realm and was one of the top officials of the Destruction Saint Realm, had all been killed by Jian Wushuang after he had received the power from Blood Wave. The 4 flame divine guards, which were treasures left behind by Tianyu Master and the others, naturally fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. The suppression-type supreme treasure, the Blood Tower, which Jian Wushuang took out was from Tianyu Master. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. In fact, he had obtained many supreme treasures from the previous battle, and several of them were useful to him, but he did not have the time to use them. It was not until today that he gave them to Demon Master Chenhua, that he handed them over to Demon Master Chenhua to use. Zhu Xian and Han Xian have been suppressed. Now Valley Master Long Yu from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley can't refuse to meet me. Jian Wushuang sneered and glanced at the blood-red tower in his hand, then he kept the blood-red tower in his arms. In the blood-red tower, Zhu Xian and Han Xian were trapped inside. Although their strength was not restricted, and they were constantly bombarding the surrounding towers, no matter how they used their skills, they were unable to shake the blood tower in the slightest. Is useless. This tower is a suppression-type true treasure, and it is estimated to have reached the level of a high-level true treasure. Was such a true treasure, just the two of us won't be able to move, much less destroy this tower. Zhu Xian Master attacked a few times. He shook his head helplessly. Uncle Master, Heavenly Sword Marquis did not kill us immediately. Instead, he suppressed us within this blood tower. What is he trying to do? Han Xian asked with a frown. He is trying to. Zhu Xian narrowed her eyes. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Don't worry about what his motive is. In short, Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't trying to kill us. He is just trying to use the two of us to threaten our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. If nothing goes wrong, the Valley Master already knows that the two of us are being suppressed by Heavenly Sword Marquis. He will definitely come out to rescue us. How to save him? Han Xian asked again. Negotiate with him. Valley Master will definitely negotiate with Heavenly Sword Marquis, but we don't know how to negotiate with him. Well, wait in this tower. Master Zhu Xian sighed. She did not feel good about it. More than 1,000 years ago, when she first saw Jian Wushuang in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was not even a saint. At that time, Jian Wushuang was just an ant, even worse than an ant. She did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at all. However, in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had grown to such an extent. Moreover, when they met again, she was suppressed by him without any ability to fight back. The contrast between them was so great that it was hard for him to accept for a moment. On the other side, in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, as what Master Zhu Xian had said, Valley Master Long Yu and the top management of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley had already learned that Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian had been suppressed by Jian Wushuang. How dare he! How dare he suppress the elders of the valley? How dare he! If he didn't have the courage, he wouldn't have fought with the 3 Saint Realms. To be honest, he's not even afraid of the 3 Saint Realm Masters, so he doesn't care about the valley. Suppressing the elders of the valley is no longer a challenge to the valley, but a declaration of war. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's highest level principles masters were all extremely furious at this moment. Chapter 3374 Face to face. In contrast to the furious elders present, Long Yu, the Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, appeared rather calm at this moment. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really persistent. He wants to use such a method to force us out, Long Yu said in a low voice. Force us out? What does the Valley Master mean by this? An elder at the side asked in puzzlement. You don't know. At this moment, the woman in black spoke. Not long ago, that Heavenly Sword Marquis personally came to visit our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, but was rejected by us. After he left, he immediately began to suppress the disciples of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley in the surrounding territories. Of course, his goal was to force us out. Is that so? Heavenly Sword Marquis actually came to visit us? Heavenly Sword Marquis is extraordinary in both strength and status. Since he came to visit us, how could our valley refuse him? Most of the elders present were not aware of the conflict between Jian Wushuang and our valley, so they were puzzled. Everyone, there is a subtle relationship between Heavenly Sword Marquis and the valley. He is here for the young master, Long Yu said. Hearing the words young master, the elders in the hall were shocked. Young master? Heavenly Sword Marquis is related to young master? How can that be? Young master should have no connection with the outside world. How can he have anything to do with Heavenly Sword Marquis? Valley Master, what exactly is going on? A white-haired old woman asked. It's like this. Ling Yu immediately began to explain. She briefly described the cause and effect of the matter. It's because I knew that there might be some connection between Heavenly Sword Marquis and the young master. If he appeared in front of the young master, it might affect the young master's cultivation. That's why I blocked him out. I just didn't expect the Heavenly Sword Marquis to be so persistent and use such a method to force us to meet him, Long Yu said. When they heard Long Yu's words, the elders all understood. At the same time, they also understood Long Yu's actions. The young master was too important to their Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. The young master's cultivation must not be sloppy. Therefore, ever since the young master came to their Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, the young master's existence, only the elders and some of the best disciples knew some things, but the others did not. Not to mention the experts from the other forces, even 99% of the people in the valley did not know about the existence of the young master. Now, Jian Wushuang was obviously here for the young master, so they could not let him affect the young master. We can't let Heavenly Sword Marquis meet the young master, but the problem is that Heavenly Sword Marquis has suppressed so many disciples of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, including Han Xian and Elder Zhu Xian. Under such circumstances, we can't avoid him anymore, Long Yu said. Since we can't avoid him, let's face him. Let's see what Heavenly Sword Marquis is going to do. Yes, although Heavenly Sword Marquis is strong and powerful, our supreme emotion-forgetting Valley has been in the divine beginning realm for so many years. Why should we fear him? Even Temple Master Bai Xing of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, or even Temporal Temple Master, wouldn't dare to go too far against our Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. What is this little Heavenly Sword Marquis? Heavenly Sword Marquis is too arrogant. I suggest we teach him a lesson. As long as we don't kill him, even the Temporal Temple won't say anything. Some elders had already said that they wanted to teach Jian Wushuang a lesson. This was normal. The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley's heritage was far beyond that of sects like the Xiaoyao Mansion. Even the Amethyst Demon sect at its peak was far inferior to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Most importantly, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had always had its biggest reliance. With that reliance, even the 3 Saint Realms and the 3 Freedom Alliances had some concerns about them. Because of this, they were not afraid of any sects or forces, and no one dared to push them to the limit. As time went by, this made the elders and disciples of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley more arrogant. They did not want to provoke Jian Wushuang, but they were not afraid if he provoked them. Valley Master, in my opinion, this is not a trivial matter. You all know how powerful Heavenly Sword Marquis is. Even if the 3 Saint Realms set up an inescapable net, and the 3 Masters of the Saint Realm, together with the Sorcerer God, could not do anything to him. We have to think carefully before we meet him. Why don't we report this to the old master and see what he says? An elder who had reached the 4th realm of the void said. However, Longyu waved her hand. When Heavenly Sword Marquis came to visit previously, I've already checked. He only has a Principal's Master who is suspected to be at the 4th level of the void. With his own strength, he won't pose much of a threat to our Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. There's no need to trouble the ancestor. Let's go meet Heavenly Sword Marquis first. If both sides can agree, then they'll naturally be on good terms. If they can't agree, then let's have a big battle. As long as we don't kill him, we'll teach him a lesson. There won't be any problems. Hearing Longius' words, the surrounding elders all nodded in agreement. Then where is the Heavenly Sword Marquis now? Longyu asked. He's staying in the city where Elder Han Xian and Elder Zhu Xian were suppressed. It seems that he knows that we won't be able to sit still, so he might as well wait for us there, the black-clothed woman said. Very good. Since that's the case, let's go meet them. Longius' eyes emitted a cold light. To be safe, let's invite Martial Uncle K out. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Martial Uncle K? The surrounding elders were all startled. They naturally knew who Martial Uncle K was that Longyu was talking about. In the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, other than the oldest and most revered Old Supremacy, this Martial Uncle K had the highest seniority. In terms of strength, Martial Uncle K was naturally very strong. At least, he was much stronger than anyone present, including Longyu. Such an ancient and senior expert, logically speaking, he should have gone to the depths of the universe battlefield, but Martial Uncle K did not. Therefore, Martial Uncle K became one of the trump cards of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Soon, many experts of the valley headed toward Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3375, Master Gorsh. The cities where Master Han Xian and Master Zhu Xian were suppressed were still in a tavern. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chernhua were drinking while quietly waiting for the arrival of the experts from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. The speed of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is really slow, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. You've suppressed the 2 Rule Masters, so the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley won't pretend that they don't know. Besides, although the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley keeps a low profile and doesn't compete for hegemony, it's actually a very arrogant sect that values its reputation very much. If they don't react at all, won't they become a joke? Demon Master Chernhua said with a smile. I'm not worried that they won't come. I'm just worried about their attitude. If we can come to an agreement later, it'll be fine. But if the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley is too tough and doesn't give us a chance to talk, then we'll be in trouble. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. At this moment, a group of figures was rushing over from the void not far away. Oh, they're here! Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chen Hua raised their heads. Although they were still some distance away, they had a clear view of each other's lineup. 8 Principals Masters? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. As far as I know, although Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley has always been the overlord of the second heaven and no one has dared to provoke it, in fact, there are not many top experts in Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. For Principals Masters, there are only about a dozen of them. I've already suppressed 2 of them before, but now I've summoned 8 Principals Masters at once. Thanks, they really think highly of me. Among these 8 Principals Masters, I only know 2. One of them is their Valley Master Longyu, and the other is Master Gorsh. This old woman is a character from my master's era. When she became famous, I wasn't even born. At that time, it has been 300 million years since then. Such an ancient character is still staying in the Divine Beginning Realm? In the Divine Beginning Realm, regardless of whether it was some top forces or sects, or some solitary experts, under normal circumstances, as long as their strength reached a certain level and there was almost no room for improvement in the Divine Beginning Realm, they would all go to the depths of the universe battlefield to wander or roam about, and once they went out, very few would return. However, there were also some people who clearly had no room for improvement in the Divine Beginning Realm, but they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm, like the 4 ancient immortals of the Temporal Temple. They had founded the Temporal Temple together with the Temporal Temple Master, which was much further away from now. However, the 4 of them still stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm. There was also Elder Darkbone, who was also an old monster, who was still in the Divine Beginning Realm. I guess you're worried about the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, Jian Wushuang said. Then he asked, Chenhua, since you know about Master Gorsh, you should know her strength, right? Well, when the Amethyst Demon sect was still alive, I had a fight with Master Gorsh. At that time, I was only at the 4th realm of the Void Realm, and Master Gorsh was also at the 4th realm of the Void Realm. When I fought with her, we were evenly matched. To be exact, she was slightly better than me. Now, although she's not very talented, it's been a long time. No matter what, her strength should have improved. According to my estimation, her current combat strength is at least at the peak of the 5th Void Realm, and it's very likely that she has reached the level of the 6th Void Realm. Demon Master Chenhua said. If she really is at the 6th Void Realm, are you confident that you can defeat her? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course I'm confident. Demon Master Chenhua smiled. This old woman was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th Void Realm, but I was able to fight her as soon as I stepped into the 4th Void Realm. Now, even if she has reached the 6th Void Realm, she is absolutely no match for me. Demon Master Chenhua was very confident. Indeed, he was now at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void, and the gap between him and the pinnacle of the 6th realm of the Void was very small. In the Divine Beginning Realm, there were probably not many Principals Masters who could be stronger than him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. That's good. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Although there were 8 Principals Masters from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, the only one who was worthy of Jian Wushuang's fear was Master Gorsh. As for the others, even their Valley Master Longyu, Jian Wushuang did not take them seriously. Well, they are here. Let's go and meet them. Jian Wushuang smiled and walked out of the tavern with Demon Master Chenhua. They came to the void and stopped in front of the 8 Rule Masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings to all of you from Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Jian Wushuang maintained an extremely humble posture at the beginning. After all, he did not want to lose all decorum with the valley. It would be best if they could reach an agreement. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how dare you suppress the 2 Principals Masters and so many disciples of the valley? Don't think that because you have the support of the Temporal Temple, the valley won't dare to do anything to you. Release the people of the valley. Longye's eyes were cold, she stared at Jian Wuxuang. Ha ha, Longyu, long time no see. You still have such a bad temper. A hearty laugh came out of the mouth of Demon Master Chenhua, who was looking at Longyu with a smile. Longyu also noticed the existence of Demon Master Chenhua. You are Demon Master Chenhua? Longye's pupils suddenly shrank. Chenhua? The monster from the Amethyst Demon sect? Master Gorsh immediately looked at Demon Master Chenhua. Ha, I didn't expect that the two of you would still remember me after such a long time. How rare. Demon Master Chenhua sneered. How is that possible? Aren't you already dead? Longyu looked at Demon Master Chenhua in shock. During the battle that destroyed the Amethyst Demon sect back then, many of the top experts of the Amethyst Demon sect should have been killed. And you are the most famous genius elder of the Amethyst Demon sect. The Flame Saint Realm wouldn't let you off so easily. How can you still be alive and have even gotten together with Heavenly Sword Marquis? Master Gorsh's face was also filled with shock. She had personally fought with the Demon Master Chenhua before, so she knew how terrifying he was. The Flame Saint Realm would definitely think of ways to kill such a super genius, but now, the Demon Master Chenhua was clearly alive and well. The Flame Saint Realm wants to kill me, but unfortunately, I won't give them a chance. The Demon Master Chenhua's voice was cold. As for why I'm with the Heavenly Sword Marquis, that's none of your business. Chapter 3376. Urgent. After a simple greeting between Demon Master Chenhua and the people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, the two sides went back to the main topic. Valley Master Longyu, as well as the people of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, I, Heavenly Sword Marquis, can swear that I have no hostility toward the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley from the beginning to the end. As for the reason why I suppressed the experts and disciples of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley this time, it was because I had no choice. I hope you can forgive me. Jian Wuxuang lowered his attitude. Do you really have to do this? Not only did you suppress the ordinary disciples, but you also suppressed two principals masters. Do you really have to do this? Valley Master Longyu shouted coldly. I suppressed them because I wanted to lure you out. In fact, when I visited Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley not long ago, if you hadn't rejected me, this wouldn't have happened, Jian Wuxuang said. Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley has some private matters to deal with. I said that I would visit you in the Temporal Temple, but you forced me to meet you by suppressing the disciples of the experts of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. How can you visit people like this? Valley Master Longyu said. Valley Master Longyu, I'm afraid only you know the reason why your Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley rejected me. But now that things have come to this, it's useless to pursue this matter. Let's get down to business. Jian Wuxuang looked at Valley Master Longyu. Compared to Valley Master Longyu and the other masters of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, you should already know why I'm here. The principals masters of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley looked at each other in dismay. Naturally, they understood, but they did not show any change in their expressions. How would I know why you're here? Valley Master Longyu asked. Then let me be clear. More than 1,000 years ago, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion of the Golden Crone 9 Realms in the Endless Territories, the people of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley took my wife away in front of me. Among the people who took my wife was the consciousness clone of Master Zhu Xian. Now, I'm here to visit Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley to take my wife away, Jian Wuxuang said. Your wife? Valley Master Longyu and the principal's masters frowned. Wife? Their young master and Heavenly Sword Marquis were husband and wife? No. Valley Master Longyu immediately shook her head. Young master is the most suitable person to cultivate the divine skill that our Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley has spent so many years and energy to find. She shouldn't have any secular aura at all. How could she have a husband? Thinking of this, Valley Master Longyu immediately believed that Jian Wuxuang was lying. Heavenly Sword Marquis, do you think that people from our Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley are so stupid that they will be easily deceived by you? Valley Master Longyu said angrily. The rule of our supreme emotion-forgetting valley has always been that we only accept virgins as disciples. Anyone who enters our valley must be heartless and unfeeling, therefore, before she comes to the valley, we will make sure that her love threads are completely cut off. You said that the person that Master Zhu Xian took away was your wife, but since she was your wife, how could she be qualified to enter our supreme emotion-forgetting valley? It's true that the person that Master Zhu Xian took away was my wife, but her memory has not been completely restored. As long as you let me see her, I will naturally have a way to restore her memory, Jian Wushuang said. Whether she's your disciple or not, it's meaningless now, Valley Master Longyu said. Meaningless? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, as long as she enters my great forget-love valley, she will naturally sever all love. My supreme emotion-forgetting valley will naturally not allow her to meet you. Moreover, even if my supreme emotion-forgetting valley allows it, you won't be able to see her, Valley Master Longyu said. Why? Jian Wushuang frowned. Is simple. The person you mentioned is dead, Valley Master Longyu said. What did you say? Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Yes, she is dead. Not long after she came to our valley, she died during an experiential training, Valley Master Longyu said seriously. When the principals masters of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley heard Valley Master Longyu's words, they were all stunned and could not help but sigh in their hearts. They all knew that the person Jian Wushuang was talking about was their young master. The young master was still alive and well. However, in order to make Jian Wushuang completely give up, Valley Master Longyu directly said that their young master was dead. At this moment, when Jian Wushuang heard the news, he was a little stunned and did not react in time. What followed was endless killing intent and unprecedented fear, but he quickly calmed down. He raised his head and looked carefully at Valley Master Longyu and the principal's masters beside her. Although these principal's masters were trying their best to hide it, Jian Wushuang still saw some clues. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks! Valley Master Longyu is fine, but some of the other principal's masters have strange expressions. It seems that they were also shocked by the look in their eyes. Jian Wushuang observed carefully. More than 400 years ago, when I met Han Xian in the Bloodware realm and asked about Shuang'er for the first time, Han Xin's expression was obviously different. I'm sure that Shuang'er was alive and well at that time, and her position in Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was extraordinary. But now, when Valley Master Jade said that Shuang'er was dead, it was as if she was talking about the death of an insignificant ordinary disciple. Based on these 2 points, I am sure that Valley Master Longyu is lying. Jian Wushuang immediately understood and his eyes turned cold. Valley Master Longyu, I am sure that she is still alive. Just tell me what conditions you want me to take her away. Conditions? What conditions can you offer? Valley Master Longyu glanced at Jian Wushuang. No matter what kind of harsh conditions you offer, as long as you bring them up, I can try to fulfill them. Even if you want me to destroy a top sect in the third heaven for you, or even destroy a saint realm and kill a master of the saint realm, I can try. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes were full of longing and expectation. He and his wife had been separated for too long. He could not wait to see his wife. He was too eager. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, both Valley Master Longyu and the principal's masters of Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley were stunned. Chapter 3377, Rage. This heavenly sword Marquis really dares to say it. He destroyed a saint realm and even killed a saint realm master? Who does he think he is? Don't underestimate him. This heavenly sword Marquis once severely injured the flame saint master and the sorcerer god at the saint realm. Although everyone knows that he must have used some special power, it's still incredible that a saint can do this. His potential in the future is really boundless. He might really have the strength to kill a saint realm master in the future. This heavenly sword Marquis is willing to accept such a condition. It can be seen how deep her obsession with the young master is. The principals masters of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley were secretly communicating. Humph, it is precisely because this obsession is too deep that it should be destroyed as soon as possible. Otherwise, Valley Master Longius' eyes flickered, but his heart was even more determined. Heavenly Sword Marquis, although the conditions you mentioned are shocking and tempting, and even I was almost moved by you, it's a pity that the disciple you mentioned is indeed dead. I can't let you see her again even if you talk about heaven breaking, Valley Master Longius said. Of course, if you really want to see her, there's a way. After all, you're a member of the Temporal Temple, and your talent is so high. The Temporal Temple Master must think highly of you. You can ask the Temporal Temple Master to help you reverse time and space and resurrect her. Upon hearing Valley Master Longius' words, Jian Wushuang's face turned extremely gloomy. He did not expect that Valley Master Longyu would insist that his wife was dead even though he had shown enough sincerity, and lowered his attitude. This left him no room for negotiation. It was useless no matter what he said. As for Valley Master Longius' request for him to invite Temporal Temple Master to perform the reverse of time and space, that was right. The Temporal Temple Master valued him very much. If he went to beg Temporal Temple Master, even though the price of performing the reverse of time and space was very high, Temporal Temple Master might really help him once. But the key was, Temporal Temple Master was not in Temporal Temple at all. He had already gone to the universe battlefield and had just left. It was impossible for him to come back now, so it was impossible for him to help him reverse time and space. Valley Master Longyu knew this, so she dared to say this, not giving Jian Wushuang any chance to refute. Since you're already dead, you can ask Temporal Temple Master to reverse time and space if you have the ability. Valley Master Longyu sneered in her heart. Valley Master Longyu, it seems that you really don't want to give me any chance. You really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me. Jian Wushuang's voice had become extremely cold. I don't have that idea, but the person you're talking about is indeed dead. There's nothing I can do, Valley Master Longyu said. Very good. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned scarlet as if he was a demon from hell. Valley Master Longyu, you might not know this, but I said something to you when your people took my wife away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, didn't I? What did you say? Valley Master Longyu and the principal's masters looked over. El said to Master Zhu Xian that if my wife lost a hair or suffered any grievance, I would wipe out your entire clan. Jian Wushuang said slowly. Now since you said that my wife is dead, there is no need for your clan to exist anymore. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what did you say? Valley Master Longyu was immediately enraged. How arrogant! The principals masters of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley were also shocked and angry. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley had always been arrogant because of its strongest support. Even the Three Freedom Alliance and the Three Saint Realms were not afraid of them. As for Jian Wushuang, although they had some concerns, they were not afraid of him. However, such a person said that he wanted to destroy the entire Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley in front of all of them? How could they not be angry? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. I, Heavenly Sword Marquis, have never been careless with my words. Since I said that I wanted to destroy your entire family, I will destroy your entire family. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and a mini palace appeared in his hand. As soon as the palace appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the experts of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Because they had sensed the aura of many saints from the palace, it was not surprising. The immortal saints imprisoned in the palace were the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley who had been suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you going to do? Valley Master Longius' face was cold. Jian Wushuang did not speak. With just a thought, a terrifying power directly covered the mini palace. In an instant, dozens of disciples of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley who were imprisoned in the mini palace were crushed under the pressure. Their bodies were immediately shattered. Even their immortal bodies were useless. This scene made Valley Master Longyu and the other rule masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley extremely shocked and angry. However, Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand again. What appeared in his hand was a mini blood-red tower. This blood-red tower exuded the aura of a supreme treasure. The moment Valley Master Longyu and the others saw this blood-red tower, their eyes were wide open because they had already sensed the auras of Han Xian and Zhu Xian Master in the blood-red tower. At the same time, a surge of astonishing power rose from Jian Wushuang's body and directly covered the Scarlet Tower. No! Stop! Valley Master Longyu and Master Gorsh were both furious. However, the power had already affected Zhu Xian and Han Xian. Although they were both Principal's masters, they were suppressed in the Scarlet Tower and could not resist Jian Wushuang's power at all. Boom! The terrifying power crushed their divine bodies in an instant. However, they were Principal's masters after all, so it was not enough to kill them with just one attack. However, they had already used up nearly half of their divine power. A large amount of power surged from Jian Wushuang's body again. It was obvious that he intended to cover them with power for the second time. He's courting death! Stop him! The people from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley immediately attacked. They did not dare to give Jian Wushuang a second chance to use his power to crush them. Therefore, if they used their power to crush them again, Zhu Xian and Han Xian in the Blood-Red Tower would probably be able to withstand it. They would most likely die. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you're too impudent! The cold voice came from Master Gorsh, who was exuding a shocking destructive aura. Chapter 3378 Fierce Battle. A majestic aura surged out of Master Gorsh's body and directly pressed down on Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. When they felt this aura, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua instantly understood the level of Master Gorsh. She really is in the 6th realm of the void. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. TT seems that this old woman has not wasted her time. Demon Master Chenhua was still very relaxed. Many principals masters of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley looked proud. Master Gorsh was the strongest person in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley besides the old master. He was also a great reliance. In the second heaven, other overlord sects, like Xiaoyao Palace, the strongest Marquis Xiaoyao was only at the peak of the void 4th realm. However, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's foundation was obviously much deeper. As long as Master Gorsh took it out, is enough to bring shame to almost all the sects in the duplex. Buzz 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 buzz. She held a spear in her hand. The spear is extremely sharp, lightning-like thrust. 3 rules of the integration of the power, at this moment also completely revealed. And at the moment when Master Gorsh made his move, the Demon Master Chenhua also moved. Demon Master Chenhua's figure flickered and appeared in front of Master Gorsh, as though she had teleported. After that, a similarly shocking aura rose up. The Demon Master Chenhua stretched out her palm and clenched it into a fist. After that, she directly punched out. Courting death! The eyes of Master Gorsh turned cold as she shouted out. She was a great being of the 6th level of the void space realm, and she did not hold back. As soon as she made her move, she tried her best. Even a great being of the 6th level of the void space realm had to be fully focused to receive this spear, but this Demon Master Chenhua, she did not dodge or evade. Instead, she threw a punch. The key point was that this fist did not even have a pair of fists or gloves or weapons. It was purely an empty-handed collision with her true treasure spear. If this was not courting death, then what was? In the blink of an eye, This sharp spear collided with Demon Master Chenyuo's seemingly ordinary fist. Pun! A loud sound rang out. In an instant, space cracks that spread over 100 meters spread out crazily. Heaven and earth seemed to split apart directly from the middle. After this collision sound rang out, an extremely pathetic figure immediately retreated explosively from the battlefield. This pathetic figure was still emitting a white light, but it was much dimmer than before. Uncle Master K! The scene in front of them shocked Long Yu and the principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. They had been proud of the strength that Master K had displayed, but in the blink of an eye, Master K had been forced back by the opponent. Furthermore, the opponent had forced her back with his bare hands. He had not even used his weapon. How can this be? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Master K had a look of disbelief on her face. She raised her head and looked at the Demon Master Chenhua in front of her. At this moment, the Demon Master Chenhua was still as calm as ever. However, there was a suffocating aura spreading from his body. This aura was something that even Master K could not help but be moved. 6 realms of the void, you are also at the 6 realms of the void. Master K was extremely shocked, and a huge wave rose in her heart. Although she had noticed Demon Master Chenhua before, and at the same time, she knew about his talent in the past, but in her mind, he had been silent for so many years, and his reputation in the divine beginning realm had not spread out at all. Obviously, he had gone into seclusion. Only by staying in seclusion could he escape the pursuit of the Flame Saint realm. And since he was in seclusion, he was naturally completely cut off from the outside world, unable to obtain any opportunities and experiences. Even if nearly 200 million years had passed, his strength should not have increased much. But now, it was clear that she had guessed wrong. With his bare hands, he didn't even use his gloves, yet he was able to force me back with a single punch. This strength is definitely not just the ordinary 6 realms of the void. I'm afraid he has already reached the peak of the 6 realms of the void. Thinking of this, Master K sucked in a breath of cold air. K, you and I had crossed paths before 200 million years ago. At that time, I had just stepped into the 4th realm of the void not long ago. I didn't gain any advantage from your hands and instead suffered a small loss. But today, I'm afraid the situation will have to be completely reversed. Demon Master Chenhua sneered. Master K's expression sank, but he shouted in a low voice. Leave this Demon Master Chenhua to me. You guys go deal with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Whoosh! Master Gorsh's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Demon Master Chenhua. Meanwhile, Long Yu and the other elders of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley swarmed toward Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, release Master Han Xian and Master Zhu Xian, and well spare your life! Long Yu shouted. Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang smiled disdainfully with a sneer on his face. Although he did not use his power to kill Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian in the Scarlet Tower at the first moment, he immediately made his move. His body flashed, and he disappeared in front of the principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Is this shadowless escape art? Be careful, this is the shadowless escape art created by Bloodblade Master. It's very strange. The principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley immediately became alert. In the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, besides Master Gorsh, she was the most powerful expert, and also at the peak of the Void Realm. She could see through Jian Wushuang's escape art. He's there, 6th Elder, behind you! Long Yu immediately shouted. What? The 6th Elder of the Supreme Emotion Valley, a purple-clothed girl with a long whip, turned around immediately. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared behind her, and as soon as he appeared, a blood-red flash had already attacked. It was the second move of the Bloody Blade swordsmanship, the first move of heart penetration. It's too fast! The purple-clothed girl was shocked. She immediately waved the long whip in her hand. The long whip was like a flood dragon, instantly wrapping around the blood-red flash, trying to block it. However, the terrifying piercing power of the blood-red flash was completely beyond her imagination. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the purple-clothed girl's long whip was shaken to the side. Fortunately, the long whip was a supreme treasure. If it was an ordinary top-tier holy treasure, under the terrifying piercing power, the long whip would probably be shattered instantly. The long whip was easily shaken away, and the blood-red shock wave did not decrease in power, but it continued to pierce through the purple-clothed girl's divine body. The purple-clothed girl immediately activated the surface defense of her body. But in the end, Chapter 3379 Dilemma Chi. The terrifying piercing force of the blood-red light shattered the defense on the purple-clothed girl's body almost instantly. Then, it continued to attack the purple-clothed girl's protective armor. Although the armor did not shatter, however, the piercing force crazily attacked her divine body. The purple-clothed girl's body trembled crazily, and 80% of her divine body collapsed on the spot. Although it did not completely collapse, as a principal's master, 80% of her divine body collapsed. It took her more than 30% of her divine power to recover in an instant. After the collision with Jian Wushuang, the purple-robed girl was so frightened that she immediately retreated to the side. As for Jian Wushuang, after he successfully fought with the purple-robed girl, he disappeared again. The principal's masters nearby could not sense his position and could not surround him. "He's with you!" Long Yu spoke again and immediately informed the other principal's masters of Jian Wushuang's position. However, as soon as she spoke, Jian Wushuang immediately changed his position. Although she could sense it at the first moment after she sensed it, she spoke it out from her mouth and finally made the other principal's masters realize it. There was obviously a time difference between them. Although the time difference was very small, it was enough for Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! 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 In the void, Jian Wushuang relied on the shadowless escape art to conceal himself time and time again. Then, he attacked again and again at lightning speed. Although Long Yu had whammed him at once, the reaction of the principal's masters was still half a beat slower. And this half a beat forced them to face Jian Wushuang's attack head-on. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's speed was too fast when he used the shadowless escape art. Long Yu had been trying to catch up with him. As long as she could fight with Jian Wushuang would not be able to conceal himself anymore. The other principal's masters could also attack, but the problem was that Long Yu could not keep up at all. She could not keep up with Jian Wushuang, so she could only keep reminding him. However, the reminder only prepared the principal's masters and gave them some reaction. In other words, although there were many principal's masters present in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, they could not surround Jian Wushuang at all, nor could they join hands. They could only passively wait for Jian Wushuang to kill them again and again. Jian Wushuang had severely injured three principal's masters' divine bodies and depleted a lot of their divine power. If this continued, the principal's master's divine power would be depleted more and more. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, if you have the ability, fight us head-on!" Long Yu could not help but shout. "Humph, what a joke! You have 7 principal's masters ganging up on me, an immortal saint, and you want me to fight you head-on? Long Yu, are the people of your Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley also shameless?" Jian Wushuang scolded her coldly. Being scolded by Jian Wushuang on the spot, Long Yu's face was extremely ugly, but she could not do anything about it. Indeed, they had already outnumbered them. It was indeed a little shameless of them to ask Jian Wushuang to fight them head-on at this time. However, if Jian Wushuang continued to rely on the shadowless escape art to fight them, they would be too passive. If this continued, the 7 rule masters would be forced to retreat. At first, Long Yu knew that Jian Wushuang was hard to deal with, but she did not expect him to be so hard to deal with. At first, she had called Master Gorsh for insurance, but now, Master Gorsh was not in a good situation, let alone helping them to suppress Jian Wushuang. Long Yu had noticed that in the surrounding void, Demon Master Chenhua, who was fighting Master Gorsh, had put on a golden red glove. The golden red glove gave off a terrifying destructive aura. It was an extremely powerful true treasure. In terms of level, it was probably a top-tier true treasure. Previously, when Sinking Fire Devil Master fought with the all-out Gorse Master with his bare hands, he was able to push back Gorse Master and put him in an extremely difficult situation. Now Demon Master Chenhua had taken out a top-tier true treasure weapon. Once the power of this top-tier true treasure was added to it, it was enough to let Demon Master Chenhua's power reach a whole new level. Sure enough, Demon Master Chenhua, who had put on the Golden Fist gloves, had only attacked 3 times in the following fierce battle. She had not used any powerful techniques or trump cards, and she had fought head-on. However, Master K could no longer withstand it, and their godly body had obviously suffered a lot of damage. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Too powerful. This Demon Master Chenhuo's current strength has definitely reached the peak of the 6 states of the void. I'm afraid he's only one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void and grasping 7 portions of the power of will. Furthermore, his innate talent is extraordinary and his killing ability is terrifyingly strong. I'm completely not his match. Just now, my divine power has already been depleted by nearly 30%. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before my entire Bodhi's divine power is depleted. Master Gorsh's face was extremely ugly. She was trying to find a way to resist the Demon Master's crazy attack while sending a message to tell Longyu about her current situation. She wanted Longyu to think of a way quickly. But what could Longyu think of now? They were not in the nest of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. They could not use any powerful restrictions or magic arrays. They could only rely on their own strength. In terms of strength, they were obviously not as strong as Jian Wushuang and the Demon Master. The question they faced now was whether to continue fighting or retreat. They could not win in a fight. If they retreated, they were afraid that Jian Wushuang would kill the suppressed Masters Zhu Xian and Han Xian. In other words, they were now in a dilemma. Although Longyu was the Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, she did not know what to do. However, just as Longyu and the others were in a dilemma, a figure suddenly appeared around the battlefield. Stop! The voice was a bit hoarse, but it was quite gentle. It was like the morning sun in winter, warming people's hearts. The experts of both sides, the principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, who were fighting fiercely, were shocked when they heard the voice, and then they became ecstatic. As for Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua, they were also shocked. The voice was very calm, as if it could confuse their minds. They could not help but stop what they were doing. The fierce battle was held up because of the voice. The principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, including Master Gorse and Longyu, rushed to the figure who suddenly appeared and bent down. Greetings, old lord! Chapter 3380. The Old Lord Longyu, as well as the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's principals masters, all had their heads lowered and were extremely respectful. Even if it was Master Gorsh, who had already reached the 6th level of the void, in front of this person, he did not have the appearance of an expert at all. Regardless of whether it was his expression or gaze, they were filled with unprecedented respect and fanaticism. This was very normal because the person who had arrived was their old master. He was the greatest reliance of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and also their greatest pride. All rise! A hoarse and gentle voice rang out once again. Master Gorsh, Longyu, and the others raised their heads and looked at their old master. This old master was extremely thin and weak. She was probably only 1.5 meters tall, appearing somewhat short. She had silver-gray hair and wore a coarse and loose linen robe. She was holding a Kirin walking stick in her hand. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes were completely sunken. Only a line could be seen. It was difficult to associate such a thin, weak, and frail old woman with the word expert. But everyone present knew clearly that this old woman possessed earth-shaking strength. Is she the old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? Jian Wushuang stood there with a solemn gaze. He looked at the old woman and was a little shocked. Heavenly Sword Marquis, we're in trouble. Demon Master Chenhua appeared beside Jian Wushuang and said in a low voice, The Old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is an extremely terrifying existence. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Of course, he knew. The Old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was said to be the only one who had cultivated the divine skill to an extremely high level. Although she was still at the level of a Rule Master, she was at most at the pinnacle of the 6 Void Realms. However, once she used the supreme divine skill of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, her battle strength instantly soared to a whole new level. Even the 3 great Saint Realm Masters, even the true rulers, would be afraid of that level. Therefore, after a long period of time, regardless of whether it was the 3 great Saint Realms or the 3 great Freedom Alliances, when they faced the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, they all had some misgivings. When they fought for some benefits, they did not dare to push the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley too far. Once they pushed the valley too far, the 3 Freedom Alliances and the 3 Saint Realms would have a headache when the Old Valley Master showed up. This time, although Jian Wushuang did not push the valley to the limit, he did it at the gate of the valley. When Long Yu, Master Gorse, and the others could not do anything to them, finally, the Old Valley Master came out personally. You are Heavenly Sword Marquis? The old woman spoke gently. She slowly raised her eyes, which had narrowed into a line, and looked at Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. Heavenly Sword Marquis greets you, Senior. Jian Wushuang also appeared to be quite humble, and bowed slightly at the first moment. You are too kind. Although I have stayed in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley for many years, I have heard a lot about you. You have severely injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God in the Saint Realm. Your ability is really admirable, the old woman said. You flatter me, Jian Wushuang said calmly. The old woman looked at Demon Master Chenhua again. My young friend Chenhua of the Amethyst Demon Sect, I have a lot of connections with the Amethyst Demon Sect. I felt sorry for the destruction of the Amethyst Demon Sect, but am glad to see you again today. It's my honor to meet you, Senior, Demon Master Chenhua said with a dry smile, keeping a low profile. What a joke. This old woman in front of him was a terrifying old monster who had lived for God knows how many years and was extremely powerful. Even when the Amethyst Demon Sect was still around, his master and some of the upper echelons of the Amethyst Demon Sect had to respectfully address this old woman as a junior. Although Demon Master Chenhua was not weak, in front of this old woman, he did not dare to put on any airs. Young friend Heavenly Sword Marquis, young friend Chenhua, I already know about this matter, the old woman said slowly. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong, since I have already made an appearance, I will let it go. I will not pursue the matter of your killing the disciples of our Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. However, I hope that you can release Zhu Xian and Han Xian for my sake. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The old woman clearly did not intend to kill Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua, nor did she say that she wanted to seek justice for the disciples who had been killed by Jian Wushuang. She just wanted to resolve the matter. Upon hearing this, Long Yu, Master Gorsh, and the other experts of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley frowned. However, since the old master had said it herself, they naturally did not dare to disobey her. However, they were willing to resolve the matter, but Jian Wushuang was not happy. Senior, there is no enmity between me and Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. I have always been respectful and friendly to them. Not long ago, I saved Han Xin's life in the Bloodwave realm. It can be said that I really hope to become friends with them, but the prerequisite is that they let me take my wife away. Master! Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely solemn. Senior, you want me to release Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian? That's fine, but I have to see my wife first. Jian Wushuang obviously would not forget his purpose of coming here just because of the appearance of the old master. He wanted to find his wife and take her away. No one could stop him. The old master of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley was indeed an earth-shaking expert, and was very difficult to deal with. Jian Wuxuang did not want to be her enemy unless necessary, but now, for his wife, he had no choice. Your wife? Lunger? The old woman pondered for a moment, then shook her head. No, Linger is very important to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. I can't let you see her and affect her state of mind. Then I can only let you down. Jian Wuxuang's eyes turned cold. Young friend, are you really going to make an enemy of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? The old woman raised her eyelids slightly, and a sharp cold light flashed out of the gap between her eyes. This cold light made people's hearts tremble. Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chenhua felt a chill in their bodies and hearts under this cold light. Heavenly Sword Marquis, think carefully. This old monster is not to be trifled with. Why don't we leave this place first and make a long-term plan? Demon Master Chenhua said softly. It was obvious that he was already a little afraid. Chapter 3381 Threats. Leave first? Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Impossible. I can give in to anything, but I can't give in to this. Senior, I don't want to make an enemy of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, but I have to take my wife with me. If you don't allow it, I'll have to offend you. Jian Wuxuang growled and flipped his palm. He took out the Scarlet Tower again. Although the divine power of Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian had recovered a little, they could still be easily killed by Jian Wuxuang if he wanted to. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how dare you! How dare you act presumptuously in front of the old master? Long Yu and Master Gorse were shocked by Jian Wuxuang's action and shouted. Shut up! Jian Wuxuang glanced at Long Yu and Master Gorse, which made them even more furious. My young friend, I haven't fought for many years, and I don't want to do it today. But if you want to continue, I'll bully you no matter what. The old woman just looked at Jian Wuxuang calmly. Jian Wuxuang did not speak, but a majestic power surged out of his body. The moment the majestic power surged out, it was ready to cover the blood-red tower in front of him. But at this moment, whoosh! The old woman in the void in front of him suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already passed through Jian Wuxuang. However, although the old woman had passed through Jian Wuxuang's divine body, the latter's body began to slowly disappear. The old woman's face slightly sank. Whoosh! In the void on the other side, Jian Wuxuang's figure appeared out of thin air, and his aura was slightly weakened. Apparently, the old woman's attack had not hurt him at all. Time-space teleportation? The old woman looked at Jian Wuxuang again. Know that Senior's strength is unfathomable. In a head-on fight, even if 10 of me are tied together, I'm definitely not your match. But I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Jian Wuxuang also looked at the old woman. Their eyes met in the void, and for a moment, the space completely froze. The old woman was still as calm as an ancient well, she said indifferently. The space-time divine art created by the Temporal Temple Master is indeed extraordinary. Among them, the space-time teleportation is the strongest life-saving technique in the divine beginning realm. However, although the space-time teleportation is amazing, as long as we can use the space-time imprisonment, we can't use it. I don't know how to use space-time imprisonment, but I happen to have a special treasure. As long as an expert who specializes in space-time principles is able to use it, it won't be difficult for me to use it. Long Yu, the principles you control contain space-time principles. I'll give you this jade ring, and you can use space-time imprisonment. The old woman waved her hand and threw a purple jade ring at Long Yu. Seeing this, Jian Wuxuang's pupils constricted slightly, but he immediately relaxed. Senior, even if you want Valley Master Long Yu to use the jade ring to confine time and space, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me from leaving, right? Jian Wuxuang smiled and flipped his hand, and a purple gold token that emitted a strong power of time and space appeared in his hand. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks! At the sight of the purple gold token, the old woman was finally moved. Heaven painting golden flag? Yes, it's the golden sky painting flag, But I wonder if the jade ring given by Senior can be compared to the one in my hand? Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. The golden sky painting flag is a top-notch treasure in space-time. It's very difficult to find a treasure in space-time that is higher than the golden sky painting flag in the entire divine beginning realm. It's not something that my jade ring can compare to. I just didn't expect that the Temporal Temple Master would give the golden sky painting flag to you. It seems that the Temporal Temple Master values you very much, the old woman said. Senior, since you know about the Golden Banner, you should know that with my knowledge of space-time principles and the Mansion Master of the Golden Banner, I can easily break the space-time restriction. However, you still can't keep me here, Jian Wushuang said. That's right. The old woman nodded slightly. The moment she saw the Golden Banner, she knew that it was impossible for her to kill Jian Wushuang here, even though she was extremely powerful. Senior, you can't kill me, but I can easily kill people from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, such as Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian in the Scarlet Tower. As long as I use my mind, they will die. So, I hope you can consider what I said before. Jian Wushuang looked at the old woman. Young friend, are you threatening me? The old woman asked coldly. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted. Perhaps my wife is too important to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and you are not willing to make concessions for Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian. According to Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian, this is just the beginning. If you don't agree, I will stand guard outside the valley from now on. I will kill any expert or disciple who dares to take a step out of the valley. No matter how long it takes, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, unless I die, don't even think about stepping out of the valley. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was fierce, and his cold voice reverberated in the air like the voice of the Grim Reaper. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the principal masters of the valley were instantly enraged. The weathered old woman's face also turned cold. However, no matter how angry they were, they had to carefully consider the threat that Jian Wushuang had mentioned. It was true that they could not kill Jian Wushuang. Even if their old master appeared personally, Jian Wushuang could easily escape by using time-space teleportation. If Jian Wushuang did not die, with his battle strength, if he stayed in Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley from now on and killed anyone he saw outside, the consequences would be too much for them to bear. They knew that Jian Wushuang was from the Temporal Temple, but they could not threaten him like Jian Wushuang did. The Temporal Temple was not only powerful, but also very mysterious. They were too mysterious. Everyone in the Divine Beginning realm knew that the Temporal Temple was terrifying, but so far, no one knew where it was. If they did not even know where the Temporal Temple's lair was, how could the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley retaliate against Jian Wushuang? Chapter 3382. Compromise. The vast void had completely frozen. The whole world was silent. The old woman's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. She did not speak for a long time. As for the principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, no one dared to say anything. After a long while, the weathered old woman's expression changed slightly and she said, I have lived for so many years, but this is the first time someone dares to threaten me in front of me. I have to say that you are very courageous. Comment. Senior, please forgive me. I would never dare to be disrespectful to you unless I had no choice, Jian Wushuang said. Can see that you are very stubborn. In that case, I will allow you to meet her, the weathered old woman said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. The principals masters in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley changed their expressions slightly, but they did not say anything. They also knew that their old master could not do anything to Jian Wushuang, and could only make some concessions. My friend, follow me to the valley. The old woman's voice became gentle again. Jian Wushuang nodded and felt slightly relieved. The atmosphere around them had finally calmed down. Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you really going to follow her to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? Demon Master Chenhua came to Jian Wushuang's side and asked carefully. Or what? Jian Wushuang glanced at Demon Master Chenhua. Can go, but I have to be careful. This old monster has unfathomable means and seldom contacts with the outside world. No one knows her temper. If you threaten her in front of so many people, who knows whether she will hold a grudge against you? Demon Master Chenhua secretly sent a voice transmission. Now that we're outside Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, she can't do anything to you. However, once we're in Supreme Emotion Valley, there are many restrictive spells there. Even if you have a strong life-saving ability, this old monster might be able to kill you. When that time comes, I don't think so. Before Demon Master Chenhua finished his words, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley has a high prestige in the Divine Beginning Realm. She should pay attention to her status, so the possibility of her going back on her word is very low. Moreover, even if she does go back on her word and try to kill me with the help of some restrictions in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, I won't be afraid. Jian Wushuang had enough confidence. With his current life-saving means and the life-saving command token given by Temporal Temple Master, even 3 Saint Realm Masters of the 3 Saint Realms would not be able to do anything to him. As for the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, even if it was a dragon's den or a tiger's den, it would not be able to threaten his life. Let's go. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang followed the old woman into the valley. Previously, when Jian Wushuang came to the valley, he was refused entry. But this time, because of the personal guidance of Long Yu and the others, he was not hindered at all. After entering the valley, Jian Wushuang also looked at the scene in the valley. As the overlord of the second heaven and a top sect in the Divine Beginning Realm, the valley was not as magnificent as he had imagined. Instead, it was quiet and peaceful. There were many buildings in the valley, most of them were elegant. Under the guidance of the old woman, Jian Wushuang soon arrived in front of a huge mountain. This huge mountain was located in a very special geographical position. It was in the center of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and the entire mountain was covered by a special restriction, which clearly isolated the mountain completely. My friend, you are now looking at the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's Love Valley, which is where I live. The person you are looking for also lives in this mountain. Now I can take you into the Love Valley, but only you. As for your friend, Chenhua, please wait here for a while. The old woman said. Oh? Jian Wushuang frowned. He was the only one allowed to enter the mountain, and Chenhua had to wait outside? Humph, Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid you don't know the rules of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. The mountain in front of you is a forbidden area of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. No one is allowed to enter it. Even as the current Valley Master, I have to inform the old master in advance if I want to enter, let alone an outsider like you. I can only enter after the old master agrees. Long Yu snorted. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. According to Long Yu, he, the current Valley Master of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, was not qualified to enter and leave Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley at will. Now that the old woman was willing to take him in, it was already a great favor to him. Chenhua, wait for me here. Jian Wushuang instructed. Well, be careful. Demon Master Chenhua nodded. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. My young friend, follow me in. The old woman waved her hand, and a space passage appeared in front of them. The old woman led Jian Wushuang into the space passage. After walking out of the space passage, they arrived at the mountainside. Under the guidance of the old woman, Jian Wushuang came to a cave mansion in the middle of the mountain. My friend, the person you want to see is in this cave mansion, the old woman said. Jian Wushuang immediately looked into the cave mansion. Although the cave mansion was very deep, Jian Wushuang could still sense the figure in the deepest part of the cave mansion. Shuanger. The familiar aura and feeling made Jian Wushuang's body and heart tremble. However, just as Jian Wushuang was about to step into the cave mansion, the old woman reached out and stopped him. My friend, you can't enter the cave mansion, the old woman said. Why? Jian Wushuang frowned, and his voice sounded urgent. Although I promised to let you meet her, I didn't promise to let you have any contact with her," the old woman said. "Senior." Jian Wushuang's face darkened, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He wanted to meet Ling Rushuang, so how could he just give her a simple look? He noticed the change in Jian Wushuang's expression. The old woman smiled bitterly and said, "My friend, it's not that I'm unreasonable, but my disciple is in a critical period of cultivation. At this time, she must not be disturbed by anyone." A critical period of cultivation? Is it to cultivate that divine skill? Jian Wushuang glanced at the old woman. If she completely cultivates it, won't she completely abandon her emotions? I won't be able to recover her previous lives' memories in the future. Chapter 3383, The Best of Both Worlds. It's true. The old woman also nodded in acknowledgement. Once you have successfully cultivated the supreme divine skill of our supreme emotion-forgetting valley, you will abandon all feelings between men and women. Even if you have restored her memory of her previous life, her feelings will still be abandoned. However, the supreme divine skill is extraordinary. It's not easy to master it. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. My friend, you should know that the supreme divine skill can only be cultivated by someone with a pure heart who has not been influenced by the secular world. Because of this, it is difficult for the supreme emotion-forgetting valley to find a suitable person for cultivation. The girl in the cave mansion has lived 2 lives. If it was just this one life, it would definitely be the best choice to cultivate the divine skill. However, because she still carries the memories of her previous life, she will be greatly hindered in cultivating the divine skill. The old woman's voice became serious. When the girl was brought to the supreme emotion-forgetting valley and brought to me, I found that she was very special. Although she had lived 2 lifetimes, she had 2 lifetimes of memories, but the memories of her previous life had been suppressed, or even sealed. Sealed? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Indeed. The old woman continued. I carefully examined her body and finally came to the conclusion that the expert must have forcibly injected a part of the will power into her body when she reincarnated. This portion of the power of will should have originated from a principal's master. Moreover, under that expert's methods, the power of this will has been completely erased from that principal's master's will. What it possesses is only some understanding and comprehension regarding the principles. For anyone to have such power of will remain in their body is simply a great fortune. After all, the power of will can only be acquired after mastering a complete set of principles. With a complete set of power of will in his body, it means that even if he doesn't cultivate, he can still become a principle's master in a short period of time as long as he slowly transmits the power of will in his body. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He immediately recalled that when he met Ling Rushuang in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, she was known as the most powerful genius in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. She was even more dazzling than him because at that time, even if Ling Rushuang did not cultivate, her comprehension of the principles could be improved at an incredible speed. It was as easy as eating and drinking. At that time, Jian Wushuang thought it was incredible. But now, he finally understood. The master that the old valley master mentioned should be master, right? Jian Wushuang muttered in his heart. He could guess that his master Xian Yi was also worried that Ling Rushuang would not be able to grow after coming to the divine beginning realm because she did not have Jian Wushuang's great talent advantage. She might even die before Jian Wushuang found her. He had met with some kind of threat and died. That was why his master had used a great method to forcefully bestow a portion of the power of will on Ling Rushuang. It could be considered as giving Ling Rushuang some support so that she could wait for Jian Wushuang's arrival. Jian Wushuang could completely understand his master's action. That expert's method is indeed heaven-defying, forcibly bestowing a portion of the power of will on a reincarnated soul without damaging it at all. Such a method is beyond my reach. The old woman sighed softly. However, that expert might not have thought of it himself, although the power of will did not harm the soul, because it contained too many things and was too vast. it completely suppressed or even sealed the memories of the reincarnated soul. Therefore, after the baby was born, it did not immediately recover the memories of its previous life. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had never understood why Ling Rushuang did not have any memories of his previous life when he entered the reincarnation passage with her. It turned out that Ling Rushuang did not have any memories. It was just that her memories of her previous life had been sealed because of the power of her will. Naturally, she could not remember them. Of course, although the girl's memories from her previous life were sealed, as long as the principal's master appeared, she could easily suppress the power of the will in her body temporarily, and help her recover the memories from her previous life, the old woman said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was delighted. Obviously, if he wanted to recover Ling Rushuang's memories, it would be very easy. After knowing this, I'm not sure if she can continue to cultivate that divine skill, but I still let her start to cultivate that divine skill with the attitude of giving it a try. The result of the cultivation was unexpectedly out of my expectations. She was not affected by the memories of her previous life at all. Her cultivation speed is very amazing, much faster than when I first cultivated it. After that, I understood that as long as I completely sealed the girl's past memories, she would definitely be able to master the divine skill and even cultivate it to the highest level, much higher than my level. Therefore, I personally set up a seal in her body to ensure that her past memories could no longer recover on their own. Senior! Jian Wushuang was shocked and angry. My young friend, don't worry. The old woman comforted Jian Wushuang. Before I met you, I didn't want to restore her memory from her previous life. I even thought about whether it was possible to completely erase her memory from her previous life. However, after meeting you, I changed my mind. Can't help it. Your talent is unparalleled and your potential is so great that no one in the divine beginning realm can compare to you. In the future, you might really reach a level that no one in the divine beginning realm has ever reached. I, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, naturally don't want to offend you too much. Therefore, I can take a step back and choose a way to achieve the best of both worlds. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. What is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. Soul peeling. The old woman laughed. Soul peeling? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Of course, he understood what the old woman meant by soul peeling. It was forcibly turning one soul into two souls, or one person, into two people. Such a method was not easy to accomplish. The slightest carelessness could lead to the complete annihilation of the soul. Senior, are you planning to separate her past life and present life into two people through soul peeling? Jian Wushuang looked at the old woman. Chapter 3384, Soul Peeling. That's it, the old woman said seriously. Soul peeling is to turn this girl's soul into two pieces. One of them will carry her memories from her previous life, and you will take it with you. The other piece will carry her memories from this life, and she will continue to stay in my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to cultivate that supreme divine art. This way, the good thing is that you can have the best of both worlds. After all, you only want your wife from your previous life. As for the bad thing, once you peel off her soul, the two parts of her soul will not be complete. Thus, you will need some treasures related to the soul to completely restore her soul. The requirements for such a soul treasure are extremely high. In the divine beginning realm, the only thing that can fulfill this condition is the soul treasure, the star moon agarwood. Moreover, it must be 100 million years old. The star moon agarwood is an extremely rare treasure. In the divine beginning realm, it can even be said to be extinct. This kind of treasure lives in an extremely harsh environment. It's hard to even exist for 1,000,000 years. Thus, it's even harder to obtain 100 million years old star moon agarwood. However, my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley once obtained a small piece of 100 million years old star moon agarwood by chance. It can be used on the soul that was left in my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley after it was peeled off, allowing it to completely recover. As for the part of the soul that retained your wife's memories, you'll have to think of a way yourself. Of course, since our supreme emotion-forgetting valley has a piece of 100-million-year-old star moon agarwood, and as the most ancient and mysterious temporal temple of the three freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm, we should have it. Even if we don't have it, we can definitely find a way to get it. After saying that, the old woman looked at Jian Wushuang again. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was silent. Soul peeling. Jian Wushuang had some understanding of soul peeling and knew the advantages and disadvantages of soul peeling. Most importantly, his wife, Ling Rushuang, had actually carried out soul peeling in her previous life. Because of her special physique, her wife's soul was divided into two parts. One part of her personality became Ling Rushuang, and the other part was the evil incarnation of her physique, Ling Rushue. The two souls occupied the same body. At first, Ling Rushuang was in charge, but later, Ling Rushuang's soul consciousness was suppressed and led by Ling Rushue. In the end, their souls were completely separated. Ling Rushue followed her master into the divine beginning realm, while Ling Rushuang entered the reincarnation passage like Jian Wushuang. In other words, Ling Rushuang had stripped her soul before, and she had already borne the price. Senior, if her soul is stripped in two, who will be in charge of her body now? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, the soul left in the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, which is my disciple, will be in charge. The old woman said seriously. I can't help it. The Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley has spent a lot of money to nurture this girl. Now that she has finally reached this level, she is very close to the top of the Supreme Divine Skill. At this moment, I won't let her give up this body and start over. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He knew that the soul stripping was actually tolerable for Ling Rushuang. The key question was who would control her current body once the soul was stripped. Of course, Jian Wushuang hoped that his wife could control this body, but the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley obviously would not allow it. Jian Wushuang could understand. After all, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had indeed paid too much for her to cultivate the Supreme Divine Skill. If she let the soul with the memories of this life leave this body, then she would have to start all over again. It was absolutely unbearable for the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you may not know this, but I will soon die, the old woman suddenly said. What? Jian Wushuang looked at her in surprise. The old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Valley, a task that even the three masters of the Saint Realm, including the Temporal Temple Master, were afraid of, would soon die. Was this a joke? I'm not lying to you, the old woman said solemnly. The supreme divine skill of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley is very special. Although it's extremely powerful and can allow me, who is only at the sixth realm of the Void Realm, to burst out with battle strength comparable to that of a master, or even stronger than an ordinary master, it's so powerful that I have to pay a price every time I use it. What's the price? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. Lifespan. The old woman sighed. She continued. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator reaches the level of a principal's master, their lifespan may not be endless, but it's also very long. However, no matter who it is, as long as they cultivate the divine skill of our Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, there's no such thing as an endless lifespan. They've personally experienced it. For example, when I cultivate the divine skill to this level, my lifespan can only last for 1 billion years at most. 1 billion years is considered very long. Senior's lifespan should be far from 1 billion years, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Although he did not know how long the old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had lived, as far as he knew, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had existed in the Divine Beginning Realm for less than 1 billion years. Just based on the time I've lived, this old body is still far from 1 billion years. However, this old body has just said that these 1 billion years of life is just a threshold to cultivate that divine technique. After cultivating, every time I use it, it will consume my life. Under normal circumstances, every time this old body uses that divine technique, it will consume 100 million years of life. They've been staying in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley ever since I started cultivating that divine skill. During that time, the valley had encountered many dangers, so I had to use all my strength. I have used that divine skill many times, and my lifespan has been continuously consumed. So far, I have less than 100 million years left. Less than 100 million years? Does that mean? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Yes, if I use that divine skill one more time, I will die immediately. So, even if you disrespect me today and threaten me in front of me, I have not completely shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Although this is also because of your strong life-saving skills, more importantly, I don't want to give you this last chance to use the divine skill, the old woman said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and sighed in his heart. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. He had thought that the old Valley Master was really helpless against him, so he had to step back. But now it seemed that was not the case. Chapter 3385 The Enemy of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. They've less than 100 million years left, and I can only use the divine skill once more. I don't want to use it unless I have no other choice, because once I use it, my death is nothing. The key is that the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley has lost my intimidation. I'm afraid that it will be destroyed soon, the old woman said. Destroyed? Senior, you can't be that serious, right? Jian Wushuang frowned. No matter what, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley is an overlord in the second heaven. It has more than 10 principles masters under it, and it has a huge foundation. Such a powerful sect, even if it loses your intimidation, will not be as fearful as before. However, once the sect forces come, they will not easily provoke the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, right? Jian Wushuang was very confused. Because in his opinion, even if the old Valley Master did not exist in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, with an expert of the 6 void realms like Master Gorsh and the foundation of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, he was still far stronger than a force like the Xiaoyao Mansion. How could such an overlord be easily destroyed without any reason? Little friend, although our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley appears to be glorious on the surface and because of me, no one has dared to provoke us for a long time. In fact, there are many hidden dangers in our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, especially in terms of enemies. Our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley has a great enemy, the weathered old woman said. Great enemy? Jian Wushuang was startled. The Destruction Saint Realm, one of the 3 Saint Realms, is a great enemy of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, the weathered old woman said in a low voice. Many years ago, our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley offended the Destruction Saint Realm because of some conflicts of interest. Later, in the universe battlefield, I completely offended the Destruction Saint Realm. The universe battlefield? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes, it was in the universe battlefield that I obtained the supreme divine skill. However, the 3 principles masters of the Saint Destruction Realm fought with me at the same time. When they saw that I had obtained the divine skill, they immediately tried to snatch it. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough. Not only did they fail to snatch the divine skill from me, but they were also killed by me on the spot. The old woman sneered. However, because of this matter, Destruction Saint Realm was furious. However, because I had never been to the Divine Beginning Realm or touched the secular world, Destruction Saint Realm couldn't figure out my true identity for a while. It wasn't until a lucky coincidence that they found out that I was from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. After they found out, Destruction Saint Realm immediately sent a large number of experts over. Even Destruction Saint Master's consciousness appeared. However, after they found out my true identity, I had already mastered that divine art and cultivated it to a certain level. That's why I directly attacked the Destruction Saint Realm experts and repelled them head-on. Even the Destruction Saint Realm Master's consciousness was torn to shreds on the spot. At this point, the vicissitudes of life revealed a cold smile. After that battle, my name naturally shook the world. Destruction Saint Realm did not know my actual strength, so they did not continue to fight. After that, our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley and Destruction Saint Realm had several clashes. I also fought with Destruction Saint Master's original body several times, but each time I used the divine skill, Destruction Saint Master could only escape in a sorry state. After a few lessons, Destruction Saint Master finally calmed down. After so many years, he did not dare to have a large-scale collision with our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Is that so? Jian Wushuang finally understood. He finally understood why the old Valley Master had said that the Destruction Saint Realm was a great enemy of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Indeed, the three Saint Realms are the rulers of the Divine Beginning Realm because of the power of the will of heaven. To a certain extent, even the three Freedom Alliances are at a disadvantage against the three Saint Realms. Because of this, the three Saint Realms have always been overbearing, and they have always treated the sects of the Divine Beginning Realm as if they were kings and subjects. In the Divine Beginning Realm, if any sect dares to be disrespectful to the three Saint Realms, the three Saint Realms will immediately punish them. The sects cannot afford any punishment, and the Amethyst Demon sect was completely destroyed. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley has fought with the Destruction Saint Realm several times, but the latter didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, the Destruction Saint Master has suffered a few losses at your hands. The Destruction Saint Master will definitely hold a grudge. It's fine for you to stay in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley for now, but once you die, the Destruction Saint Realm might directly attack the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Jian Wushuang said seriously. That's exactly what I think, the old woman said. So before I die, I must do everything for the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to cultivate a person who can cultivate the divine skill to the top level. The girl in the cave mansion can be said to be my last hope. The progress of the girl is very smooth, but now with your unexpected change, they've no choice but to find a way to get the best of both worlds by stripping her soul. However, after stripping her soul, her body must remain in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, I don't have the confidence to let her start over and cultivate to the top level again in the remaining time. After saying that, the old woman looked at Jian Wushuang. Her eyes opened slightly, and there was a hint of pleading in them. Obviously, the old Valley Master had made a final concession. She hoped that Jian Wushuang would understand, but she accepted it if he did not. Senior, I understand what you said. But if I take my wife's soul and leave, how can I make her recover completely? Jian Wushuang asked. He knew a little about soul stripping, but he did not know how to find a new body and restore it to its original state. It's not difficult. First, you have to get the Star Moon Agarwood and make your wife's soul complete. Then, you can choose two methods to make your wife recover. The old woman explained. First, the first method is for you to find a suitable body. Then, you can invite an expert who specializes in souls to help your wife's soul enter that body directly and possess it. You can completely wipe out the original consciousness of that body and let your wife occupy it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This method is the simplest, but it has many flaws. Chapter 3386 Risks. After all, it's forcefully taking over the other party's body. There must be a lot of initial forays into your own body. Although the consciousness of the owner of that body will be completely wiped out, there will more or less remain some things of the other party. It will have a certain impact on your wife's consciousness, and it will be possible for your wife to make some changes. In addition, if the person your wife possessed was only an ordinary person or some weaker cultivators, it would be slightly better to be able to control them. However, if the person who possessed was quite powerful, for example, to possess a principal's master, then even if this principal's master's consciousness was wiped out, the power in his body was not something that your wife's consciousness could control. The slightest carelessness could result in unimaginable consequences. These are the risks that must be borne by forcibly possessing a soul, the old woman said. Tay also heard of soul possession. Not only is it very risky, but it's also too vicious. Even if my wife's soul is stripped, she wouldn't choose to use this method to choose a body that doesn't belong to her," Jian Wushuang said. "If you don't want to rely on soul possession, you can only rely on treasures to create a new body for your wife," the old woman said. "How?" Jian Wushuang asked. "To create a new body that is exactly the same as your wife's divine body without any discomfort or incipient experience. Ordinary treasures won't work. As far as I know, there is a special treasure in the world called the Ice Heart Glazed Jade. This treasure can create a glazed body according to the wishes of the cultivator. The glazed body will be completely integrated with the cultivator's soul consciousness without any flaws or risks. As long as you can get the glazed ice jade, you can create a perfect body for your wife, which is exactly the same as her original body. Moreover, this glazed body is exactly the same as a human cultivator," the old woman said. "If one am not wrong, it shouldn't be easy to get a treasure like the glazed ice jade, right?" Jian Wushuang looked at her. "Yes." The old woman nodded. "The ice heart glazed jade is much rarer than the 100-million-year-old star moon agarwood that I mentioned before. If you can find some 100-million-year-old star moon agarwood in the divine beginning realm, and you might have it in the temporal temple, then the ice heart glazed jade is almost impossible to find in the divine beginning realm. Even if the temporal temple has accumulated wealth over countless years, I'm afraid it won't be able to find the ice heart glazed jade. Of course, there might not be any in the temporal temple, but they should have a way to find him. After all, I've heard that someone came back from the universe battlefield with a big piece of ice heart glazed jade. You can ask the temporal temple to find him for you." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang fell silent. After a while, Jian Wushuang looked up again and asked, "Senior, is what you said true?" "Of course, I won't lie to you." The old woman smiled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the experts of the temporal temple. With their knowledge, they should know whether what I said is true or not." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He also understood that the old Valley Master would not lie to him. Even if she wanted to lie, Jian Wushuang was not stupid. He could see it or ask someone. "Senior, I am not a tactless person. As long as I can ensure that my wife's soul will not be affected and that I can find the ice heart glazed jade to help my wife recover, I will agree to the soul stripping," Jian Wushuang said. He knew very well that the old Valley Master had already made a big concession and told him some secrets of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, especially that the old Valley Master's lifespan was less than 100 million years. Once he used the divine skill again, he would die immediately. This was definitely a big secret. In order to convince him, the old Valley Master had told him his biggest secret. However, the old Valley Master had no choice but to make his biggest concession. Under such circumstances, Jian Wushuang could not be so tough all the time, but he had to make some concessions. Now, his concession was to give up his wife's body in this life, take away her soul and the memories of her previous life, and find Bing Xian glazed jade to help his wife recover her body in the future. Although the process was a little troublesome, it was better than the current stalemate with Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, which made both sides unhappy. Moreover, with Jian Wushuang's current strength, it was already the limit for him to force the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to make such a concession. After all, he was only in the Saint realm, and his strength was only in the Fourth Void realm. The reason why he was able to make the old Valley Master give in was because the old Valley Master was worried about the disciples and experts of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. He could only use the divine skill once. However, if the old Valley Master was unwilling to give in, Jian Wushuang did not have much choice. After all, he could only kill the disciples of the experts outside the valley. However, if the valley made a move, it would seal the mountain and isolate itself from the outside world for hundreds of years. When Ling Rushuang reached a high level of the divine skill, Jian Wushuang would never be able to find his wife again. On this basis, he finally made a compromise. "It's great that you can understand the current situation of the valley. However, there is still a problem to be solved," the old woman said. "What problem?" Jian Wushuang asked. "If you have problems with this website, Please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The problem is how to peel off the soul, the old woman said seriously. The soul is the foundation of a cultivator. It's easy for me to peel off a person's soul and turn it into two souls. However, it's very difficult to peel off the two souls without causing any damage. After all, although I have studied the Tao of the soul, my attainments in the aspect of the soul are not that great. If I were to peel off the soul alone, it is very likely that I would cause great damage to the girl's soul during the process. If I am not careful, her soul might even collapse. Therefore, it is best if we can invite an expert who is extremely skilled in the aspect of the soul to work with me to peel off her soul. Chapter 3387, Agreed. There are many experts in the divine beginning realm who are good at soul manipulation, but there are almost no experts who are absolutely confident in soul peeling and won't cause any harm to the two souls. However, under normal circumstances, as long as an expert in the sixth realm of the void realm who is especially good at soul works with me, am at least 90% sure that I won't harm the girl in the process of soul peeling, said the old woman. An expert of the sixth realm of the void who specializes in the soul? Jian Wuxuang frowned slightly. It was not easy to find such an expert. It must be known that there were too few experts of the sixth realm of the void in the divine beginning realm. If the experts of the sixth realm of the void who roamed the universe battlefield and stayed in the divine beginning realm all year round were excluded, there were probably no more than 20 of them. Among the less than 20 experts, there were even fewer who specialized in the soul. I know someone. Not only has she reached the sixth realm of the void realm, but her attainments in the soul are also extremely high. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's the #1 expert in the divine beginning realm. Moreover, she has some friendship with me. I can think of a way to find her, the old woman said. Oh? Jian Wuxuang's expression changed. Please contact her immediately. Don't worry. The old woman waved her hand. As far as I know, this person has been in closed-door cultivation for a very important time. She didn't even pay attention to her children who wanted to see her. I can't contact her at the moment. However, as soon as she comes out, I will tell her about it and ask her to help. Thank you, Senior, Jian Wuxuang said. By the way, although I know you are the old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, I still don't know your name, Tam Mai, the old woman said. Mai? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. This name was very strange. It was not her real name, but something like a nickname. My friend, since you and I have agreed, let's leave now, Mai said. Jian Wuxuang looked deeply into the depths of the cave mansion and nodded slightly. Soon, Jian Wuxuang and Mai walked out of Love Valley. Outside Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, Demon Master Chenhua and many principals masters of Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley were still waiting quietly. When Jian Wuxuang and Mai walked out of the peak, they immediately came forward to greet them. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how is it? Did that old monster make things difficult for you? Demon Master Chenhua asked. Is going well. I've already negotiated with Senior Mai and made some concessions. The final result is acceptable to both of us, Jian Wuxuang said. Agreed? Demon Master Chenyuo's expression changed. He did not know what Jian Wuxuang and the old woman Mai had talked about, but he did not continue to ask when he saw Jian Wuxuang's expression. On the other side, Mai did not tell Long Yu, Master Gorsh, and the others about the agreement with Jian Wuxuang. Instead, he continued to look at Jian Wuxuang. My friend, I'm afraid it will take some time for my friend to go into seclusion. If you don't mind, you can stay in my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. If you have other things to do, you can leave first. When my friend comes out of seclusion, I will send a message to you. This is my message token, keep it well. Mai handed his message token to Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang took the token and pondered for a moment, then he said, Most of the female disciples in the valley are female. It would be inconvenient for Chenhua and I to stay here for a long time, so I'd better leave first. When you have a result, you can send me a message. To send you off. But before you leave, I hope you can release Zhu Xian and Han Xian, Ma Yi said with a smile. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. With a flip of his palm, the blood-red tower appeared in his hand again. With a thought, he immediately released Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian, who were suppressed in the tower. Senior Ma Yi, and everyone from Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, thank you for your trouble today. There are a lot of resources in this interspatial ring. I apologize to Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang threw an interspatial ring at the Longyu, then, he turned around and left with Demon Master Chenhua. After taking the interspatial ring and seeing Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua completely disappear in front of them, everyone from Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley heaved a sigh of relief. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Although the encounter with Jian Wushuang had caused the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley to lose many disciples, most of them were only at the saint level, which was still within the acceptable range of the Supreme Emotion Valley. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had also taken out the interspatial ring as an apology. In terms of face, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley had already gotten over it, so they naturally did not plan to pursue the matter any further. However, if Jian Wushuang had killed both Master Zhu Xian and Han Xian, the matter would not have been resolved so easily. Once the matter was resolved, the valley quickly regained its peace. The old woman, Ma Yi, returned to the mountain and continued to guide Ling Rushuang in her cultivation. Jian Wushuang immediately took out his messaging token and asked Temple Master Bai Xing after leaving the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley with Demon Master Chenhua. He naturally asked about some things related to soul peeling. Although he believed in what Ma Yi had said in the valley, he still carefully asked Temple Master Bai Xing about it. Temple Master Bai Xing was knowledgeable and answered all of them. The answer he got was almost the same as what Ma Yi had said. First of all, as long as the soul was peeled off and stored on the 100-million-year-old star moon agarwood, the soul could be restored completely without any damage or defects. As for the 100-million-year-old star moon agarwood, there were indeed some in the temporal temple that could be used. Then there was the matter of the recovery of the body after the soul was peeled off. Without a doubt, it was the best and most flawless choice to use the ice heart glazed jade to build a glazed body. However, who exactly had the ice heart glazed jade, the temporal temple also spent some time to investigate. Finally, there was an expert of the sixth realm in the void who was good at soul. The temporal temple also gave him one. However, this expert came from the divine ancestor Taoist sect and was in the user's temporal temple. There was no expert of the six void realms who specialized in the soul. After receiving Temple Master Bai Xing's reply, Jian Wushuang felt more or less at ease. Chapter 3388, Samsara Sect. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you plan to do next? Demon Master Chenhua asked. Next? Jian Wushuang began to ponder. It will take some time for Senior Ma Yi's good friend to enter seclusion. I can only wait patiently until her good friend comes out. As for the patrol team, there is no task at the moment, so there is no need to rush back. Jian Wushuang was thinking quickly, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, the reincarnation pearl! Jian Wushuang remembered one thing. In the Bloodwave realm, he had won a reincarnation pearl from the Light King in a bet. And this reincarnation pearl was a certificate to enter the Samsara Heaven domain. The Samsara Heaven domain is a saint realm for comprehending the Samsara principles. Although I have perfectly fused the Samsara principles with the space-time principles, I'm still a little far from fully comprehending the Samsara principles. If I can enter the Samsara Heaven domain and cultivate for a period of time, I might be able to make a breakthrough. Once I have fully grasped the Samsara principles, my strength will soar again. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He knew very well that in this world, no matter where he went or what he wanted to do, the most important thing was his own strength. Only when he was strong enough could he do what he wanted to do. Therefore, improving his strength was his top priority. The Samsara Heaven Realm was the place where he could improve his strength. Moreover, the Samsara Heaven Realm was in the second heaven, so it was on the way for Jian Wushuang. Xinhua, I'm going to the Samsara Heaven Realm. Come with me, Jian Wushuang said. Samsara Heaven Realm? The territory of the Samsara sect? Demon Master Xinhua raised his eyebrows. Do you know it? Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Xinhua. Yes. Demon Master Xinhua nodded. In the Amethyst Demon Sect's era, there were very few sects in the second heaven that were qualified to challenge the Amethyst Demon Sect. The Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley was one of them, and the other was the Samsara Sect. Although the foundation of the Samsara Sect is inferior to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, and its strength and trump cards are not as powerful as the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, it is still considered a very powerful sect. As for the Samsara Heaven Realm, it already existed at that time. It is said that the Samsara Heaven Realm was personally created by the founder of the Samsara sect, the Samsara Grand Master. This place is extremely helpful to cultivators who comprehend the principles of reincarnation. However, the actions of the Samsara Grand Master are very strange. He created the Samsara sect himself, but after he created the Samsara Heaven Realm, he spread out the hundreds of Samsara beads that he personally refined to enter the Samsara Heaven Realm, and spread them throughout the entire Divine Beginning Realm. As for the interior of the Samsara sect, he only left a relatively small portion. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The Samsara bead was a token to enter the Samsara Heaven Realm. There were hundreds of such tokens, but the Samsara Grand Master only left a small part of them for the Samsara sect. Most of them were scattered in the Divine Beginning Realm? It was indeed strange. In our era, no one knew the Samsara Grand Master's intention, so he didn't care much. After leaving the Samsara Heaven Realm and the Samsara bead, he went to the universe battlefield and never came back. In that era, people often got the Samsara bead by chance and entered the Samsara Heaven Realm to study the Samsara principles. Most of them gained a lot, said Demon Master Xinhua. There must be a deeper meaning behind his actions. In short, it has nothing to do with us. I came to the Samsara Heaven Realm just to improve my understanding of the Samsara principles, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Let's go and visit the Samsara sect. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Xinhua set off. In the second heaven, countless sects and forces were established. Among them, there were several recognized overlords. For example, the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley and the Xiaoyao Mansion were overlords that made all parties submit to them. Although the Samsara sect was not as powerful as the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, it was stronger than the Xiaoyao Mansion and had a deeper foundation. The Samsara sect occupied a vast territory. However, the headquarters of the Samsara sect was in a huge secret land of heaven and earth. This secret land of heaven and earth was covered by a magic array, and no one was allowed to enter. As for the Samsara Heaven Realm, it was also in the secret realm of heaven and earth. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks! Jian Wushuang and Xinhua had already arrived at the entrance of the secret realm of heaven and earth where the Samsara sect was located. Jian Wushuang had no intention of concealing his identity, and he did not change his appearance at all. He took the Samsara bead and went to the entrance. As for the Demon Master, he followed behind Jian Wushuang and did not emit any aura. Even if others used their souls to check, they could hardly see the exact level of the Demon Master's strength. This was why Demon Master Xinhua was so good at concealing his aura. Previously, Jian Wushuang had asked Demon Master Xinhua about his strength, such as how powerful his aura concealing technique was. The answer he got was that Demon Master Xinhua also had an extremely unique secret skill. This secret skill was similar to the shadowless escape skill that Jian Wushuang had mastered. It could hide in the void and disappear into nothingness. They could not be sensed by the soul. To ascertain extent, this secret skill was slightly stronger than the shadowless escape skill. Because of this, when they were in the secret realm of heaven and earth in the Amethyst Fog Sea, Jian Wushuang and Marquis Xiaoyao could not sense the existence and location of this Demon Master. It was best for Jian Wuxuang to use the golden sky painting flag to cast space-time imprisonment and completely control space-time to find him. With such a powerful technique and a secret skill to conceal his aura, if the demon master did not want others to know his actual strength, ordinary people, even some principles masters with extraordinary strength, would not be able to see it. But if it was a real battle, it would be different. Please inform them that Heavenly Sword Marquis of the Temporal Temple is here with the Samsara bead and wants to enter the Samsara Heaven realm controlled by your SEC realm. Jian Wuxuang took out the Samsara bead and showed it to the Samsara sect disciples guarding the entrance of the secret. Samsara bead? The Samsara sect disciples at the entrance of the secret realm glanced at the Samsara bead and immediately knew that it was real. Then they immediately remembered the name that Jian Wuxuang had just given them. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Heavenly Sword Marquis of the Temporal Temple? That super monster? The Samsara sect disciples looked at Jian Wuxuang with excitement, but soon someone went in to report. Chapter 3389. Do you remember Dujio? In an exquisite pavilion in the headquarters of the Samsara sect, the sect leader of the Samsara sect, who was sitting in front of a long table and casually flipping through a token, suddenly stood up. Heavenly Sword Marquis? This Heavenly Sword Marquis is actually outside our Samsara sect? The Samsara sect leader's face was ashen, and there was a trace of shock and anger in his eyes. Yes, and he came with the Samsara beads. A white-haired elder nodded. How dare he? The Samsara sect master cursed in his heart. I heard that Heavenly Sword Marquis made a bet with the Light King in the Bloodwave realm. One of the bets was the Samsara beads, and it ended up in his hands. But I didn't expect him to actually dare to take the Samsara beads into the Samsara sect. The Samsara Heaven realm was left behind by the Samsara Grandmaster, and it had always been under the control of the Samsara sect. The Samsara sect had also been paying close attention to the Samsara beads that the Samsara Grandmaster had refined. The bet between Jian Wuxuang and the Light King in the Blood Wave realm, the Samsara bead was one of the wagers. Perhaps the other sects would not care too much about it, but the Samsara sect definitely knew about it and attached great importance to it. According to the words of the Samsara Grandmaster, anyone who came with the Samsara bead could enter the Samsara Heaven realm to cultivate and comprehend. However, the current Samsara sect master was obviously very angry at Jian Wuxuang's arrival. Did Heavenly Sword Marquis come alone, or was there another expert with him? Samsara sect master asked again. According to the reports from the disciples at the entrance, there is another person with him. That person's aura is well hidden, so we can't tell whether it's real or not. But if we're not mistaken, it should be a principal's master, said the white-haired elder. Humph, he wants to enter the Samsara Heaven realm with just a principal's master? In his dreams! The Samsara sect master's face turned cold. Let's go, call the elders and follow me to meet this super monster from the divine beginning realm. Soon, with the Samsara sect master in the lead, nearly 10 elders at the principal's master level of the Samsara sect walked toward the entrance aggressively. At the entrance of the secret realm, Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chenhua looked relaxed. They did not have any hostility toward the Samsara sect, and in their opinion, the Samsara sect should not have any hostility toward them. Not long after, they saw a group of more than a dozen people rushing out of the secret realm. Their auras were extremely dense, and more than half of them had reached the level of principal's masters, especially the two leaders. One was the principal's master of the Samsara sect, and the other was the great elder of the Samsara sect. The auras they emitted were clearly at the peak of the four void realms. Seeing this lineup, Jian Wuxuang and Demon Master Chenhua immediately looked strange. 2 peak of the four void realms and nearly 10 principal's masters. This lineup is extraordinary, Demon Master Chenhua said. Although I'm very famous in the divine beginning realm, I don't have any friendship with the Samsara sect. The Samsara sect wouldn't send such a lineup to welcome me, right? But if the Samsara sect sent such a force to make an enemy out of me, there's no reason for it. I don't remember offending the Samsara sect. Jian Wuxuang looked puzzled. Many experts of the Samsara sect had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. Are you Heavenly Sword Marquis? Samsara sect master stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Yes, I am. You must be Dark Chaos sect master of Samsara sect, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, I am. Samsara sect master nodded. I heard that you came here with the Samsara bead today? Let me see it. Although Jian Wushuang noticed that Samsara sect master's expression and the surrounding people were a little strange, he did not think too much about it. He directly gave the Samsara bead to Samsara sect master. Samsara sect master took the bead and played with it for a while. He nodded slightly and said, It is indeed the Samsara bead. Well, thank you for returning it. Now you can leave. As soon as he said this, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Sect master, what you said is wrong. I came to Samsara sect with the Samsara bead. According to the principles set by the Samsara Grandmaster, I can enter the Samsara heaven realm with the Samsara bead to comprehend the Samsara principles. That's true. The Samsara sect master did not deny it. If someone else came with the Samsara bead, the Samsara sect would bring him into the Samsara heaven realm, but you can't. The Samsara sect master's voice was full of coldness. He looked at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang was confused, but he still asked in a low voice. Sect master, if I remember correctly, there is no enmity between the Samsara sect and me, right? Why are you deliberately making things difficult for me? No enmity? Haha, you still have the nerve to say that there is no enmity between you and the Samsara sect. The Samsara sect master smiled coldly, then he shouted in a low voice. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I ask you, do you still remember the expert you met in the Bloodwave realm named Digio? Digio? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He quickly thought about it and quickly remembered. I met an invincible saint named Digio in the Bloodwave realm. During the fight for the Bloodwave token, I tried to assassinate him in order to get the Bloodwave token. I destroyed his divine body, and he was killed by the saints who surrounded him. As for the Bloodwave token, it fell into my hands. But what does Digio's death have to do with your Samsara sect? Jian Wushuang did not understand. Back then, he had killed Digio in order to fight for the Bloodwave token. However, he had read Digio's information before. According to the information, Digio was a solitary expert with no background. How could he be related to the Samsara sect now? Humph, what does Digio have to do with the Samsara sect? Well, let me tell you now. Digio is my son. The Samsara sect master said with bloodshot eyes. What? Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. Beside him, Demon Master Chenhua was also stunned. Digio was the biological son of the Samsara sect master? How could this be? Sect master, are you sure you're not joking? In the information collected by the Temporal Temple, Digio is clearly a solitary expert with no background. How could he be your biological son? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. Humph, how could I lie to you? The Samsara sect master gnashed his teeth. My rebellious son is rebellious and disobedient. Many years ago, he left the Samsara sect and went on his own. He even changed his name and had nothing to do with me or the Samsara sect. However, no matter how he tried, he was still my son and a member of the Samsara sect. Yet you killed him indirectly in the Bloodwave realm. Chapter 3390, Overpowering the Samsara Sect. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you and I have a feud over the death of our son. We cannot live under the same sky, but we are in the Bloodwave realm after all. In order to fight for the Bloodwave token, life and death are in the hands of the heavens. Therefore, we can only put down our hatred and never seek revenge on you. Yet you still dare to appear in front of us. Do you really think that we, the Samsara sect, are easy to bully? The Samsara sect master was furious. The experts of the Samsara sect also stared at Jian Wushuang in shock and anger. Hearing the words of the Samsara sect master, Jian Wushuang's expression became very strange. He had thought that there was no enmity between him and the Samsara sect, but it was not the case. Not only did he have enmity with the Samsara sect, but the enmity was also not small. Moreover, the enmity came from a person he had killed in the Bloodwave realm. He had killed a random person in order to obtain the Bloodwave token. It was such a person that Jian Wushuang did not care about at all. Now, he had brought a lot of trouble to Jian Wushuang. Sect Master, I can only apologize for what happened to Dujio. After all the experts who enter the Bloodwave realm are aiming for the Bloodwave token. Countless experts have died because of the Bloodwave token. Although Dujio died largely because of me, he can only blame himself for being weak. He can't blame me, Jian Wushuang said. What he said was true. Every time the Bloodwave realm opened, there would be a huge massacre. Countless experts would fight for the Bloodwave token, and of course, countless experts would die. If these fallen experts all wanted to hold a grudge, the divine beginning realm would have been in complete chaos. Therefore, no matter who killed these experts in the Bloodwave realm, they could not blame others. They could only blame themselves for being weak, which was recognized by everyone in the divine beginning realm. Now I can bring the Samsara bead to your Samsara sect. According to the rules set by the Samsara Grand Master, your Samsara sect should allow me to enter the Samsara heaven realm, Jian Wushuang said. Humph, that's right. The Grand Master did say that as long as you can bring the Samsara bead, you can enter the Samsara heaven realm. However, you only know one thing, but you don't know the other. When the Grand Master said this, he also said that if you have a great enmity with our Samsara sect, you are an exception. In other words, as long as you are an enemy of the Samsara sect, even if you bring the bead, you are not qualified to enter the Samsara heaven realm. As for you, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you killed my son. Aren't you an enemy of the Samsara sect? The Samsara sect master's voice was cold. It was obvious that he did not want Jian Wushuang to enter the Samsara heaven realm. Understanding this, Jian Wushuang's face turned cold. Since you won't let me enter the Samsara heaven realm, they'll have to resort to extreme measures, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Extreme measures? Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you want to do? The Samsara sect master looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. This is the entrance of the Samsara sect. It's not for a mere saint like you to behave atrociously. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled disdainfully, but he glanced at Demon Master Chenhua beside him. Chenhua, do it! It's really troublesome to follow you around. There are enemies everywhere. Demon Master Chenhua complained, but he still made his move at the first moment. Boom! Demon Master Chenhua's aura, which had been hidden all this time, suddenly burst out like a tsunami. In an instant, the world-destroying aura suppressed the entire area. 6 states of the void. When the experts of the Samsara sect felt this aura, their expressions changed drastically. However, Demon Master Chenhua had already turned into a gray stream of light and appeared directly in front of the Samsara sect master and the first elder. These two were experts at the peak of the 4th state of the void and were the 2 strongest people in the Samsara sect. And now, Demon Master Chenhua's target was the 2 of them. Be careful! The Samsara sect master shouted. The moment he saw the Demon Master Chenhua make his move, he and the first elder beside him immediately reacted. The 2 instantly unleashed their strongest strength, joining hands to block the Demon Master Chenhua. But in the end, the Demon Master Chenhua only casually waved his palm, and the terrifying power of the Peak Void's 6th level directly crushed the Samsara sect master and the first elder's attack. The majestic power also directly covered the 2 of them. The 2 figures immediately retreated in a sorry state. They can't withstand a single blow. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The Demon Master curled his lips and charged forward again. The expressions of the Samsara sect master and the Great Elder changed drastically when they saw this. They hurriedly blocked the attack of the Demon Master. On the other side, Jian Wushuang also attacked. The 2 strongest 4 Void Realm experts of the Samsara sect were completely crushed by Demon Master Chenhua. Although there were still many Principles Masters left, the strongest Rule Masters were only in the 3 Void Realm, Moreover, there were no experts who specialized in the soul. Jian Wushuang directly used shadowless escape technique against these principal's masters. Buzz! He suddenly appeared behind the principal's masters silently. The principal's masters in the second and third realms of the void could not sense his exact location. They could not react in time to Jian Wushuang's bloody sword skill. Chi! 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 The scarlet sword light easily penetrated the divine bodies of the principal's masters. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had penetrated the divine bodies of 4 principal's masters. Although they did not die because of their immortal bodies, they immediately consumed about 30 to 40% of their divine power. Moreover, Jian Wushuang continued to assassinate them. In a short while, the principal's masters of the Samsara sect were completely terrified. Stop! Stop! The Samsara sect master, who had been completely crushed by Demon Master Chenhua, began to shout as his divine power was being consumed by Demon Master Chenyuo's attacks. Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword pierced through the divine body of a principal's master for the 9th time. At that moment, he heard the Samsara sect master's shout and immediately stopped. Dark Chaos sect master, can I enter the Samsara heaven realm now? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, and there was a hint of killing intent in the depths of his eyes. This hint of killing intent caused the Samsara sect master's heart to tremble. It was as if he dared to say no, these principal's masters of the Samsara sect would be completely killed by the other party. The short, fierce battle just now had fully demonstrated that Jian Wushuang indeed possessed such strength. As long as there were no experts of the Void 4th realm or above to interfere, Jian Wushuang could indeed kill the principal's masters of the Void 2nd and 3rd realms with his shadowless escape art. As for Samsara sect master and the great elder of the Samsara sect, these 2 experts of the Void 4th realm, even if they joined hands to face Demon Master Chenhua, they would be completely crushed. Even if Demon Master Chenhua attacked with his full strength, both of their lives were in danger. Chapter 3391, in the Samsara sect. This heavenly sword Marquis is only at the saint level, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful that even a Void 3rd stage expert couldn't do anything against his assassination. Also, what is the background of this person in front of me? He is a powerful expert of the 6 states of the Void, and he has probably reached the peak of the 6 states of the Void. How could he follow Heavenly Sword Marquis and listen to his orders? The Samsara sect master looked at Demon Master Chenhua in shock. Although they had only exchanged blows for a short period of time, the strength of the Demon Master Chenhua had completely frightened him. If I don't agree to let him enter the Samsara sect, with their strength, they will definitely be able to kill all the principal's masters of the Samsara sect. Even I might not have a chance to survive. Even if we hide in the sect and use the sect protecting formation to block them, if they are blocked outside, the powerful disciples of the Samsara sect will never be able to leave again. After thinking for a while, the Samsara sect master made up his mind. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I can take you to the Samsara heaven realm, but you must leave the Samsara sect as soon as you come out of the Samsara heaven realm. You must never step into the Samsara sect again. Humph, if it weren't for the Samsara heaven realm, I wouldn't be interested in your Samsara sect at all. Jian Wushuang snorted. Lead the way. The Samsara sect master restrained his aura and took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, then began to lead the way. As for the principal's masters of the Samsara sect, although they felt very aggrieved, they could only suppress their anger when they thought of the strength of Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Since the Samsara sect was able to stand up until now, they knew their limits. In the face of absolute strength, they could only bow their heads. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua entered the Samsara sect. The huge sect was magnificent and grand. Compared to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, it was indeed majestic and grand. However, this was mainly because the sect of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley mainly focused on peace and tranquility. They did not pursue the sect's imposing manner. After entering the Samsara sect, Jian Wushuang immediately sensed the vast power of reincarnation in the center of the secret land of heaven and earth, which attracted him deeply. The Samsara sect mainly focuses on comprehending the Samsara principles. The power of the Samsara principles in the sect is much denser than in other places, but the power of the Samsara principles gathered in the center is dozens of times denser than in other places in the Samsara sect. The power of the Samsara principles is so strong. Is it the location of the Samsara heaven realm? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Sure enough, the Samsara sect master soon brought Jian Wushuang to the center of the secret land of heaven and earth, where the power of the Samsara principles that Jian Wushuang sensed was the strongest. This is the Samsara heaven realm. The Samsara sect master looked at the vast territory covered by the restriction and said slowly, the Samsara heaven realm was created by the founder of the Samsara sect. It's the best saint realm for comprehending the Samsara principles. However, since the founding of the Samsara heaven realm by the ancestor, the Samsara heaven realm has been covered by the restriction. This restriction is indestructible. Even a master of the saint realm would not be able to break it by force. For hundreds of millions of years, only those who have the samsara bead are qualified to enter the samsara heaven realm. As for others, even the genius disciples of the samsara sect and even the sect master of the samsara sect, they can't enter the samsara heaven realm without the samsara bead. Jian Wushuang looked at the territory in front of him, but his heart was extremely shocked. After all, he had sensed the power of the principles of reincarnation in this territory when he just entered the samsara sect. It was dozens of times stronger than other places, but he did not expect it to be covered by a restriction. If he really entered the samsara heaven realm, how strong would the power of the principles of reincarnation be? It was probably far beyond his imagination. And the effect of comprehending the principles of reincarnation in a place with such a strong power of the principles of reincarnation was naturally much better than other places. Of course, the samsara heaven realm was certainly more beneficial to a cultivator comprehending the samsara principles. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I can only take you so far. Erase the samsara bead. You can go in by yourself. The samsara sect master returned the samsara bead to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and nodded slightly. Then he glanced at Demon Master Chenhua and said, Chenhua, wait for me here. Demon Master Chenhua shrugged. Jian Wushuang immediately rushed toward the area covered by the restriction. Because of the samsara bead, the restriction did not hinder Jian Wushuang, so he easily entered the samsara heaven realm. Many experts of the samsara sect were upset when they saw Jian Wushuang enter the samsara heaven realm. He is the enemy of the samsara sect, but we can only watch him enter the samsara heaven realm. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. There's nothing we can do. His strength is too strong. Heavenly Sword Marquis is still okay. Although his assassination skills are excellent, as long as an expert of the Void Fourth Realm appears, we have a chance to deal with him. But the key is this man. Many of the principles masters of the samsara sect could not help but look at Demon Master Chenhua. Indeed, although Jian Wushuang's strength and skills made them very difficult to deal with, it was not enough to make the entire samsara sect afraid. But Demon Master Chenhua, his strength alone was enough to make the samsara sect tremble. After all, there was no one in the samsara sect who could contend with Demon Master Chenhua, not even one or two experts who could barely deal with him. Sir, as far as I know, although there are many experts in the Temporal Temple, I don't think you are one of them, am I right? The samsara sect master came to the front of the Demon Master Chenhua and asked. His attitude was rather humble. Did not have any connection with the Temporal Temple, but not long ago, I became one of the worshippers of the Temporal Temple. The Demon Master Chenhua said coldly. Worshippers? The samsara sect master was stunned. He did not know that the Temporal Temple had such a position. He smiled. The samsara sect master continued. Heavenly Sword Marquis took the samsara bead and entered the samsara heaven realm. Under normal circumstances, he could stay in the samsara heaven realm for a month. He would only come out after a month. Although this month is not long, it would be too boring if you were to wait here. Why don't you come with me to my Samsara sect? While the Samsara sect master was in awe of a super powerhouse like the demon master Chinhua, he also wanted to befriend him. There's no need. I'll wait here. The demon master Chinhua rejected him directly. In that case, please make yourself at home. The Samsara sect master laughed dryly and did not say anything else. Instead, he left with the Samsara sect's principal's masters. Chapter 3392 Revenge in the Magnificent Palace of the Samsara Sect. Many experts of the Samsara Sect were gathered here. Sect Master, are we going to watch Heavenly Sword Marquis do whatever he wants in the Samsara Sect? The first elder of the Samsara Sect asked in a low voice. The others also looked at the Samsara Sect Master. In fact, the other experts of the Samsara Sect did not have any great enmity against Jian Wushuang. The key was the Sect Master. He had killed his son with Jian Wushuang. This enmity was extremely great. I don't want to, but my skills are inferior to his. The Samsara Sect Master clenched his hands and his body trembled slightly. It's one thing for Heavenly Sword Marquis to have great strength, but I didn't expect him to have such a terrifying figure by his side. An expert at the peak of the sixth void realm is not someone the Samsara Sect can afford to offend. Hearing this, everyone felt helpless. The Samsara Sect's first elder spoke. There are very few principals masters in the 6 levels of the void realm in the entire divine beginning realm. Any one of them can become the ruler of some transcendent powers or even their strongest trump card. For example, the 4 famous divine clans in the 3rd heaven only have 6 levels of the void realm as their strongest experts. It's unknown if there are any 6th level void realm experts in the 8 directions heavenly sect. Tunda where this Heavenly Sword Marquis got an expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void as a helper. What is the background of this expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void? Wanted to invite that person over just now and asked him about his background, but he rejected me, said the Samsara Sect Master. They were curious about the background of the Demon Master Chinhua. After all, although the divine beginning realm was vast, there were very few experts at the 6 states of the void. There were only a few of them, so it was surprising that such a powerful expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void had appeared. Oh right, I heard that Heavenly Sword Marquis called this person Chinhua, an elder suddenly said. Yes, I heard it too, another elder said. Chinhua? Samsara Sect Master frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. I should have heard of it before. Samsara Sect Master tried hard to recall, but he could not recall it for a moment. But at this moment, the eyes of the first elder beside him suddenly shrank. Chinhua, could it be Demon Master Chinhua? The Demon Master Chinhua? The Samsara Sect Master immediately looked over. Nearly 200 million years ago, there was an overlord sect in the 2nd heaven, the Amethyst Demon Sect. At that time, there was a very famous genius elder in the Amethyst Demon Sect, the Demon Master Chinhua. Could it be this person? The first elder said in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, there was a commotion in the hall, but the Samsara Sect Master immediately said, No wonder I find it familiar. It's the Demon Master Chinhua from the Amethyst Demon Sect. They heard of this genius elder before. However, the Amethyst Demon Sect has been destroyed for nearly 200 million years. That genius elder should have died by now. As for this mysterious expert, although his name is also Chinhua, he might not be the same Demon Master Chinhua from before. After all, there are too many repetitions of his name and reputation in this world. We will know soon if it is the Demon Master Chinhua. The first elder immediately began to search for information about the Amethyst Demon Sect. In just a moment, the first elder raised his head again. It's confirmed. The expert at the peak of the 6th level of the void in our Samsara Sect is the Amethyst Demon Sect's genius elder, the Demon Master Chinhua. The first elder said seriously. What? It's true. It's really Demon Master Chinhua? It's been almost 200 million years, and this genius elder is still alive? The Samsara Sect's principals masters were all shocked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks. The Samsara sect master was pleasantly surprised. Demon Master Chenhua, it's really Demon Master Chenhua. Ha, the heavens are helping me. Sect master? The first elder and the rest looked at the Samsara sect master in confusion. The Samsara sect master's laughter stopped. He said coldly, "The Demon Master Chenhua is from the Amethyst Demon sect, and he is extremely talented. However, don't forget that the Amethyst Demon sect was destroyed by the Flame Saint Realm. It can be said that the Flame Saint Realm is the Demon Master Chenhua's greatest enemy. If this Demon Master Chenhua has the chance, he will definitely take revenge on the Flame Saint Realm without hesitation. Similarly, once the Flame Saint Realm knows that the Demon Master Chenhua is still alive and that he has reached the peak of the 6 states of the void, he will definitely treat the Demon Master Chenhua as a great threat, and will definitely think of a way to kill him." Hearing this, the experts of the Samsara sect understood what the Samsara sect master meant. "Sect master, are you trying to tell the Flame Saint Realm that the Demon Master Chenhua is still alive?" The first elder looked over. "That's right, the Flame Saint Realm has always been high and mighty. They will not allow a powerful enemy with extraordinary talent who has already reached the peak of the 6 states of the void to remain alive. As long as I tell the Flame Saint Realm about this, the Flame Saint Realm will likely send their experts over immediately. Even the Flame Saint Master will personally come. In addition, the hatred between the Heavenly Sword Marquis and the Flame Saint Realm is even greater. When that time comes, the Flame Saint Master might attack both of them at the same time." Samsara Master laughed coldly. "Of course, Heavenly Sword Marquis' life-saving skills are heaven-defying, and he is highly regarded by the Temporal Temple Master. Now that he dares to venture into the third heaven, he must have enough support, and not be worried that the 3 Saint Realms will attack him. Therefore, even if Flame Saint Realm arrives, it will be difficult for him to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. However, Flame Saint Master is absolutely confident that he can kill Demon Master Chenhua. As long as I kill Demon Master Chenhua and make Heavenly Sword Marquis lose a big helper, they'll be able to ease the hatred in my heart." After hearing the Samsara sect master's words, the principals masters of the Samsara sect looked at each other in dismay and nodded secretly. Indeed, Jian Wushuang was very difficult to kill. This had been proven on the Saha Island. Now, even if the 3 Saint Realms came together again, they might not be able to kill Jian Wushuang. However, although Demon Master Chenhua was stronger than Jian Wushuang, his life-saving ability was not that great. The Flame Saint Master was definitely capable of killing him. "Till contact the Flame Saint Realm now." Samsara sect master immediately began to contact him. In just a moment, he had informed the Saint Realm of the news that Demon Master Chenhua was still alive and had reached the peak of the 6th Void Realm. Of course, he also told them that Demon Master Chenhua was with Jian Wushuang. After sending the message, Samsara sect master began to look forward to it. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have great means and the support of the Temporal Temple. I don't dare to seek revenge on you, but the Flame Saint Realm does. I'd like to see how the Flame Saint Master killed your helper when he came in person." Chapter 3393. Do not provoke. In the Flame Saint Realm, at the peak of a vast sea of fire, there was a Flame Saint Palace. This Flame Saint Palace was where Flame Saint Master lived. "You are saying that there are still people from the Amethyst Demon sect that I personally destroyed, and they have already reached the pinnacle of the 6 stages of the void?" Flame Saint Master's entire body was covered in flames, controlling the endless sea of fire around him. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes as well. Right below Flame Saint Master, a purple-robed elder was kneeling respectfully. When he heard Flame Saint Master's words, he immediately replied respectfully, "Saint Master, this news was personally transmitted by the Samsara sect master. It shouldn't be fake. And the Demon Master Chenhua that he mentioned was a genius elder of the Amethyst Demon sect back then. His talent was extremely high, and our Flame Saint Master did not kill him when we destroyed the Amethyst Demon sect. In addition, not long ago, there was news from the Xiaoyao mansion that they met an expert left behind by the Amethyst Demon sect in the Amethyst Fog Sea. Even Marquis Xiaoyao was easily defeated by him. If I'm not mistaken, it should be this demon master Chenhua. Who would have thought that after such a long time, there would still be survivors from the Amethyst Demon sect? Flame Saint Master's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. Saint Master, this demon master Chenhua himself is a super genius with incredible talent. According to the news from Xiaoyao Mansion, he has been staying in a heaven and earth secret realm within the Amethyst Fog Sea all these years. He hasn't had any contact with the outside world, hasn't experienced anything, and hasn't obtained any opportunities. He has purely relied on himself to blindly cultivate, yet he has still raised his strength to the peak of the 6th level of the void. With such ability, our Flame Saint realm has no choice but to guard against him, the violet-robed old man said. He could reach the peak of the 6th level of the void realm just by blindly cultivating. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Now that he has come out of the heaven and earth secret realm, with his talent, he might have a chance to break through to the ruler level. Once he reaches that level, he would pose a great threat to the Flame Saint realm. Flame Saint realm nodded slightly. However, with his current strength alone, I'm afraid that no one within my Flame Saint realm has the ability to kill him unless I personally take action. That's right. That's why I've come to ask Saint Master to personally take action, the purple-robed elder said respectfully. In addition, after this demon master Chenhua left the Amethyst Fog Sea, he established a relationship with the Temporal Temple. Now, he's been following Heavenly Sword Marquis like a guard. What did you say? Flame Saint Master was finally moved. This demon master Chenhua is following Heavenly Sword Marquis? Yes. The purple-robed elder nodded. Flame Saint Realm fell silent. This silence lasted for a long while before he spoke. Have people keep an eye on Heavenly Sword Marquis and Demon Master Chenhua. Remember, just keep an eye on them. There is no need for any other actions. Our Flame Saint Realm will not provoke them for now. Not provoke them? The purple-robed elder was stunned. He asked subconsciously, Is it because of Heavenly Sword Marquis? Yes. Flame Saint Realm did not hide it. During the battle on the Saha Island, Heavenly Sword Marquis displayed an extremely powerful technique. Although his strength does not belong to him and he will not have such strength in the future, after that battle, the Temporal Temple Master will definitely give him other life-saving methods. With the strength of the 3 Saint Realms, we have no chance to kill him. Since I can't kill him, I won't provoke him for now. When I have absolute confidence in the future, it won't be too late to attack him. As for the Demon Master Chenhua, even though he is extremely talented, he has wasted so many years in the process. I'm afraid that he has wasted a lot of his talent. Even if he is extremely lucky in the future and can break through to the ruler level, it won't be a big deal. A mere ruler level has no influence on the situation of the Divine Beginning Realm. Although he can pose a threat to the Flame Saint Realm, it's impossible for him to threaten the position of the Flame Saint Realm. To put it bluntly, what the Flame Saint Realm should really pay attention to is the Heavenly Sword Marquis. He is the enemy that can seriously threaten the position of the Flame Saint Realm and the 3 Great Saint Realms. As for the Demon Master Chenhua, he is far from the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Understood, your subordinate will take his leave. The purple-robed old man immediately bowed and left. After the purple-robed old man left, the Flame Saint Master was the only one left in the huge Flame Divine Hall. At this moment, a large amount of raging flames surged around the Flame Saint Master's body, and his gaze was extremely scorching. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the 3 Great Saint Realms can't do anything to you now, but just you wait. Before long, your doomsday will come, just like your master Xian Yi from countless years ago. If he dies, you will die too. As for the Temporal Temple and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, anyone who dares to stand on your side will die. Ha! Wild laughter echoed throughout the entire Flame Temple. The laughter stirred up the surrounding sea of fire, making it even more vigorous. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks! In the Samsara Heaven realm of the Samsara sect, Jian Wushuang had already entered the Samsara Heaven realm. When he actually appeared in the Samsara heaven realm, Jian Wushuang could sense how vast and rich the power of the Samsara principles was. The power of the Samsara principles on such a scale is probably hundreds of times richer than in the outside world. If I meditate on the Samsara principles here, my speed will be dozens of times faster than in the outside world, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. While sensing the strong power of the law of reincarnation around him, Jian Wushuang also took in the Samsara heaven realm in front of him. From the outside, the Samsara heaven realm looked like a vast territory. However, after entering, Jian Wushuang saw nothing but darkness and desolation. There was no life in the void in his eyes. It was filled with a dead aura that almost filled the entire sky. The aura of death is so dense? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The aura of death is ethereal, but why does it give me an unfathomable feeling, as if it's an extremely special power that even I haven't touched yet? Yes, it's power. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled, and then a smile appeared on his lips. It's said that the Samsara heaven realm is an excellent place to meditate on the Samsara principles, but what I'm seeing right now clearly doesn't meet this requirement. However, the aura of death I'm sensing is extraordinary. I'd like to see where the source of this aura of death is. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately sent his consciousness toward the surrounding aura of death. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.